Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 251, 190. The Vast Realm, Merely Pieces on the Board, 1/6. Chapter 251, Chapter 190. The Vast Realm, Merely Pieces on the Board, 1/6 Golden City. Cui Qingyi draped a white scarf over her shoulders, swayed her hips gracefully, and walked to the small pavilion in the center of the lake, quietly sitting down. On the stone table in the pavilion lay a luxuriously beautiful chessboard of immeasurable value. She asked nonchalantly, "Oh." Cui Qingyi extended her slender fingers and picked up a white chess piece, placing it down gently. Facing a person whose cultivation far exceeded her own, even on the same level as her ancestor, she could remain calm. Old Master was not concerned, placing a black piece, then said, Cui Qingyi gazed at the chessboard and spoke softly. Old Master agreed openly. Cui Qingyi remained indifferent, continuing. Old Master laughed, then countered. Cui Qingyi didn't answer but rather questioned. Old Master spoke calmly. The governor likely has caught wind of something. I am now the president of Golden University. After a pause, the old man gazed at this little girl only at the level of a grandmaster, at this descendant of the Cui family. Cui Qingyi was silent for a moment. Old Master shook his head. With the full backing of our ancient saint sect, how could you not succeed? Cui Qingyi met his gaze. She sneered slightly. Who among the various sects and factions doesn't want to take this chance to extend their hand into the Qinghe Cui family? Old Master nodded openly. During the conversation between the old and young, the chessboard filled with more pieces, Old Master's black pieces forcing Cui Qingyi's white pieces into a dead end. Old Master asked nonchalantly. Cui Qingyi replied calmly. Old Master smiled in satisfaction. You truly are perceptive. Nowadays, out of the 49 provinces, at least half harbor rebellious intentions, Qinghe province included. He sighed, shaking his head. Cui Qingyi twirled a white piece, seemingly contemplating how to break this deadlock, but delaying before placing it. She spoke in a low tone. This is a good thing. She placed her white piece down on the chessboard, instantly turning the deadlock into a living one. Then dominate the Qinghe and Golden provinces, seize control of the two provinces, and then the game was completely reversed. The white pieces pressed relentlessly. Old Master suddenly looked up, gazing at his student, also his collaborator from the ancient saint sect, Cui Qingyi. He marveled. Cui Qingyi dropped the last piece, wiping out Old Master completely. Human hearts can be seized and manipulated, so why not divine hearts too? She smiled rarely. Let one deity deal with another. Have celestial humans oppose each other. Why should I show face? Old Master looked at his disciple, his lips trembling as if to say something, but ultimately, he remained silent. For a long time, Cui Qingyi stated flatly. She looked up, gazing at Old Master. Teacher, Zhang Wenting and Chun Daoling both wouldn't dare defy the Cui family's authority. But Zhang Fuxing is different. Old Master massaged his forehead. Wasn't the news that he got trapped in the Twin Cities' little world? Do you want me to go personally? Kui Kinji whispered. Old Master rose and departed, leaving Cui Qingyi alone in the lake pavilion. She swept the chessboard clean, then quietly began placing pieces anew, dropping 49 pieces in succession. Then she spoke to herself. Just then, on the wilderness outside the Golden City, a figure cloaked in a black robe emerged. Then a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 32 figures stood silently in the desert. The leader among them removed his hood to reveal a crimson skull. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the distant, magnificently towering large city, softly exclaiming. Finally arrived. He murmured, manipulating the plague ghost to lead 31 Grandmaster skeletons, stealthily concealing them in the mountains. Main consciousness returned to the body. Twin Cities Little World, Mountain Forest. The pickup truck stopped in front of a lushly wooded mountain ridge, not far from where the Western sect believers were gathered. Wei Lingzhu stretched lazily, speaking cheerfully. Zhang Fuxing leaped down from the truck bed, smiling as he said. Wei Lingzhu nodded earnestly. But this esteemed person of the Chui family is different. He doesn't care about sex. Zhang Fuxing paused, involuntarily recalling the terrifying pressure Nyodali had exerted on him back when he was just a martial artist of 7 or 8 refinements. He nodded in agreement, sighing. Wei Lingzhu, Wei Qingshan both responded, and Wu Shangping also stepped out from the driver's seat, laughing. Weren't we supposed to relax a bit? Why are we getting so sentimental? He retrieved some firearms from the pickup truck and tossed them to the three. There were quite a few wild beasts in the mountain forest. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the roars of tigers and howls of bears could be heard. The 4 of them walked casually in the forest, gun after gun, and within half an hour, they had harvested plenty. Wei Qingshan casually remarked, Haven't heard any noise. What are they doing? Wei Lingzhu glared at him. Why go? Wei Qingshan shrank his neck, gave an awkward laugh, raised his rifle, squeezed the trigger, and a black bear fell to the ground in response. Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred. Yeah, what was Uncle Yu and the others doing? A thought crossed his mind, and he stealthily sent out his divine thought. In this wilderness, there was no need to worry about encountering those special materials, so he could scan freely. On the other side of the mountain, his thought caught sight of the Western sex group. They were building an altar? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. While hunting with Wu Shangping, the Wei siblings, he quietly observed the movements on the side of the Western sect. On that side of the mountain, 20 to 30 Western believers, under the leadership of 4 stewards, simultaneously slit their palms, the blood flowing into a makeshift altar. Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua began chanting something in low voices. The altar glowed faintly, then dimmed again. It won't work. A steward furrowed his brows. Even the little sacrificial priest cannot contact the outside world. He looked up at the black torrent blocking the sky, and everything was dark and obscure. Yu Qingzhong took out a thick stack of talismans from his bosom, saying in a deep voice, Even the talismans cannot be used, which means we can't borrow power from the Venerate through the talismans. He took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. From a few hours ago, all connections with the outside world have been completely severed. I have a feeling the divine thought scanning this area made Zhang Fuxing's heart skip a beat. Taoist talismans, he knew, could borrow power from a Venerate of Taoism. He had witnessed it on the train from Jiangzhou to the dragon boat. The talismans and that Venerate's connection were cut off, and it happened today. He had a foreboding feeling. This meant that today something secretive had happened once again in the Twin Cities bubble. But the problem was, his spiritual sense had not alerted him. Either the change posed no threat to him, or the change came from an entity beyond the innate realm. As his thoughts reached this point, Zhang Fuxing's expression suddenly tightened. He thought of the so-called exotic treasure land, thought of the celestial human from the celestial principle sect sleeping, hiding there. Could it be related to this person? Something's wrong. Zhang Fuxing's left hand trembled slightly. His 5 fingers twitched, distracting like a disorderly dance. He was trying to imitate Lin Shirchuan's actions and rhythm back then. At that time, Lin Shirquan used this method, supplemented with the altar and drum sounds, to communicate with a divine statue stained with incense in his own divine realm. Zhang Fuxing was also quietly attempting something, just without setting up the altar. After a while, Zhang Fuxing heard a confused voice in his ear, a voice only he could hear. Is this the prayer technique? Zhang Fuxing let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was able to directly communicate with Miss Mingyue far away in the starry sky with this method. His slightly suspended heart was completely at ease. Wu Shangping's voice suddenly rang out as he stood halfway up the mountain, looking into the distance. A convoy was speeding over, kicking up a long trail of dust. Chapter 252, 191. A word summons thunder, 2/6. Chapter 252, Chapter 191. A word summons thunder, February 6th. The convoy sped through the desert, and Seventh raised his head gazing intently at the distant mountains, his eyes gleaming with divine light. The four figures standing halfway up the mountain were clearly visible to him. The confidant sitting beside him spoke in a deep voice. According to the shipmaster's instructions, only take that little fellow named Wei Lingzhu. Though he wasn't a martial arts master, as the shipmaster's trusted subordinate, even Seventh, who had opened the three viscera, had to nod in agreement. The convoy arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Don't make a move immediately," the confidant ordered. The response echoed, and shadows leaped towards the mountainside. Seventh grabbed the confidant and rushed up as well. The distance to the mountainside, for these highly refined martial artists or even martial arts masters, was a matter of moments. At this moment on the mountainside, Wu Shangping's expression changed drastically, but he didn't flee. He couldn't escape. Among the incoming group, there was a martial arts master. Watching the approaching figures, Wu Shangping and the Wei siblings' faces turned pale, while the young man with a simple and unremarkable appearance leaned alone against a green tree, even seemingly cowering in fear, curling at the tree roots, his eyelids slightly lowered, his hands shaking erratically as if trembling. Zhang Fuxing observed the Western believer's movements while trying to communicate and connect with Miss Mingwei. Heartfelt words, accompanied by the special rhythm from his trembling hands, were conveyed to the stars in a sacrificial manner. In the carriage, Miss Mingwei furrowed her brows slightly. "Are you saying to use the prayer technique to descend power?" She softly explained along that connection. Listening to the voice only he could detect, Zhang Fuxing's expression did not change as he remained curled at the tree roots, his eyelids twitching slightly. Quietly responding to Miss Mingwei, under the coverage of divine thought, he sensed a conflict erupting among the Western believers. It was the two stewards at the level of martial arts masters, intending to perform a special divine descent, a special sacrifice. But the target of the sacrifice and descent wasn't some deity from a different dimension. It was the god of plague's divine embryo descending in Jiangzhou. One steward proclaimed loudly. As for the cost, Yu Qingzhong retorted gravely. "I personally witnessed the Jiangzhou incident. The venerable god of plague is not benevolent." The other steward loudly rebuked him. The atmosphere was tense, as if conflict could break out at any moment. At a critical moment, old Yu suddenly froze, first shocked, then flashed a smile that quickly disappeared. The anger on his face dissipated, and after a moment of silence, he said, "All the other believers, including Li Qiuhua, were stunned." The two stewards were surprised to hear this formerly stubborn Yu Qingzhong continue. The two stewards pondered for a moment and reluctantly agreed to Yu Qingzhong's proposal. They began building a miniature altar, pouring in everyone's blood, even opening the container to add a large amount of pseudo-souls. Everything was in place. If any unforeseen events happened, the ritual could be completed immediately, and the gaze of the deity could descend. The divine embryo of the god of plague was already in the distant bubble heaven and earth, and the ritual didn't need to be as grand or complex as summoning a different dimension divine descent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, the three were dripping with sweat from their foreheads. The simple-looking young man was curled at the tree root, seemingly trembling, as shadows had completely surrounded this forested area. Seventh, holding a small wooden box, spoke with a smile. Wei Lingzhu's pupils contracted to pinpoints, shielding Wei Qingshan behind her, gritting her silver teeth. The confidant smoothed his clothes, the forest dark under the black sky, illuminated only by the torchlight. The ground was littered with the corpses of some wild beasts. He smiled and said, "Miss Wei's traits surely aren't just this, are they? Miss Wei's spiritual thoughts never regress either. Reportedly, after only a year of training, you've already reached the great success level of the contemplation technique." Wu Shangping's expression changed. Evidently, this guy was telling the truth. Now, it was Zhang Fuxing's turn to look up in shock from his place at the tree root. Spiritual strength that never regresses? This was quite alarming. Unlike the physical body, spiritual strength fluctuates constantly, having low values but also high values, These fluctuations often disappear in an instant, but if they never regress, such a cycle continuing, the growth rate would be somewhat terrifying. The peculiarity would be tantamount to ascending by stepping on one's left foot with the right. In a year's time, without mentorship, without guidance, even without sufficient spiritual accumulation to achieve the great success of the contemplation technique. This progress was indeed somewhat unbelievable. Is it true? Zhang Fuxing curiously glanced at Wei Lingzhu, whose face was slightly pale, yet she still shielded Wei Qingshan behind her, gritting her teeth. The crowd surrounding the forest was in an uproar. The seventh was also shocked. In this world, such a bizarre talent exists? A flash of jealousy flickered in his eyes. He had toiled for 30 years, enduring countless hardships, countless life and death crises, just to barely achieve spiritual success and step into the realm of a martial arts master. But this young girl? 1 year. Just 1 year. He could even foresee that her spiritual growth would only accelerate, faster and faster. Fury surged to his head. Why? He forcibly suppressed the pure murderous intent bursting from his heart, slightly regaining clarity, and suddenly smiled. The cold voice echoed through the forest, and his confidant beside him frowned. In the firelight, he met the seventh's scarlet eyes, and his heart chilled, swallowing back the words he was about to say. Zhang Fuxing, about to rise, pondered whether to take this opportunity to observe Wei Lingzhu's nature. Having spent several days together, Wei Lingzhu seemed excellent in various aspects, with extraordinary talent and an indescribable sense of endearment. This made Zhang Fuxing consider taking her as a disciple. His thoughts churned. He suddenly frowned. Why did he want to take a disciple? He was only 18, not yet at the age to pass on a legacy. But that thought was quietly swirling, lingering. He decided to look into it later. As for now, the seventh's chilly voice echoed once more. Wei Lingzhu stared at him intently. The seventh laughed excitedly, the fury making him dizzy, as the qi blood smoke rose behind him, illuminating the forest. The terrifying qi blood smoke tore apart the deep darkness, pushing the despair deep into Wei Lingzhu's heart as she thought of resisting. The gap was too large. Facing that rising qi blood smoke, she trembled uncontrollably, a survival instinct, her body autonomously terrified. The seventh smiled and said, "I'll count down. Once the countdown ends and you haven't made a choice." He slowly counted down. Wei Lingzhu's wavering gaze shifted between Big Brother Bo Yang, who had saved her life, and Uncle Wu, who had always taken care of her and her brother. She couldn't choose. The path she walked wouldn't allow her to make such a choice. 6. The seventh's countdown voice grew ever more excited, his eyes more and more scarlet, everyone's hearts slightly tense. Wei Lingzhu's face was extremely pale, her hands trembling. Despair. 4. The seventh was panting and rubbing his hands incessantly in excitement. A calm voice suddenly interrupted him. People turned towards the voice, and it was the honest young man curled up at the base of a tree in the corner. Somehow he had already stood up and patted the dust off his pants. Zhang Fuxing said earnestly. He shook his head. The calm voice echoed, and Wei Lingzhu and Wei Qingshan saw in a daze the honest and naive Bo Yang walk forward. Zhang Fuxing looked up and down at Wei Lingzhu. He asked calmly. The abrupt desire to take her as a disciple was too strange. He wanted to see what was going on. The verification was simple, to truly accept a disciple. In the forest, the seventh was bewildered, and the others all looked at each other, confused by the honest young man's strange behavior. Wei Lingzhu was also perplexed, subconsciously shaking her head. The honest young man's babble echoed, and the dumbfounded seventh laughed in anger. The qi blood smoke behind him suddenly expanded and twisted, transforming into a resplendent qi blood palm seal, straining the air until it rippled. Wei Lingzhu's expression changed. She reached out instinctively, trying to pull Bo Yang away. Couldn't move him. She was stunned, watching Bo Yang turn his head calmly. Wei Lingzhu asked subconsciously. The next moment, the dark sky was suddenly illuminated. People looked up towards the celestial vault. It was thunderbolt. Countless thunderbolts appeared at the words of the naive young man, weaving through the celestial vault, lighting the dark sky bright white for a moment. The massive thunderlight rolled into a sea. From the cloudless night sky, from the rolling, earth-illuminating thunder sea, a thunderbolt roared down, like responding to that single word, thunder. Purple lightning darted through the forest, and as the lightning light faded, the seventh had disappeared, leaving only some charred powder drifting in the wind. The clap of thunder exploded now. Chapter 253, 192. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Fuxing, 3 out of 6. Chapter 253. Chapter 192. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Fuxing, 3/6 camp. The subordinate, panting heavily, like presenting a treasure, offered the mirror covered with a black cloth, which the old boatman grabbed and uncovered. Under the black cloth was a seemingly ordinary mirror. The subordinate licked his lips. After taking a breath, he hurriedly added. The old boatman carefully caressed the treasure mirror. Although this was a replica of a supreme treasure of the divine sect, merely tainted with a part of its aura, it was still an extremely valuable treasure. He casually asked. The old boatman's expression turned solemn, recalling the appearance of an old woman in his mind, and asked in surprise. The subordinate nodded emphatically, affirming. The old boatman pondered. He knew that the ancient war chariot was the old woman's cherished possession, rumored not to be a supreme treasure from a different dimension, but still extraordinary, a great Dharma artifact. A great Dharma artifact, which could only be possessed and handled by those at the innate realm. The old boatman caressed the treasure mirror, shaking his head. No rush. Let's wait for the seventh and the others to return first. If we act, we must completely finish the job. The subordinate nodded emphatically. Above the endless mountains, the sea of thunder roiled relentlessly, illuminating the sky brightly, the blazing white light spreading into the distance, accompanied by a bolt of lightning striking down. Thunder reverberated among the mountains and forests, echoed in everyone's minds. What just happened? Puzzled gazes fell on the honest young man. Then bolt after bolt of lightning fell, and handfuls of charred particles scattered in the wind, sprinkling over the entire forest. The honest young man's face appeared incomparably serene in the light of the thunder. As the thunder in the forest gradually subsided, only that trusted aide holding a wooden box stood alone in bewilderment, looking around blankly. The sea of thunder in the sky remained, pressing heavily at high altitude. Wei Lingzhu, Wei Qingshan, and Wu Shangping all stared blankly as the honest young man they had spent several days with stepped forward, took the wooden box from the old boatman's trusted aide, and opened it. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously, seeing the middle-aged man in front of him weaken at the knees and collapse to the ground. Another bolt of lightning descended from the celestial vault. This time, Wei Lingzhu and the others saw clearly. The old boatman's aide was frozen in the lightning and instantly disintegrated, incinerated into powder by the terrifying heat. Scattering. Zhang Fuxing reached out to touch the exotic soil in the wooden box, clicking his tongue in wonder, feeling the vast life energy contained within. Previously guessed to be formed by celestial human blood, but now seeing it again, it was not the case at all. The life energy in this soil was astonishingly dense. Pinching a small amount, he swallowed it. The other shore bone leaped with joy, madly absorbing life force. The power of devouring and transforming all things also silently activated, competing with the other shore bone. Only about half of the life force was snatched from the grasp of the other shore bone, merging with Zhang Fuxing, 1,000 pounds of strength. A small pinch of soil added 1,000 pounds of strength to him. Zhang Fuxing was amazed. 1,000 pounds was insignificant to him now. Even multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times, it still wouldn't matter. But this was just a small pinch. The pure vitality within it was overwhelmingly immense. He marveled, placing the small wooden box into his pocket, turning to face the three people in a daze. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly awakened, Wei Lingzhu hurriedly kneeled in the forest without considering anything else. All this happened too unexpectedly, an unreal illusion, but she still made a decision in the shortest time. A crisp voice rang out. Wei Qingshan swallowed, still in immense shock. Looking at Brother Boyang before him, he still couldn't connect the young man who summoned a sea of thunder with a word, with the honest Brother Boyang. In his daze, Wei Qingshan saw Brother Boyang step forward, lower his head, and gaze at his sister, with furrowed brows. Strange, too strange. Zhang Fuxing was puzzled. He felt a strong impulse to accept Wei Lingzhu, to take her as a disciple. To take her as a disciple. The vague, but real, inexplicable impulse became increasingly intense. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Fuxing bent down, helping the slightly trembling Wei Lingzhu up. Wei Lingzhu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before her, nodded timidly, and whispered, just one word. Zhang Fuxing suddenly closed his eyes. His spiritual thoughts churned, perceiving a sense of perfection, a feeling of as it should be, unreal, yet very real. It seemed that taking Wei Lingzhu as a disciple made some indescribable things terminate. The stranger it was, the more curious he became. Zhang Fuxing savored the name, casually saying. Wei Qingshan and Wu Shangping both stared blankly, hearing the young man gently speak. These two light words seemed to transform into two massive iron hammers, violently striking the thoughts of the three. Zhang Fuxing? The very Zhang Fuxing who was being fervently pursued by the Pantheon? The significant figure from Chongyang City, once seated in the aerospace ship? The Wei siblings were dazed and disoriented, feeling as if the past few days had turned unreal. Zhang Boyang, Zhang Fuxing. Silence, silence. Wei Lingzhu spoke with a trembling voice, slightly bowing her head. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly. Wei Lingzhu jolted awake, nodding timidly. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, not rushing into the Eight Sceneries Palace to investigate his own peculiarities, instead simply stating. His voice suddenly became solemn and dignified, his tongue blossoming with lotus. As his words fell, under the confused gazes of the three, the young man extended his hand and lightly tapped the void. Ripples appeared in the air. He was expounding the scriptures and Dharma. Illusory lotus blossoms bloomed. Phantom immortal flowers drifted in the air. In a profound contemplation, marvelous technique unfolded, a faint light enveloping this mountain forest. Wei Lingzhu's spirit instantly became active, rising briefly, and then rising higher. But after rising, it surprisingly did not regress. On the other side of the mountain, the Western believers glanced at each other, carefully descending the mountain, skirting the foot, and glanced at the still rolling sea of thunder in the sky, then cast their eyes towards the area where the thunder had struck. A steward asked in shock. From his perspective, at mid-mountain, intertwined brilliant lights, very vague, not clear, the inner scene invisible, but with a distant gaze, as if one could glimpse lotus, immortal flowers, and phantoms of golden spring water flowing. The spring water was clearly illusory, not real. Yet as it flowed through the forest, the autumn plants and trees seemed like they encountered spring, blooming with vitality, even accompanied by the phantom golden spring covering a large area of the mountains, spreading a wide expanse of lush flowers. Someone exclaimed, fists eager, only to be slapped to the ground by a steward beside him. The steward said in shock, I clearly heard the faint sound of preaching. Many Western believers glanced at each other, their backs chilling. Just now, they were surprisingly so close to an unknown level of terrifying existence. Yu Qingzhong's eyes twinkled, equally startled, yet carrying some dreadful speculation. Is it Fuxing? He immediately dismissed this speculation. Just before the dispute involving divine descent, Fuxing's voice suddenly appeared in his ear, telling him not to contend anymore, just change the object of sacrifice and communication at the critical moment, mystically becoming a small figure as the director of Chongyang Bureau, right nearby. Yet, gazing towards the mysterious place of expounding the Dharma. Yu Chengzhong swallowed, deducing that small Fuxing might be there listening to the Dharma. As for whether he could be the one expounding the Dharma, he directly dismissed it. This kind of unusual scene likely involves the innate level, though being appointed as an upper city's public security bureau director is somewhat incredible. It's barely acceptable. After all, he had witnessed Zhang Fuxing's terrifying talent before, and with ample resources supplied, becoming a grandmaster seemed not impossible. But innate? He never even entertained that thought. The other believers shivered, and all reacted, over 30 people hurriedly leaving, distancing from the glowing forest area. Meanwhile, in the glowing forest, Zhang Fuxing, relying on his position of thousand-year refining spirit, with his innate Vajra body, each word resonated with Brahma's sound, even summoning some illusory visions, causing the place to shine, golden springs to flow, lotus flowers and immortal flowers to fall. Wei Lingzhu and the other two were immersed in the music and marvelous technique, unable to extricate themselves. For a long time, a great sun contemplation technique, created by Zhang Fuxing, had been expounded, adapted, and created from the great sun illuminates the 72 snow mountains. The preaching stopped, yet the visions didn't immediately disperse. Golden springs still flowing slowly, where they passed, fallen leaves met spring. The three kept their eyes closed, still lost in the illusionary divine realm conjured by Zhang Fuxing, the great sun illuminating the 72 majestic snow mountains. He waited quietly for a moment, knocking on the void with a sound of dap, then softly exhaled. The voice sounded like a morning bell. The three, as if struck on the head, first jolted, then gradually opened their eyes and awoke. The three bowed solemnly, genuinely. After a spiritual baptism, Wu Shangping and Wei Qingshan also gained great benefits. As for Wei Lingzhu, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the girl, gently speaking. Wei Lingzhu spoke with excitement. In an incredulous tone, she closed her eyes, then reopened them. Zhang Fuxing saw the surrounding scenery change. It was the 72 snow mountains, a grand great sun hanging high above. Illusory, divine realm. Contemplation technique, minor perfection. He suddenly fell silent, a complex mix of emotions swelling in his heart, just like when Hong Tianbao initially saw him. Chapter 254, 193. A Millennium of Enlightenment. Guidance from the Taoist Palace. April 6th. Chapter 254. Chapter 193. A Millennium of Enlightenment. Guidance from the Taoist Palace. 4 out of 6, it's... Zhang Fuxing sighed softly. In this world, there truly are people who never regress. He felt a mix of emotions. How long did it take for him to achieve minor perfection back then? Several days. This girl merely listened to him discussing a technique, was briefly and forcibly elevated by him to the stage of minor perfection, and then she truly achieved minor perfection. However, this was the limit of what he could do. Otherwise, if he could temporarily bestow her with the spirit realm of perfection, wouldn't she truly attain the true divine realm instantly? He sighed, extending his hand to support them virtually. The three of them felt an inexplicable great power, forcibly steadying them. Wei Qingshan swallowed his saliva, glanced at the lush spring scenery, feeling a little lost. This kind of capability had already exceeded his imagination. Zhang Fuxing looked at Wei Lingzhu, who was still jubilant and excited, with a complex expression, and said calmly. Wei Lingzhu spoke confusedly. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. He looked at Wu Shangping with a smile. Wu Shangping felt his skin tingle, hurriedly bowed in salutation, while the Wei family siblings also bowed their heads. When they raised their heads again, the youth was still standing there, but somehow they felt something seemed to have changed, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. "Let's go back to the camp," said the youth with a plain appearance, speaking once more. 8 Scenery's Palace. Zhang Fuxing sat himself down on the meditation mat, carefully observing the transformations within himself. His position was suddenly elevated elevated and elevated again, until it reached indescribable heights. He murmured softly, a look of puzzlement appearing on his face, still unable to trace from whence came that bizarre sense of perfection. Zhang Fuxing couldn't fathom it after much thought, feeling a bit troubled, and then remembered Wei Lingzhu's terrifying talent, never regressing. He glanced down at the meditation mat and shook his head in denial. Most likely it wouldn't. Position is not one's own cultivation, realm, or power, and he tried to communicate with the contract, attempting to perceive. In other words, even this unregressing characteristic could be separated, then naturally her other cultivation, spirit realm, and so forth, can similarly be separated. It's not truly and eternally verified. Zhang Fuxing did not plan to buy this characteristic from Wei Lingzhu. It wouldn't be of much use to him. He progressed too fast for regression to even be a concern. Even if the power of never regressing could indeed stabilize the terrifying position given by the meditation mat upon himself, Zhang Fuxing would not do it. The reason was simple. Running around the mortal world with an indescribably high, baffling position, wouldn't that be courting death quickly? After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Fuxing had a thought and extracted a millennium of technique cultivation years from the contract. 1,000 years of practice had already merged with himself at this moment. In the first year, I continued practicing the Tai chapter, seemingly deepening my understanding of this technique a bit more. In the second year, I began contemplating the essence of Tai. Just as Zhang Fuxing had anticipated, the difficulty of advancing the Tai chapter from entry level to minor achievement escalated explosively. That was expected. Which of those mythical immortals hadn't had a nap or a session of practice stretching for several hundred or thousand years? The marvels of immortal techniques are not that easy to cultivate. Not to mention primordial scripture. In the 100th year, inspiration gushed like a spring, as if grasping some essence of Tai. Tai, when all things are void, when nothing exists, is a time earlier than the very beginning, where time holds no meaning. Yet when all is void, cause and effect cease to exist too. Even should they arise, they immediately descend into chaos. In the 101st year, I made slight further progress. Time flowed like water for 100 years, 500 years, 600 years. Zhang Fuxing immersed himself in a marvel of techniques, unable to extricate himself. Though what had merged was not his spiritual past, his divine realm had not thus elapsed for several hundred years. But his understanding of Tai grew deeper, his insight into void broadened, and his divine realm, as a reflection of his spirit, quietly underwent change. The divine realm started subtly showing the tendency to develop a domain of void. Even if this tendency was faint, it was tangible. In the 821st year, I sensed a bottleneck, a barrier. Another step forward would push the Tai chapter to minor achievement, mastering the hand imbued with cause and effect. Thus, year by year, I was immersed in the way of Tai. I began contemplating the connection between the innate 5 Tais, Tai, when all is void, Tai Chu, when the innate 1 Qi is born, Tai Shi, the beginning of everything material, when form begins without taking shape. In the 998th year, I felt that I was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through the barrier, pushing open the grand door. 1,000 years became part of past memories in his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Zhang Fuxing opened his weary eyes. Deep within them seemingly lay a realm of absolute void, an abyssal sea of silence. Yet it was transient. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head in frustration, just a tiny bit short. This feeling, it was so unbearable he almost went mad. He murmured to himself, sighing deeply, Tai, oh Tai. Zhang Fuxing suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing a vague feeling of being watched. It wasn't that he was being watched, nor was it focused on the 8 Sceneries Palace, but the feeling of being watched was undeniably real. With a thought, the grand door of the 8 Sceneries Palace swung open with a roar, and a gaze of immeasurable lofty insight followed that feeling of being watched, yet saw nothing at all. How strange. The feeling of being watched vanished completely. Zhang Fuxing didn't dwell on it, continuing to try to comprehend that final barrier, but to no avail, attempting to trace back the illusion of perfection after accepting Wei Ling Zhu as a disciple, still to no avail. He paced over to the gate of the past, leaned closer, and stared quietly. As thoughts turned, the deep and dark scenes within the gate of the past were painted with colorful hues, reflecting the past in the mountains and forests not long ago. From a unique high-dimensional perspective, Zhang Fuxing carefully observed Wei Lingzhu. The young girl was not as otherworldly beautiful as Chun Wanyu, but she was very clean, giving people a particularly comfortable feeling. At this moment, Wei Lingzhu's skin, flesh, and organs unfolded before his eyes, every detail laid bare. Still, he didn't trace the source of the feeling of perfection. If I must say, Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, the high-dimensional perspective showing Wei Lingzhu as somewhat blurry, as if there was some illusion, somewhat unreal. It was as if she did not belong to here. But what exactly does here refer to? Zhang Fuxing had no clue, but at least it proved there was indeed something unusual about Wei Lingzhu, whether it was good or bad. Unknown. He returned to the meditation mat, sat quietly, and sensed. The feeling of perfection remained. Either the thing causing the feeling of perfection was above the meditation mat, but that was clearly impossible. Then only one possibility remains. Also considers that I should take her as a disciple. But what's the reason? Zhang Fuxing tapped the soft meditation mat, and in that instant suddenly felt a burst of impulse, turning to look at the white jade wall. Looking at the endlessly flowing Taiyin, primordial qi. This impulse must have a reason, a kind of guidance from the meditation mat, the Taoist palace, or perhaps the infinitely high position to himself. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the Taiyin primordial qi and, with another sudden impulse, closed his eyes, rose following that mysterious guidance, walked forward, pushed open the Taoist palace doors, entered the divine realm, and continued walking. Opening his eyes, he looked around. He was in the other shore flower cluster. Zhang Fuxing was shocked, gently picked a other shore flower and rubbed it into the other shore bone, pondering why the impulse from his infinitely high position pointed here. What could this have to do with Wei Lingzhu? In confusion, he saw the soil on the ground trembling slightly, and words emerged. It was that mysterious ancient saint trapped in the unreachable Nine Netherworld, trapped in the Yellow Springs River. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Could it be related to the ancient saint? Just as the thought arose, he decided to sit down, using the power of touching the void with his flesh and blood divine body. Wrote 2 lines on the ground. Yes, I'm here. He briefly recounted the feeling of perfection born in his heart after accepting a disciple. A moment later, a line of words appeared on the soil. Do you know Buddha? The Buddhist sect values destiny, and you and your disciple are bound by destiny. There's a great destiny between you and your disciple. Destiny? But why would destiny arise out of nowhere? Zhang Fuxing was still puzzled, thought for a moment, and asked the ancient saint why such destiny appeared. The ancient saint quickly responded. Perhaps because there was an involvement in the past, or perhaps in the future. There's destined to be an involvement. Past? Future? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, still confused. The future is vague, let alone for now. Then the past? Could it refer to the previous life? This seemed even more outlandish. He chose not to think further for the time being, sighed, and posed a new question. Speaking of which, why is Nine Netherworld unreachable? After a long silence, the ancient saint gave an answer. I don't know either. It seems that Nine Netherworld was thrown to a puzzling place. I still don't know exactly where, but I can enter. I was forced, exiled into it. Zhang Fuxing nodded quietly. Because of having the qualification to sit at the supreme saint celestial position, he was excluded, exiled. He tooted with wonder, and finally asked. The ancient saint quickly replied, My surname is Wei. You can call me Saint Wei. I need to build a good relationship with you, so that one day you might hold a sacrificial ceremony for me and rescue me. This ancient saint made a straightforward pitch, which left Zhang Fuxing feeling a bit bewildered, yet quite sincere. Except, His gaze locked onto the first line of words. Way. Quite a coincidence. But is it really a coincidence? How could the impulse from his infinitely high position be without a basis? Zhang Fuxing fell silent for a moment, then wrote again. This time, the ancient saint did not respond. Chapter 255, 194. When my true self is revealed, you get upset again, 5/6. Chapter 255, Chapter 194. When my true self is revealed, you get upset again, May 6th, waiting. No one knows how much time has passed. The river gently murmurs. Yet still there is no response from the ancient saint. Zhang Fuxing couldn't resist using his finger to write on the ground again. For a long time, the soil slightly wriggled, and new characters emerged. I am here. I don't really want to answer that question. You should ask me about divine techniques. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, thought for a while, and wrote down some words. Zhang Boyang, he naturally couldn't give out his real name. Who knows if there are some bizarre methods that could use it for spells. This time, there was another long silence. In the sky, the radiance of the six-ding divine fire quietly flowed, and the flawless souls in suspension crawled before the reaching heaven's divine statue. The soil wriggled. That is not your name, angry? Who are you really? Zhang Fuxing was bewildered. 3 question marks popped up on his forehead, and he wrote down. The ancient saint quickly asked again. All right, it's not. I just made up a name. Zhang Fuxing looked at the newly appearing line of text, raised an eyebrow. Things were getting more bizarre. This ancient saint definitely knew Wei Lingzhu, knew his disciple. But this was absurd. One is an ancient saint trapped in the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs, and that 9 Netherworld is placed in an inconceivable place. The other is Wei Lingzhu, who has low cultivation and survives by smuggling. These two people don't seem like they can be connected. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a while, finally writing down. You know Wei Lingzhu? I also know a Wei Lingzhu, but it shouldn't be the same person. He waited quietly. But this time, the ancient saint never answered again. Zhang Fuxing stood up, sighed softly. No answer. That's already an answer. The one it knows is precisely his great disciple. Zhang Fuxing mumbled in a low voice, his face showing confusion, and sighed softly. The convoy slowly arrived at the camp. As the group of 4 walked back to the small building, many pairs of eyes were staring firmly at them. Another small building. The old boatman clenched his fist, standing by the window, gazing at the small building of the old fisherman in the distance. His eyes also turned to those Western believers who just returned. Beside him, someone asked softly. The old boatman spoke coldly. Everyone was silent. For a long time, the old boatman methodically arranged. While speaking, he glanced sideways and asked. The old boatman grinned. In the distant sky, the golden ancient war chariot sped through the dark sky, radiating brilliant light, like a moving, dazzling sun, illuminating the dim earth as if it were daytime. An old woman sat on the war chariot, holding the nail-head 7 Arrows book, quietly listening to Wang Chonghuan's report. She spoke coldly. Wang Chonghuan's expression froze. He didn't mention anything related to the Book of Life and Death. This is the secret of the Chui family, and even the legendary Qinghe Chui family. Although many prominent figures might know about it, it is a surface secret, but at least he cannot spread information about the Book of Life and Death. Thinking of this, Wang Chonghuan nodded frankly. The old woman squinted, gazing at Wang Chonghuan, and snorted coldly. Her face softened, sighing softly. Wang Chonghuan's face showed a bitter smile. The old woman interrupted, looking at Wang Chonghuan with some sympathy. Wang Chonghuan's lips trembled, wanting to say something but ultimately only sighed. He turned and said. Wang Chonghuan's face showed a resolute expression. He closed his eyes, said calmly. The old woman's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. How could someone be so proud of being a dog? She laughed. Is that so? But I doubt it. With ambition worn away to nothing, you still want to prove you're innate. Realm? Wang Chonghuan did not answer, only stiffened his neck. During the conversation between the 2 grandmasters, the old woman suddenly uttered a soft as a compass appeared in her hand. with a trace of blood at its center. At this moment, the needle was constantly quivering, and after a while, the constantly rotating needle finally settled, pointing to the south. The expressions of the old woman and Wang Chonghuan simultaneously tightened. This was the tracking compass, smeared with a trace of Zhang Fuxing's blood. Now, with the compass's movement and stopping, it represented that Zhang Fuxing's presence had emerged. He was to the south. The old woman was indifferent. "You mean Shui Wenda?" After a pause, the old woman's voice became solemn. With her words, the golden ancient war chariot emitted a thunder-like rumbling sound, roaring through the celestial vault, charging toward the extreme south. From afar, it looked like a cruising golden sun in the sky, suddenly descending towards the southern sky. Meanwhile, in the Twin Cities, 10 grandmasters ascended step by step, each behind their heads bursting with furnace fire, their physical forms glowing resplendently like blazing suns. 10 blazing suns chased after that golden sun, all heading south. The hunt begins, the hunt. The small building. The old fisherman took puffs from his pipe and finally extinguished it. He donned a wolf head cloak, stood up, and walked to the window. The old fisherman spoke in a deep voice. Outside the building, the sect grandmaster, who never intervened and always ignored the conflicts between different factions, had already arrived quietly beneath the building with the old boatman and others. The soft voice reverberated, and the old fisherman took a deep breath and descended from the small building, his expression grim. He was a top-tier martial arts master, with all 5 viscera unlocked, and each had broken the 3rd shackles. Yet, ultimately, he was just a martial arts master. Even though just one step away from Grandmaster, that step was a vast chasm akin to heaven and earth. The Grandmaster's light voice drifted through the air. The old fisherman nearly laughed from anger. Hiding who? Zhang Fuxing? He paused, then dryly laughed. My lord, where do I have the ability to hide such a significant figure? Even if I had truly hidden, he left the rest unsaid. Had he truly hidden him, would they dare to investigate? The Grandmaster slightly lifted his eyelids. A subtle yet overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the area. Everyone found breathing difficult, as if their chests bore a heavy stone. The old fisherman bowed. The Grandmaster spoke calmly. What if, while speaking, he extended his hand and gently patted the old fisherman's shoulder? The latter felt as if struck by lightning, his breath disrupted, suffering an internal injury instantly. The old fisherman, both shocked and indignant, instantly realized that this sect grandmaster was determined to break the balance. Today's crisis, I'm afraid, cannot be passed. The sect grandmaster spoke with casual ease, taking a step back to watch the entire scene unfold. He knew well enough that the search would reveal nothing, but did not matter. The boatman had offered promised too much. Previously, concerned with the old fisherman's relationships with some sect directors, he might have maintained restraint, but now, the sect grandmaster raised his head, glancing at the gloomy sky. Now, in these times, while that balance is disrupted, who even pays heed to this or that? The old boatman stepped forward, presenting the treasure mirror, holding this divine mirror in his hand, with a beaming smile. He turned the mirror lightly on the fisherman. On the mirror, the blurred visage of the latter appeared, gradually coming into sharp focus, and with every degree of clarity, the fisherman's face turned a shade paler. This treasure mirror, a replica of a supreme treasure, also bearing the aura of a supreme treasure, possessed mystical powers alike, capable of penetrating most disguises, revealing true appearances, even discerning true names. Yet, those scrutinized often suffered, as if enduring severe torture. This, indeed, was the old boatman's scheme. Everyone, suffering injuries, would disrupt the balance, making them easy prey to eliminate once weakened. Soon, the fisherman's entire form appeared on the treasure mirror, including his true name, Changhong. The old fisherman was in terrible shape, involuntarily coughing up a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly declining, his lips trembling with a sense of despair. This ordeal was indefeasible indeed. The treasure mirror reflected upon the old fisherman's trusted men, progressively revealing their true appearances and true names. But likewise, each coughed blood, gravely wounded. With the sect grandmaster present, no one dared to resist, all being scrutinized one by the boatman with the treasure mirror, each then coughing up a mouthful of blood. Next, the old boatman extended his hand, casually pointing at one of 4 people standing in the corner. The chosen one was the earnest-looking young man among them. The corners of Wei Lingzhu's and his 2 companions' mouths twitched. The earnest young man stepped forward, curiously examining the treasure mirror, pondered for a moment, and spoke bashfully. "How about?" he said softly. The camp descended into slight silence. The old boatman chuckled hesitantly. As soon as he spoke, he adjusted the treasure mirror, directly aiming it at the earnest young man. Suddenly, black smoke emerged from the young man's body. The next second, the treasure mirror abruptly cracked, shattered. The true appearance could not be fully captured, but the true name still emerged. The true name was Zhang Fuxing. The young man sighed softly. Chapter 256, 195, The Hunt. Bridge of Helplessness appears. Chapter 256, Chapter 195, The Hunt. Bridge of Helplessness appears. The young man's light voice echoed in the camp, amidst a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, blankly staring at the cracked treasure mirror on the ground. The broken mirror surface faintly reflected a face, still not entirely clear, but the true name was already visible on it. The divine sect's grandmaster quietly wiped his eyes and looked again. Yes, it was indeed the 3 big characters, Zhang Fuxing. Some cultists quietly moved their feet outward, while the old fisherman stared blankly at the mirror. And the old boatman, standing in front of the young man, he was frozen in place, sweat dripping like beans, his smile stiffened, not daring to move a muscle. In the silence and stillness, the divine sect's grandmaster moved. He silently stepped forward and stomped the mirror into pieces, then acted nonchalantly, laughing. Zhang Fuxing reached out a hand, smiling, and placed it on his shoulder. Sweat dripped from the divine sect grandmaster's forehead. 1 second, 2 seconds. He suddenly erupted, for furnace fires blossomed from the back of his head. Surprisingly, he was a supreme grandmaster. In a sense, except for the spirit realm, he and the old woman were on the same level. But just that 1 or 2 realms of spirit difference was already so vast it couldn't be bridged. The divine sect grandmaster's vision dimmed abruptly, and when it cleared again, he was already on a deathly silent, decayed bridge. He wanted to speak, but couldn't open his mouth. He saw the river slapping the bridge, splashes landing on him, dissolving his flesh. The 4 furnace fires all extinguished together on the bridge of helplessness. He died in the divine realm, and the injuries mirrored back to reality. In the camp, under everyone's gaze, the supreme grandmaster level divine sect grandmaster suddenly stiffened, his face fixed in a ferocious expression of eruption, and the next moment the divine sect grandmaster actually began melting. The 4 furnace fires behind him extinguished one after another. He melted into a puddle of mud. The old boatman roared, turned his head wanting to escape, his whole body already drenched in sweat. He was still in shock at the moment. This was Zhang Fuxing. This was truly Zhang Fuxing. To hell with you, old fisherman. You really did hide Zhang Fuxing. He fled, desperately ran forward, using all means. But the moment he rushed out of the camp, his heart sensed something, and he suddenly looked up. Up in the sky, floating was a sea of thunder without knowing when it appeared. Lightning appeared, gradually expanding, until it filled all his vision. It said, when one is about to die, the perception of time becomes very slow, so slow that even 1 second feels like many years in perception. Previously, it was considered nonsense. But now, the old boatman truly experienced it. The lightning slowly descended, bits and pieces of his past flashed rapidly in his mind. Memories flowed, as if he lived through his life once more from childhood to adulthood again. The The consciousness finally froze on the face of the old fisherman. Bastard! You really did hide Zhang Fuxing. The lightning descended. Carbonized ash scattered in the wind. One person, then another. The rolling thunder continued without end, until everyone brought by the old boatman turned into carbonized ash. The camp fell into complete silence. The cultists from various sects were sweating all over, not daring to move, staring blankly at that simple young man. They watched as the young man's appearance gradually changed, seeming to grow much younger, his demeanor becoming divine. Zhang Fuxing's original appearance. Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua exchanged a glance, suppressing the urge to call out, and quietly watched the change. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, gazing at the distant horizon, seemingly able to see a series of great suns rushing towards him. Very well, let's conclude this today. He glanced aside and instructed. All eyes fell on the girl. Wei Lingzhu gulped and nodded gently. They saw that man who effortlessly cut down a grandmaster, taking a step into the sky, and in another step, descending towards a manor 10 miles away. The camp was first deathly silent, and then suddenly erupted in a frenzy. The old fisherman panted heavily, staring at Wei Lingzhu. Wei Lingzhu timidly nodded. The old fisherman's mouth twitched. He seemed a bit lost, mumbling aloud. This is also good. This is also good. 3 question marks appeared on Wei Lingzhu's forehead. Huh, senior uncle? She was somewhat befuddled, not really understanding, subconsciously looking towards the cultists in the camp, only to find that the people she usually had to look up to were now quietly watching her. All with a sense of fear. Is it because of Master? Wei Lingzhu quietly thought. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, the manor. Before entering the manor, Zhang Fuxing's figure indistinctly blurred for a moment. Then he strode inside. Cui Wenda, who was sitting cross-legged cultivating, frowned and opened his eyes. The distant thunder he also had seen, but didn't care too much. It was just some ordinary thunder, at most able to kill a martial arts master. The Pantheon cultists guarding the place looked over. One walked forward to try to stop, but before stepping forward, suddenly turned stiffly in place. Body rapidly turning into stone, all life ceased. The remaining Pantheon cultists' expressions changed drastically, but it was too late to react. Their vision blurred, falling into Zhang Fuxing's divine realm. Then in the divine realm, in Zhang Fuxing's imagination, they turned into stones, indeed becoming stones. The divine realm mirrored back to reality. Each cultist silently petrified, becoming lifelike statues. Zhang Fuxing walked in front of Cui Wenda, studying this Cui family noble with great interest. He asked. Cui Wenda sat cross-legged, his expression unchanged, calmly opening his mouth. He glared at the newcomer, coldly opening his mouth. Zhang Fuxing laughed, feeling surprised in his heart. Where does your confidence come from? Cui Wenda smiled, but did not answer. He hadn't finished speaking when he heard the young man interrupt. Cui Wenda's smile froze on his face. He raised his head abruptly, staring intently at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue. It seems it is indeed the book of life and death. Interesting. Are you the so-called book holder? He walked around Cui Wenda 3 times, clicking his tongue in wonder. To hold the book of life and death, does it require some special qualities? Cui Wenda's forehead was dripping with sweat, his lips slightly trembling, staring hard at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing's smile faded, suddenly glancing sideways. The next second, the entire manor collapsed in the blink of an eye. Above the celestial vault, a golden ancient war chariot roared in, followed by 10 brilliant shining suns. It appeared on the horizon and instantly arrived. In the distant camp, chaos erupted. Everyone was fleeing, realizing that there would be a world-shocking battle. It was not safe to stay here, but where to escape? Someone remembered that terrifying scene of the day, mountains collapsing, the celestial vault swaying, a Dharma aspect reaching the sky and earth. Trying to escape now. There was simply no time to flee beyond a range of impact. Yet someone loudly refuted. No, the passage to the land of exotic treasures hasn't opened yet. The people suddenly realized something and looked toward that insurmountable river. On the river's surface, at some point, a vortex had appeared. This was the leak. This was the smuggling route. Someone discerned carefully, joyfully exclaiming, "This is the passage to the land of exotic treasures." They swarmed towards it, but then their steps faltered. Something was wrong. The situation seemed off. The vortex, why is it still expanding? Under a series of horrifying gazes, illuminated by the great suns 10 miles away on the celestial vault, the vortex in the insurmountable river had already expanded to an unimaginable extent, reaching the riverbank. More astonishing events occurred. The riverbank collapsed into the vortex. The vortex continued to expand, even beyond the insurmountable river, engulfing the land, then the camp, then the mountains. It seemed like this passage, this vortex, or rather, as if the land of exotic treasures, this mysterious place with the south celestial gate and exotic soil everywhere, was slowly, gradually devouring here. Devouring this bubble, this little world. People wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The speed at which the vortex expanded was far too fast. People were swept into it. This scene was not perceived 10 miles away. Above the celestial vault, the old woman sat on the golden ancient war chariot, a line of grandmasters standing behind her. The old woman stroked the nailhead 7 Arrows book, speaking coldly. "Where are you planning to escape this time?" "Zhang Fuxing?" Chui Wenda glanced at this young man. Feeling the name sounded somewhat familiar, not just from hearing cultists mention it. It seemed his aunt also mentioned it not long ago. Zhang Fuxing stood beside Chui Wenda, grinning. The old woman remained calm, did not answer, simply shook her head. She sighed softly and then spoke. Zhang Fuxing was locked on by terrifying auras, yet his expression did not change. "Kill me?" The old woman smiled, standing up from the golden ancient war chariot. This time, the old woman used all her strength, daring not to be careless, like a lion fighting a rabbit. She stomped on the ancient war chariot, which roared, transferring the power of heaven and earth, the earth tearing apart and rising into the air in large pieces, those shattered rock layers behind her, merging with the power of heaven and earth, further supported by the Dharma aspect. A Dharma aspect 3,000 meters tall, draped in rock layers, emerged. The Dharma aspect bowed its head, the wind and clouds shifting. "Return," the old woman sighed softly, holding the supreme treasure in her hands. But then she heard Zhang Fuxing ask, "Is that?" The old woman was stunned for a moment. She stroked the supreme treasure with her palm, the Dharma aspect glaring, borrowing the force of the supreme treasure. The killing aura of the Dharma aspect erupted. After being soaked by the nailhead 7 Arrows book, it rained down like arrows. Standing next to Chui Wenda, Zhang Fuxing felt an irresistible, terrifying force descending. He was pierced by the killing aura, shattered. All vitality simultaneously dissipated, the furnace fire of his flesh behind his head and the blood furnace fire extinguished with it. His body began to collapse, beginning an irrevocable death. He died, or rather it died. The flesh dissipated, revealing, however, a grim skeleton at the level of a grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing was never here. On the golden ancient war chariot, the old woman was first stunned, then her scalp tingled, suddenly looking around. The world was silent. She was standing on a decaying bridge, the nailhead 7 Arrows book in her hands. She didn't know when it disappeared. Chapter 257, 196, Slaughtering All the Great Sects, Lifespan Erased. Chapter 257, Chapter 196, Slaughtering All the Great Sects, Lifespan Erased. The appearance of the bridge was not within the vast divine realm. Zhang Fuxing did not have the ability to bring someone of equal rank in the 1,000-year refining spirit into his own spirit divine realm. The decayed, lifeless, and withered large bridge manifested directly between heaven and earth. Although the bridge seemed not large, it bizarrely encompassed the old crone and the 11 grandmasters of the current era. even including 12 dazzling kilometer Dharma aspects. Chui Winda dumbly lifted his head, staring at the strange spectacle in the sky. This scene was truly bizarre. Each dazzling Dharma aspect was far larger than the eerie ancient bridge, but at the same time was situated upon the ancient bridge. This contradiction and conflict made him feel nauseous, slightly dry heaving. The carefree expression on his face disappeared for the first time. "Hey," Chui Winda murmured, his face showing threads of excitement. As a special one qualified to command that book, he had already established a slight connection with the ancient book, but at this moment, staring at the ancient bridge, following the small connection, he felt a sense of being manipulated. This indicated that the ancient bridge had a certain connection with the supreme treasure of the Qinghe Chui family. Chui Winda's eyes were bright, savoring the name Zhang Fuxing, his eyes half closed. At the same time, the old crone stood on the ancient bridge and roared angrily, desperately sensing the vanished nail-head 7 Arrows book. She knew it was still in her hand. She knew she was still standing on the golden ancient war chariot. But once on the bridge of helplessness, the ethereal fog in front of her, flashing past the illusory scenes of 3 past lives, she could see nothing. The nailhead 7 Arrows book was not something she could activate. She could only borrow its power, but at this moment, she dared not move or look back. The old crone couldn't find where Zhang Fuxing was. Even with countless methods and killing moves, they had no place to be deployed. The ancient war chariot roared. The faint golden light had just risen, yet it was enveloped by the ethereal mist on the bridge of helplessness. One was a grand Dharma artifact made to mimic a certain supreme treasure. The other was a genuine supreme treasure. The two were entirely incomparable. A warning sign suddenly appeared in her heart. The old crone abruptly raised her head, shocked to see a dazzling fist imprint had already fallen on her. Her head caved inwards, spraying a mouthful of blood imbued with treasure light. Roaring once more, a soft laugh permeated through the vast fog, echoing in the ears of the 12 grandmasters, including the old crone. Wang Chonghuan roared. The 3 faint furnace fires behind his head suddenly surged. The old crone also followed the direction of the voice, lifting up the unseen, yet truly existent nailhead 7 Arrows book shrouded by the eerie mist, Dharma aspect. Borrow power. Strike. The eerie tattoos on her skin twisted. Communicating with the deity she revered, the Dharma aspect behind her briefly emitted brilliant light, piercing through the mist. The Dharma aspect gathered the power of heaven and earth in its hand, forming a gigantic spear over 100 meters long. The aura of the nailhead 7 Arrows book lingered over it. Then it was forcefully thrown towards the place where the soft laugh sounded. The blazing golden light burst forth. The splendid spear, carrying a trace of tragic aura, pierced through a mountain peak, continuing forward, embedding into the earth. After a brief silence, the mountain that was pierced began to shatter like a mirror smashed on the ground. Starting from the hole pierced halfway up the mountain, the land where the splendid spear plunged also tore upward abruptly, as if a super bomb was detonated underground. A massive amount of shattered rocks surged into the sky, then fell like meteors wrapped in blazing white flame towards the distant earth. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly. After invoking the power of heaven and earth, any slaughter technique was greatly enhanced, its power terrifyingly strong. The 12 grandmasters on the bridge of helplessness heard the voice coming from behind them. That young man was always standing at the head of the bridge, standing behind them. But they couldn't turn back. A grandmaster roared, employing slaughter techniques, striking backwards without turning. As did the other grandmasters, the dazzling slaughter techniques entangled into a river of light, going against the mist, yet missing again, evaporating a piece of land. A calm voice resounded in everyone's ears. The next second, it was hundreds and thousands of dazzling fist imprints, carrying the thick and vigorous vitality capable of toppling mountains, striking towards each grandmaster. There was simply no avoiding it, and no intercepting it. Before the fist was out, it had already landed, For grandmasters who had only ignited 2 furnace fires were blasted on the spot. Under the oppression of the eerie ancient bridge, the furnace fires extinguished instantly, too late for blood rebirth. The rest weren't doing well either, covered in wounds, especially the old crone, who was given special attention. Every dazzling fist imprint smashing in her back, forcing her to take 2 involuntary steps forward, closer to the end of the ancient bridge. A sense of great terror arose in the old crone's heart. She didn't know what would happen if she stepped off the ancient bridge, but it certainly wouldn't be anything good. The old crone cried out in shock and anger, her roar like thunder, her 4 furnace fires burning to the extreme, the tattoos on her body twisting violently, communicating with the deity. She was briefly turning young, reversing from an aged and faded old woman to her youthful appearance, her skin like jade, her long hair reaching her waist, looking like an unrivaled beauty. She sensed it. A sharp glint flickered in the unrivaled beauty's eyes, capturing Zhang Fuxing's presence in a brief moment. Her slender hand, tattooed all over, flowing, converged to her palm, pressed downwards, clearly pressing down. Yet the jade-like palm bizarrely displaced space, appearing above Zhang Fuxing's head, crushing down. Also crushing down was the giant palm of a 3-kilometer Dharma aspect. Locked on? Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged. If it were 10 days ago, being locked in space by this strike, he would have nowhere to run, doomed to be obliterated, but now was not 10 days ago. He spoke calmly, closing his eyes, flesh peeled off, converging behind him into a large tomb of flesh and blood, from which a bone coffin opened. Dharma aspect soared up. 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing, celestial venerate Dharma aspect. The jade hand and giant palm of the Dharma aspect crushing down, suddenly decayed and vanished. The unrivaled beauty couldn't see what happened, but an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She shouted, then raised the nail-head 7 arrows book high again. The next moment, the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate Dharma aspect opened its eyes. The flowing wind and clouds suddenly stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. The Dharma aspect formed from the unity of essence, chi, and spirit. The 3 furnace fires burned fiercely. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly. The sin-extinguishing celestial venerate Dharma aspect raised both palms horizontally, gently pushed, without any hindrance. That peerless beauty was forcibly pushed forward, and in a daze, she stood at the edge of the ancient bridge, staggered, and fell out. The bridge of helplessness, where the living pass, lamenting helplessly for lifetimes, entering the path of reincarnation in a day. What is? The peerless beauty walked out of the bridge of helplessness and was able to turn back. She blankly stared at the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerates Dharma aspect rising from the ground, unsure if she was asking the bridge or the Dharma aspect. She began to die. In an unstoppable way, she withered forcibly, flesh peeled off, the soul peeled off, turning from a peerless beauty into a pink skeleton. Facing the remaining 8 grandmasters, she sighed softly. The pink skeleton stood in place, motionless. The 8 grandmasters felt a chill in their hearts. Dead, half a foot into the innate realm. Nearly regarded as an innate, the old woman who communicated with the deities and reversed her age just died like that. A great chill rose, and then they all looked up fearfully. Unbeknownst to them, the Dharma aspect of the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate was already standing behind them, bowing its head, gazing at them. 8 pairs of eyes met the gaze of the Dharma aspect of the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing's figure disappeared from the bridge of helplessness and reappeared beside Shui Wenda. The latter glanced at the ancient bridge in the distance. Caught in stagnation, his eyelid twitched, his smile like the spring breeze. Zhang Fuxing glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the bridge of helplessness, watching the 8 grandmasters who were facing the Dharma aspect of the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. He spoke calmly. As his words fell, on the ancient bridge, one by one, the furnace fires went out, and each grandmaster stood in place. Their life force began to fade, dissipating until it vanished into silence. All on the level of 3 furnace fires, and suppressed by the bridge of helplessness, borrowing the power of the Dharma aspect of the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. He could even decide life and death with one word. The 8 grandmasters turned to ash, dust to dust, earth to earth. The ancient bridge disappeared, vanishing into who knows where. The golden ancient war chariot fell beside Zhang Fuxing, and the nailhead 7 arrows book flew into his hand. Carefully examining this thin book of 21 pages, examining the blood-stained strawman on the cover, he casually said. As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing looked towards the distant earth. Large expanses of earth were being swallowed by a vortex, not just the earth. He saw that even the sky was collapsing towards the vortex under an unknown pull. It was the so-called place of the exotic treasure. More precisely, it was where the celestial human of the Celestial Principles sect was hiding and healing, devouring this small realm. Chui Wenda turned his gaze to this young man named Zhang Fuxing, calmly saying. Chui Wenda responded with an "oh," shaking his head, saying, "But you shouldn't have let me know your name. Book of Life and Death." Behind Chui Wenda, 3 furnace fires floated as well. He was a grandmaster with 3 furnace fires. And at this moment, the spirit furnace fire quietly extinguished. Zhang Fuxing looked at his wrinkled hands. This old man turned his gaze, staring at Chui Wenda, surprisingly asking, "You can actually write in the Book of Life and Death out of thin air?" Chui Wenda clasped his hands behind his back, indifferently watching this man whose lifespan had ended, rapidly aging and dying. He said calmly, "Can the Book of Life and Death be altered 3 times?" Zhang Fuxing coughed as he thought, growing ever older. After a while, Chui Wenda looked compassionately at Zhang Fuxing. "You were only 18? He sighed softly. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing was already frail, hunched over, his clothes filthy, hair crown withered, sweat dripping under his armpits, body smelling foul. This is the celestial aspect of those whose cultivation has matured but whose life has ended, also known as the form of the 5 declines of celestial humans. Once reached this point, there is no salvation. Life has ended." Zhang Fuxing managed to smile. Facing the first person he had drawn the lifespan of and killed, Chui Wenda showed great patience. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. No wonder Du Mingsheng could never break into the innate realm after adding 1,000,000 years to his life. His spirit had been stripped away, cutting off the possibility of advancement, let alone forming the position of 1,000-year refining spirit. Zhang Fuxing finally asked. Chui Wenda calmly replied. He reached out and gently patted the old, immobile Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing managed another smile. Then his hunched back straightened, wrinkles smoothed out, and in Chui Wenda's frozen, rigid gaze, he returned from an old, withered man to a spirited youth. Chapter 258, 197, Earth Deity Technique, 300 Years in the Underworld. Chapter 258, Chapter 197, Earth Deity Technique, 300 Years in the Underworld. The chill exploded from the tailbone. In an instant, it surged throughout the entire body. Chui Wenda stared intently at Zhang Fuxing, who had transformed from an old man to a youth, his face finally showing signs of emotion. He murmured, connecting through the bloodline to the distant book of life and death, vaguely glimpsing the divine book worshipped in the ancestral shrine. The divine book was opened, with Zhang Fuxing's name on it. Age 18. Remaining life, 10 years. But he had just erased this guy's 300 years of life. This 10-year remaining life. Where did it come from? Chui Wenda's hair stood on end, one by one. Go. He grunted, modifying the book of life and death a second time, erasing the 10-year remaining life at the cost of sealing his own energy. Zhang Fuxing once again presented the appearance of the 5 declines of a celestial human, his life exhausted at this moment, and he began to age at an incredible speed. Then, He calmly took another 10 years of life from the contract. Not much, just 10 years was enough. The appearance of the 5 declines of celestial human was completely dispelled. He looked at the pale-faced Chui Winda with a cheerful smile, asking calmly, "Still?" After a pause, Zhang Fuxing spoke earnestly, "I'm not teasing you. Experiencing the great terror of life ending twice was quite beneficial for me." Chui Winda took a step back, almost spilling over with terror on his face. He exclaimed, pupils dilating, his expression extremely unpleasant, instinctively wanting to erase that 10 years of life once more, but stopped himself. "It's useless." Licking his lips, Chui Winda stared intensely at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, carefully recalling the feeling of life reaching zero, reaching the end, and beginning uncontrollable aging and death. Very peculiar. And not just that. He found that after experiencing 2 ends of life, it seemed the barrier that was impossible to break through or push open had loosened. The barrier between the entry-level and minor achievement of the Tai chapter. Why was that? Was it because of experiencing life and death? No, it wasn't. Zhang Fuxing gently exhaled the decayed and turbid air, glancing at the heavens collapsing into a massive vortex, grabbed Chui Winda, and stepped onto the golden ancient war chariot. The chariot ascended as if turning into a blazing sun, rushing toward the other end of this bubble heaven and earth. They soon arrived at the land of the far north. Judging by speed, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours for this place to be swallowed by the exotic treasure land. Zhang Fuxing looked expectantly at Chui Winda, rubbing his hands. Chui Winda's eyelids twitched violently, standing on the golden ancient war chariot, staring at Zhang Fuxing without a word. Zhang Fuxing felt regretful. He was puzzled as to why the bottleneck of the Tai chapter would loosen when his lifespan was exhausted and he was falling toward death. A bottleneck that had not been broken for 1,000 years. Standing on the golden ancient war chariot, standing above the blazing sun, Zhang Fuxing turned and gazed far into the distance. There, at the horizon's end, the sky could be seen curving and rolling downward. North and south cities, an entire Twin Cities little world, all were inevitably sliding toward the so-called exotic treasure land. Ignoring the stiff Chui Winda, Zhang Fuxing tapped his fingers in the air, playing a particular rhythm, constructing a spiritual altar within his mind. Successfully contacted Miss Mingyu, far in the starry sky, through prayers. Zhang Fuxing simply described the scene he saw. After a moment of silence, Miss Mingyu's voice sounded in his ear. Her cold and elegant voice carried a tinge of solemnity. Zhang Fuxing was lost in thought and continued questioning, without shying away from the pale-faced Chui Winda. "What should I do now?" She paused. Sitting in the carriage, Miss Mingyu stared at the illusory image emerging from the prayer connection. She turned her gaze to the illusory image of young Master Zhang, speaking softly. Zhang Fuxing curiously asked. Miss Mingyu shook her head. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized, so those trapped in the so-called exotic treasure land should at least survive for more than 2 months. He pondered, others may fall, but it seems like the first disciple he just accepted is also trapped. In the starry sky, inside the carriage. Miss Mingyu was genuinely surprised. After a long silence, she sighed a few times in admiration, then continued. Zhang Fuxing nodded decisively, having made up his mind. A ruptured piece, fallen into reality, a different dimension, or rather, an ancient realm of the previous era. He quietly pondered, and once again, Miss Mingyue's voice sounded in his ear. "That's right, young Master Zhang. You can also place a spiritual imprint in it using a special technique, which might be of great benefit to you in the future." Zhang Fuxing was intrigued, and after a bit of questioning, he suddenly understood. According to Miss Mingyue, the so-called exotic treasure land, a fragment of a real different dimension that has fallen into reality, can be integrated into one's own divine realm. The benefits are significant, the most prominent being that one's divine realm becomes semi-material. In other words, beings can truly enter it, but at least at the level of a celestial human, one can attempt the integration. The prerequisite for integration is to use a special technique to blend the spiritual imprint with that place in advance. Ms. Mingyue's voice rose. She explained in detail. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned slightly serious. Earth deity? He listened intently. Miss Mingyue seemed extremely knowledgeable about the Earth deity technique, which was understandable. Zhen Yuanzi was the ancestor of Earth immortals, and Earth deities naturally fell within the realm of Earth immortals. By the time he fully understood this technique, 2 hours had already passed, and Zhang Fuxing stopped his fingers that kept tapping in the air. The spiritual altar constructed in his mind also dissipated. The connection was severed. His gaze fell on Cui Wenda, whose chest was heaving violently, and he amiably patted Cui Wenda's shoulder. Zhang Fuxing said earnestly. Cui Wenda's face twisted, breathing heavily with malice. He stared at Zhang Fuxing, but then suddenly became calm. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing placed a finger on Cui Wenda's forehead. The spirit furnace fire burned. A thought forcibly penetrated the ancestral acupoint on Cui Wenda's forehead, forcibly leaving his own imprint. In this way, Cui Wenda's life and death were at Zhang Fuxing's whim. But he still felt it was not safe enough. He glanced to the collapsing, contracting towards a gigantic vortex horizon. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment. The spirit furnace fire behind his head burned more fiercely, his hands slightly blurred. Reaching into Cui Wenda's forehead, he actually caught Cui Wenda's soul. Cui Wenda let out a howl of pain. Zhang Fuxing was indifferent, forcibly tearing at Cui Wenda's soul. This was the unique ability brought by igniting the spirit furnace fire. He found Cui Wenda's memories. Although he couldn't observe them in detail, he could erase them. By forcibly erasing recent events or squeezing and shattering that portion of soul memories, a 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate Dharma aspect appeared behind Zhang Fuxing, leaving behind a Dharma aspect imprint within Cui Wenda's soul. The 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, who presides over life and death, rewards good and punishes evil. The condensed Dharma aspect was somewhat related to the true 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, and the 9 netherworlds was originally the final destination for the deceased and souls. His hands withdrew from Cui Wenda's forehead. Zhang Fuxing contentedly withdrew his hands from Cui Wenda's forehead. Smiling, he said, Cui Wenda panted heavily. The words had just fallen. His vision blurred. Silence engulfed him. He looked around and found himself in a mysterious place. In the distance sounded the flow of a river, a glow resembling the destination of the other shore. As for the vicinity, there was a colossal divine statue towering skyward, with phantoms kneeling before it, constantly praying and chanting. In the pious prayers, the imprint deep within the soul spirit trembled. Cui Wenda let out a muffled groan. His spiritual will, which had fallen into Zhang Fuxing's divine realm, was forced to approach the divine statue. He softly mumbled, suspecting it was Zhang Fuxing's divine realm. But where in the world is there such a real divine realm? Cui Wenda lifted his head, able to see flowing clouds and mists covering the sky, and in the distant horizon, layers of purgatory landscapes floated. A flawless soul phantasm turned its head, gazing at him. Cui Wenda shivered with dread, feeling an inexplicable pressure, a piercing pain. Dozens of souls spoke to him. Under intense agony, Cui Wenda arduously prostrated, imitating these flawless true spirits, kowtowing to the colossal divine statue. In kowtowing, he found the pain vanished. Cui Wenda was overjoyed. The extreme, soul-stabbing pain resurfaced. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, then kowtowed, then chanted. Once, twice, and again. Year after year. 50 years later, continuous kowtowing had rendered Cui Wenda completely numb. He began to believe this was the reality. His past 20-plus years as a noble of the Cui family began to feel illusory. Another 50 years, he became devout, believing his 20-some years on Earth were merely a dream illusion. He had been here 100 years. Compared to this century, those 20 years were insignificant. Then the second 100 years, and on to the third 100 years. 300 years, endlessly, unwaveringly. He became an utterly devout believer. Then, at this moment, in the 8 Sceneries Palace, Zhang Fuxing, who had merged the experiences of 300 years of spiritual cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. 300 years of spiritual cultivation, 300 years of spiritual accumulation. In the divine realm, it had also been 300 years. The great celestial venerate's gaze pierced through the gate of the Taoist palace, staring at Shui Wenda, who was utterly devout, prostrate, and praising. He smiled and said, Chapter 259, 198, Anchoring a New Scene, like the great sun touring the heavens. Chapter 259, Chapter 198, Anchoring a New Scene, like the great sun touring the heavens. 8 Sceneries Palace. Upon meditation mat, the celestial venerate sat quietly, his eyes swirling with deep abysses, surrounded by the drifting layers of the great universe. He slowly opened his eyes, and 300 years of vicissitude vanished instantly, followed by a soft sigh. 300 years of spiritual cultivation have passed. He felt a bit heartache for this period. After all, when the fire of heaven and earth is ignited, when he reaches the ultimate limit of the great sect, these spiritual cultivations are to be sold, until the spiritual accumulation retreats to 999 years, losing the status of 1,000-year refining spirit, and then falling to the level of minor perfection. Only then can the ultimate leap be achieved, attaining the innate realm without relying on deities from a different dimension. Yet upon second thought, gaining an absolutely loyal follower with high position and special status, 300 years seems not to matter much. After all, Zhang Fuxing murmured with a low voice, his eyes shining brightly. He shook his head. There's still time. He didn't rush to return to reality. Instead, he carefully contemplated the changes in the divine realm over 300 years. The spirit undergoing 300 years of cultivation, and the divine realm experiencing 300 years of change, yet the swift passage of time did not affect the 5 Mansions Temple, nor the land of the other shore. It seems that during these 300 years, these 2 places were detached, which is normal. After all, the 5 Mansions Temple and the land of the other shore are now truly connected to my divine realm. It's unlikely that my spirit endured for 300 years, along with far away, the real 5 Mansions Temple, land of the other shore, in the different dimension, also passed 300 years, right? Zhang Fuxing quietly imagined, his expression slightly tense. Would the time experienced in the divine realm reverse? If so, it indicates that the divine realm is truly my spiritual reflection. If not, then there's a problem, which means the divine realm isn't entirely my true spiritual world, at least not entirely my spiritual world. He leans more towards the latter. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly. He is certain there must be an issue with the divine realm. Shaking his head, Zhang Fuxing stopped thinking about it. A nailhead 7 arrows book appeared in his hand. He carefully rubbed this supreme treasure for slaughter, his eyes gleaming brightly. He recalled the nailhead 7 arrows book from the myths of his past life. On the book's cover, there's a grass man, set with head and feet lamps, performs star steps and fight, write talismans, and seal, offering 3 bows daily, lasting 21 days, finally shooting the grass man with mulberry branch bows and peach branch arrows. Afterwards, Zhao Gongming fell. In mythical stories, this treasure and technique were used for killing. Even Daluo immortals couldn't escape. Zhang Fuxing murmured, shook his head, temporarily stopped thinking. These are still too distant from him. He tried to communicate with the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, intertwining with the divine realm in an instant. His surroundings darkened suddenly, and before his eyes appeared 365 scrolls, each scroll showing a corner of broken scenery. Zhang Fuxing's expression tightened. He focused intently, observing and analyzing each picture carefully and meticulously. The first scroll, through a corner of broken scenery, seemed to be in a military camp, with a big flag beside it that had the character G printed on it. Zhang Fuxing shook his head and moved on. He looked again. Most of them were landscapes or meaningless remains of scenery, yet he still watched attentively and seriously. The 143rd scroll changed again, the image clearly in the water, but there were some palace walls within the water. Although the whole picture wasn't visible, from a corner of the palace wall, it could already be determined as a palace located under the water or sea. Yeah, Dragon Palace? Zhang Fuxing made this scroll a contender. If he couldn't find a better anchoring scenery, then Dragon Palace could be a fallback. Going further, he examined deeply, analyzed carefully, watching each picture at least 10 times, ensuring there were no omissions, then picked out 4 scrolls of broken scenery. The first is the scenery suspected to be Dragon Palace. The second is the corner of a mountain peak, but it can be seen that the mountain peak is deep and rich in black, exuding an underworld aura. Zhang Fuxing suspected this was a mountain in the 9 Netherworld. But in the 9 Netherworld, are there any renowned divine mountains? After thinking and contemplating, he only thought of one, Zhong Mountain. Not the true man's Zhong Mountain, but the Zhong Mountain in mythological stories, where Zhu Jiuyin resided. They say Zhong Mountain has a deity, human face and serpent body, eyes open as day, eyes closed as night, a candle in the mouth, controlling the day and night of the 9 Netherworld underworld. Could it be Zhong Mountain? Chapter 260, 198. Anchoring a new scene, like the great sun touring the heavens. Chapter 260, Chapter 198. Anchoring a new scene, like the great sun touring the heavens. In the third painting, there is similarly the remnants of a palace, but what's different is that one corner of the painting also includes a large golden bell. The golden bell hangs in front of the palace gate. The bell looks majestic and ancient, suggesting that the palace was at least an upper-grade celestial abode. Otherwise, it wouldn't have warranted the personal presence of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book's owner. The last picture is much simpler, featuring a sea of clouds with a lone leaf-shaped boat on it. But Zhang Fuxing was unsure if, after anchoring, his divine realm would gain a boat or an expanse of clouds. After pondering for a while, Zhang Fuxing finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the second picture, the one with a dark, eerie mountain. The reason was quite simple. They overlap. Unless it were clearly a place like Lane Temple, Jade Void Palace, or Lingxiao Hall, Zhang Fuxing's desire to choose would genuinely not be that high. Zhang Fuxing no longer hesitated, reaching out to point at the second mountain image, at that corner of the remains. He whispered softly. The painting shook and expanded. The divine realm also trembled and then violently extended. He looked, and the gaze of the great celestial venerate passed through the Taoist palace gate and shimmering light, landing in the divine realm. A violent roar. Kneeling before the statue of the 9 Netherworld's sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, Quan Hun and Shui, Winda, simultaneously looked toward the place of upheaval. The entire world rocked, with a spring eye appearing, yet what gushed out was not sweet and clear spring water, but wave after wave of dense death chi. Death chi and yin chi quickly spread throughout the world. The already somber divine realm gained a threefold semblance of the 9 Netherworld sinister scene, and above the spring eye, a divine mountain was emerging from the void, gradually becoming real. The divine mountain took form, pressing down upon the death chi spring eye. The mountain rose 2,600 miles high, with a circumference of 300 miles, its caverns beneath, spanning 15,000 miles. On the inky black and shadowy divine mountain stood 6 celestial palaces. Each palace spanned 1,000 miles, situated at 6 points on the mountain, with the palaces on the ground and caverns inside the mountains, forming a grotto heaven, thus dividing into inner and outer parts. Zhang Fuxing stood from his meditation mat, walked to the Taoist palace gate, and gazed down at the deathly divine mountain. So it's this mountain. He smiled wryly. Indeed, I am inextricably linked with the 9 netherworlds. The 6 celestial palaces on the mountain clearly indicate Luophone 6 palaces, making this mountain self-explanatory. Luophone Mountain. In legends, within the 9 netherworlds, the realm controlled by Emperor Fengdu, serving as the root of the 9 nether death chi, is topped by the 6 celestial palaces. Within these palaces reside the 6 celestial ghosts and gods, managing netherworld affairs, overseeing the deployment of ghosts and gods, and holding sway over the mortal world's fortune of life and death. They are akin to Emperor Fengdu's 6 housekeepers, responsible for executing his will. With a thought, the entire divine realm became frozen. Both the flawless soul and Shui Winda fell into a state of suspension, with 6 senses sealed, unaware of external matters. Zhang Fuxing left the 8 Sceneries Palace, his form suddenly descending upon the legendary Luophone Mountain. He observed the 6 celestial palaces, drawing near, but was shocked to discover all 6 were in a shattered state. The exterior remained intact, but inside was in disarray, with even the celestial palace doors unable to open, having collapsed within, as if having undergone a great disaster. Zhang Fuxing looked at the base of Luophone Mountain, where 9 nether death chi surged like tides. He sensed that whether flawless soul, residual soul, or grim skeleton, upon contact with the 9 nether death chi, they all became more eerie, even beginning to slowly and naturally absorb the death chi. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips, clearly feeling that even the initially acquired grim skeletons, devoid of cultivation, were slowly growing stronger. Even the 12 great sect-level skeletons were becoming increasingly powerful, nourished by the 9 nether death chi. This strength was not an increase in realm, more like a living person consuming an incredible great medicine, still continually consuming it. Zhang Fuxing muttered, calming his mind. He seemed to be on a path to create the 9 netherworlds, a road of no return. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, pondering. He opened his eyes. Whether Tai Ching or the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, they're merely my disguises. He must distinguish between his disguises and his true self. The thought withdrew from the 9 nether divine realm, guiding Shui Winda's spiritual will back to his original soul spirit. 300 years of vicissitudes. Shui Winda, with an unchanged appearance, now seemed to bear a more profound sense of time's passage, an indescribable and enigmatic aura. He looked at Zhang Fuxing, at the face identical to the statue he had worshipped day and night for 300 years, recalling the matters narrated on that stone tablet. The 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, has ventured into mortal reincarnation for tribulation. No wonder he is so familiar with the book of life and death. Shui Winda prostrated, bowing with utmost reverence and sincerity. Zhang Fuxing laughed heartily, reaching out to conjure a silver coin, which he flicked lightly. The silver coin rolled to a stop in front of Shui Winda. Chaotic fog emerged, forming into an old man. Shui Winda glanced sideways, initially confused, for after all, 300 years had passed, the past events blurred. Finally, until the trifling memories of 2 decades resurfaced, he remembered who this was. The mysterious true man who challenged heaven and earth in the video. He saw the true man bowing toward the tribulation form of the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing nodded lightly, pointing at Shui Winda. The true man understood, glancing over to observe Shui Winda. Shui Winda nodded woodenly. He felt his sealed blood energy and spirit liberating again. The true man purchased the 2-fold cost. The chaotic fog dispersed, but Shui Winda remained prostrate. Zhang Fuxing laughed heartily, summoning the bridge of helplessness, carrying Shui Winda, sending him away from the already half-devoured twin cities, heaven and earth. Shui Winda went through the grand ceremony, with utmost sincerity, disappearing from sight. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, smiling, turning around. With a gentle stomp, The golden ancient war chariot suddenly blazed like a shining sun, its wheels rolling with a thunderous roar. Then, the golden ancient war chariot, carrying its new master, dragging brilliant light, rumbled toward the colossal vortex, as if patrolling the new heaven like a great sun. Chapter 261, 199, Peach Tree. Chapter 261. Chapter 199, Peach Tree. What? In a land of treasures. The sky was dim, and the ground appeared charred black. Far in the distance, one could see a collapsed gate and scattered debris. Yu Qingzhong wiped off his sweat. Besides the vortex they had fallen through, there were 9 more vortices in the sky, each vortex absorbing mountains, celestial vaults, rivers, and more, only for these things to be annihilated, leaving living beings unharmed, falling into the earth in all directions. Wei Lingzhu, standing beside him, turned slightly pale. Everyone exchanged confused glances, unclear about the mysterious happenings in the land of treasures. Yu Qingzhong quickly estimated the size of the land of treasures and said in a calm voice, "This place is bizarre." After silently calculating for a moment, he continued, "Meanwhile, the 10 gigantic vortices in the sky gradually slowed down. Clearly the devouring had come to an end." Wei Lingzhu glanced at the sky. "What about Master Bo Yang?" Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua exchanged a look, glanced at the little girl, but said nothing more, instead making up their mind to protect her first should anything unexpected happen in a moment. After all, she was Fuxing's student. In a sense, she was also their junior. The vortices gradually subsided. Millions of people were scattered over the vast and expansive land of treasures. Chaos and unrest everywhere. Those who first arrived from the smuggling camp had already begun silently digging the exotic soil. The path ahead was temporarily unclear, and no one knew what would happen, so grasping some benefits first was the right thing to do. But it wasn't going smoothly. Li Qiuhua exhaled, struggling to dig out a piece of exotic soil the size of a fingernail, her face turning somewhat pale. Not only her, everyone was the same. Whether it was the martial arts masters or low-refined martial artists like Wei Lingzhu and Wei Qingshan, they could only dig out a fingernail-sized exotic soil after much effort. And each time they dug, their own essence, qi, and spirit seemed to drain a bit, their faces growing paler. Mining the exotic soil seemed to require human resources. But fortunately, essence, qi, and spirit can all be replenished. Yu Qingzhong wiped his sweat and said casually, but then suddenly frowned and turned his gaze. The old fisherman and others also looked over, their expressions changing slightly. In the distance, among the vast crowd that also fell from either South City or North City, a grandmaster rose into the air, several grandmasters from the divine sect walking as they landed on the ground. One of the grandmasters looked around, searching for the grandmaster stationed at the camp, but did not see him. He asked indifferently. A martial arts master from the Mandala lineage frowned. "Do you take us for criminals?" Before he could finish, his head exploded with a roar. Blood splattered. A sudden silence fell nearby. The divine sect grandmaster slowly retrieved his hand, speaking with mockery. His expression was quite unfriendly. Before the world changed, various sects had gathered in twin cities heaven and earth, and these members from the various sects were not very polite to the Pantheon, relying on their backing. They tried to unite to seize the land of treasures. In the past, the Pantheon couldn't say much, fearing a unified hunt by all the sects and sects, but now it was different. The world had changed drastically. The Grand Master of the Divine Sect casually pointed, and that person, trembling with fear, recounted the sequence of events in detail. The 10 or so Grand Masters of the Divine Sect who had arrived here all gradually wore solemn expressions. After understanding the cause and effect, and hearing that old Qin stationed at the camp had been killed, the eyes of the Grand Masters turned towards the siblings of the Wei family huddled in the corner. A Grand Master shouted. Reaching into the void, Wei Lingzhu unceremoniously floated towards the Grand Master. Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua's expressions changed, just about to speak. Above, from the gigantic vortex that had swallowed the twin cities' bubbles, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted. The rumbling sound was like a thunder sea rolling, echoing continually, and suddenly it reverberated throughout the whole 100-kilometer land of treasures. The grandmasters of the divine sect, all sects and parties, and even the millions scattered in the land of treasures, subconsciously looked up at the vortex. These were the governors of the cities, figures of great renown in their respective cities. Under the gaze of countless eyes, light, a brilliant golden light, rushed out from within the vortex, followed by a great sun. Thunder rumbled. A shining great sun burst forth from the vortex. Suddenly, dazzling light illuminated the entire dim land of treasures. The shining great sun did not fall, but rather hovered high above, patrolling the entire land of treasures. A grandmaster strained to see, vaguely noticing that it was not a sun, but rather a golden ancient war chariot. On the war chariot stood a blurred figure. The golden sun patrolled all around, the wheels stirring up thunderous roars. A grandmaster of the pantheon shouted with joy, recognizing it as the carriage of their almost divine favor envoy-level upper envoy. Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua were thunderstruck. Since the ancient war chariot crashed in with such a hegemonic stance, overlooking all directions, was little Fuxing not. Yu Qingzhong's lips trembled, unconsciously slipping his hand into his bag, where a pre-sacrificed small altar was kept. Under the terrified and respectful gaze of countless people, the wheel of golden sunlight turned back, then dragged its splendid light as it descended from the sky. Many believers of the pantheon shouted wildly, the Grand Master holding Wei Lingzhu high. His voice suddenly weakened. As the golden sun drew nearer, the blurry silhouette on the golden ancient war chariot gradually became clear. It wasn't an adult. It was a young man with a solemn and venerable expression, like a celestial god stepping on the sun. Wei Lingzhu exclaimed in surprise, and the hand of the Grandmaster holding her softened and let go. The little girl fell to the ground with a thud. The sun hovered above everyone's heads. The celestial god cast his gaze down. Silence, silence. Then one by one, the divine sect followers adorned with twisted tattoos suddenly disintegrated and evaporated, turning into clouds of smoke and mist. As one of the bases of the pantheon, how many pantheon followers were lurking in the Twin Cities? More than 10,000. Over 10,000 martial artists, several hundred martial arts masters, and dozens of grandmasters. Not one was missed. All were precisely struck down in the same instant. Zhang Fuxing, with his 1,300 years of spiritual accumulation, could extend his spiritual thoughts up to 130 kilometers, just enough to encompass the entire area of the exotic treasure. Suddenly, his divine realm was filled with over 10,000 residual souls, which then transformed into over 10,000 grim skeletons. The heavy pressure that had been pressing on his divine realm was now completely shared by the grim skeletons. He had never felt so at ease. Wei Lingzhu got up, respectfully performing his ceremony towards that dazzling sun in the sky, with unexpectedly standard and impeccable etiquette, somewhat resembling the ancient rites of Confucianism. The entire area of the exotic treasure was silent. The celestial god nodded slightly, quietly gazing at the crowd below, gazing at the entire area of the exotic paper land, but inside he was disturbed. There were big problems here. A moment ago, Zhang Fuxing tried to pry the earth and excavate the vast vitality contained within the exotic soil using spiritual thoughts, but he quickly discovered something was wrong. Excavating even a trace of exotic soil would cause a trace of essence, qi, and spirit to dissipate if he attempted to move 1,000 tons of exotic soil at once. Even he himself might be instantly drained. In the exotic treasure land, covering thousands of square kilometers, how much exotic soil did it have? He did not know. However, Zhang Fuxing stood on the golden ancient war chariot, his gaze falling towards the center of the exotic treasure land. There, the South Celestial Gate had fallen, and a plaque of the Milo Celestial Palace lay on the ground, with with a tree planted crookedly next to it. The entire tree had an eerie, crimson color. One could perceive that the essence, chi, and spirit drained from those who dug the exotic soil all converged onto that tree. And on the branches of the large tree hung a small peach, along with a painting. The painting depicted what seemed to be an immortal mountain in a sea of clouds. But the center of the painting was blank, as if something or someone ought to be there, but had vanished into thin air. A painting that bore Miss Mingyu. Zhang Fuxing looked serious and dared not approach it closely. It exuded an intense sense of danger. What kind of tree was this? And where was the slumbering, celestial human? Zhang Fuxing's thoughts churned, and he quietly tapped the air with his 5 fingers, contemplating an altar. Miss Mingyu's voice resounded once more in Zhang Fuxing's mind. He did not hesitate, briefly recounting what he had seen and heard. However, Miss Mingyu fell into silence, not responding for a long time, as if she was pondering or desperately trying to recall something. Zhang Fuxing did not waste time either, maneuvering the golden ancient war chariot to land as he emerged from it, and one by one, those who looked at him couldn't help but lower their heads. He was too dazzling. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, his gaze directed towards the 10 directions vortex, where the outside could only vaguely glimpse the inside, yet from within, the outside was clearly visible. Outside the 10 vortices, there were figures resembling blazing suns, the innate realm. Clearly, the massive upheaval had alarmed the higher-ups of the Golden Province. Some avant-garde had personally ventured, hesitating, not daring to enter. Under such circumstances, attempting to leave without being caught was extremely difficult. One must use the bridge of helplessness to exit the exotic treasure land while evading those of the innate realm. One must first become innate, which means one must complete the ultimate leap here. Zhang Fuxing spoke as he raised his eyebrows, Miss Mingyu's voice coming through once again. The elegant voice carried a hint of gravity and urgency. Zhang Fuxing's expression slightly tensed, posing a question in his heart through the technique of prayer. After another moment of silence, Miss Mingyu's voice sounded again. Miss Mingyu's voice suddenly tightened. I've been recalling for a long time and have some vague impressions. Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. A peach tree? A peach tree twisted into such a sinister form? He stared at the ancient peach tree standing on the charred earth, crooked, twisted, with wildly growing crimson branches. Staring at the crimson peach on the branch, Zhang Fuxing swallowed. Chapter 262, 200. Please. Divine Descent of the 9 Nether God. Chapter 262, Chapter 200. Please. Divine Descent of the 9 Nether God. Outside the 10 bubbles which had already turned into nothingness, there was an innate realm from the Golden University, looking solemn. Here stood figures, all top-tier experts at the innate level, but most of their forms were unclear, obviously not wanting to reveal their true identities. Those who dared to show themselves were only the 4 deputy directors of the Investigation Bureau and himself, the principal of the Golden University. The principal, looking like an old scholar, adjusted his decorative glasses, glanced at the hazy figures, and suddenly said, "Quite a few cultists among them, I suppose?" For gazes locked onto the old scholar with an intent of devouring him alive. Lin Yuxing's mouth twitched. Even a fool would know these are divine favor envoys from various sects, but you don't have to point it out. If a fight really breaks out, he glanced around. There are 10 or so blurry, innate realm figures. We have 4 on our side, though the Federation's principle is to kill cultists on sight, but these are not cultists. Lin Yuxing thought with righteous indignation. Another deputy director coughed and said without turning his eyes, "The old principal must be joking. How can there be so many cultists under the Federation's rule? These, of course, are not cultists." Those 10 or so hostile gazes finally withdrew regretfully. After all, they came from different sects, not united in heart. Before the Investigation Bureau takes the initiative, cooperation for a siege is impossible. All fear backstabbing. Lin Yuxing rubbed his brow and said in a deep voice, He tentatively inserted his divine thought into them, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, not a trace of echo. His expression turned solemn. The other innate realms also tried, becoming similarly grave. A certain distorted face among the innate realms spoke. They looked towards the 4 deputy directors. Lin Yuxing shook his head calmly. The director is busy with other matters and can't come. And as for the governor, the 10 or so innate figures from various sects exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, having an idea in mind. The only divine, spirit-level figure in the province is the governor. And now, the governor cannot extract himself, so the celestial human is the strongest. Chongyang over there can safely contend. Someone suddenly asked. The 4 deputy directors shrugged. Lin Yuxing shook his head. Who dares to inquire about old master's affairs? As he spoke, he retreated slightly, protecting the other 3 deputy directors in front of him. In case a real conflict erupts, they could be the first to withdraw. Meanwhile, a large number of aerospace ships have already arrived. Almost half of the headquarters strength is present. Yet neither the 4 deputy directors nor the 10 or so mysterious innate realms made any move, all quietly gazing at the vortex. The scene fell into a peculiar balance. With neither the governor nor the director general able to disengage, the investigation bureau and cultists could actually peacefully coexist for a moment. Of course, the 4 deputy directors would never identify those innates as cultists. Someone proposed. Lin Yuxing contemplated for a moment, nodded, and an aerospace ship slowly entered the vortex, then no sound or breath. Just like their divine thoughts entering it. All contact was completely severed. Whether alive or dead remains unknown. Shen Baobao saluted, glanced at the figures like bright suns, and quietly left. However, shortly after leaving, nearing the flight path to the waiting area, Shen Baobao saw chaotic fog appearing before her, flowing and converging into a familiar figure. She was startled, hastily saluting. The true man slowly solidified, slowly opened his eyes. He scanned around. The place was not inside any bubble, but in the pathway connecting the bubbles, appearing to be in normal heaven and earth, but in reality, once leaving the path's range, it would immediately fall into an insurmountable river. The so-called pathway was just a channel dependent on the insurmountable river, connecting independent cities together. The true man spoke gently. Shun Baobao saluted, respectfully asked. The true man gently conveyed. Shin Baobao's expression tightened. Then she bitterly smiled. But true man, I'm not even 100 yet. Where do I have 300 years of cultivation? The true man just smiled. Shun Baobao was startled, then suddenly realized. Zhang Fuxing nodded. He brought Shun Baobao to high heaven not only because she is from the Confucian ancient saint sect, but also because of the Golden University. This indicates that Shun Baobao, to some extent, possesses an extremely rich resource. Cultivation, spirituelle cultivation, technique cultivation. The best university in the entire province. Shun Baobao hesitated a bit, cautiously said. She paused and explained. The true man calmly asked. Shun Baobao gave the answer. The true man nodded and slowly disappeared, leaving a sentence behind. Shin Baobao, practicing decorum, immediately utilized her privilege, ignoring the 3-day waiting restriction in the waiting area, and hurried back to Golden City without a moment's delay. She sought out Kong Dongyan at once, her smile radiant. Kong Dongyan felt a chill in his heart and replied somewhat bitterly. Naturally, Shin Baobao's light voice echoed. I want you to personally appear in your name to find 300 people. Can all be used. Kong Dongyan was initially confused. Buying cultivation time? Then he suddenly realized. You. Shin Baobao's face displayed a meaningful smile. Consider it so. Kong Dongyan left with immense joy and made a salute before leaving. After he left, Shin Baobao pondered these 3 words, shaking her head slightly. No, not just the High Heaven Association. She aspired to go even higher, above High Heaven. The land of exotic treasures. Through the high heaven order, Zhang Fuxing, who had witnessed the entire conversation between Shun Baobao and Kong Dongyan, exhaled a turbid breath. As expected, a faint smile appeared on his face as Shun Baobao, a dean at Golden University who inherently commanded vast resources, could easily engage in trade with students. The risks were borne by her, while the benefits were obtained by him. However, it was foreseeable that after this door was opened, in the days to come, Shun Baobao would likely leverage her resources to acquire vast amounts of goods within Golden University, potentially forming a massive interest group, surpassing any seat above high heaven. Now, what he needed to do was to wait, waiting for Shun Baobao to gather enough cultivation time. The land of exotic treasures was already akin to a new little world, with different heaven and earth's chi mechanisms. In other words, he could ignite the final flame here. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, with a slightly bewildered Wei Lingzhu accompanying him, boarding the golden ancient war chariot, which soared into the celestial vault. He saw an aerospace ship entering from outside the vortex, casually suppressing it on the earth below, under the watchful gazes of tens of millions of eyes. Zhang Fuxing sat on the golden ancient war chariot, with the timidly standing Wei Lingzhu beside him, his voice as loud as a bell echoing through 10 directions. The tens of millions on the vast earth truly calmed down. Even infants and children stopped their crying spontaneously. They were all from subordinate cities, all from small towns, except for a few cultists and the suppressed aerospace ship. The strongest among them was only a martial arts master. For these people, that golden sun hanging in the dim firmament was akin to a god. Sitting on the ancient war chariot, Zhang Fuxing surveyed, and in just a few hours, thousands had already died here, either through fighting or during desperate attempts to save patients in hospitals, and the corpses of the deceased had all without exception become desiccated. They had their essence, chi, and spirit absorbed by that peach tree. He closed his eyes. If I were an evil person, Zhang Fuxing dismissed this horrifying thought. Among these people, there were women and children. For a long time, under the gaze of reverent eyes, he spoke again, his voice resounding like a grand bell. Numerous people were in an uproar, but with the word calm descending from the golden sun, they fell silent again. The young man, like a celestial god, sitting on the sun, continued to speak. His deep voice echoed as his divine thought quietly scoured, carefully identifying each cultist. Then, kill them all. Among the tens of millions, the few hundreds or thousands of cultists died silently, without causing even the slightest ripple. Except for Uncle Yu and Aunt Lee. In this land of exotic treasures, there was no longer any cultist. At least, those perceived by Zhang Fuxing were all dead. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. The two simple words disseminated in the land of exotic treasures, indicating that the celestial human, whose whereabouts were unknown, was probably truly asleep and still not showing up, and at this moment, all were looking at each other in dismay. Worship the god? Which god? Someone, mustering courage, asked the golden sun. He reached out, holding up a child in high fever and now unconscious. Above the sun, the young man closed his eyes, seemingly inquiring. After a moment, he spoke. Then nourishing rain descended from the sky, invigorating both body and spirit. Zhang Fuxing solemnly declared, "Please." The earth began to tremble. Chapter 263-201. Miracle. Now is the time I attain innate. Chapter 263. Chapter 201. Miracle. Now is the time I attain innate. His true nature did not permit him to commit such a tremendous evil, nor to slaughter the tens of millions in the land of exotic treasures. Thus, Zhang Fuxing made an even bolder, more reckless decision. With this thought, thus, the great sun illuminated the sky, and heaven and earth shook in an extraordinary spectacle, like the drizzle of early spring. Falling under the bewildered gaze of tens of millions, the ground trembled, and then in the void, something was emerging. It was a stone statue, or rather, a divine statue. A divine statue towering 10,000 ridges high, solemn and majestic, exuding an aura seemingly eternal and indestructible. Its face was indistinct, standing tall upon the earth, standing under everyone's gaze. Wei Lingzhu noticed her master's face appeared somewhat pale. Luckily, today's Zhang Fuxing was not who he used to be. Otherwise, to contemplate a divine statue 10,000 ridges tall, imbued with immortal thoughts soaked in heaven and earth, and then refine illusion into reality. The expenditure of such magnitude in the past would have drained him alive. Even now, he was not doing well, exhaustion surging like a tide. In a deathly silence. Who? It was that woman, the woman holding the comatose child, asking softly. The golden great sun flickered, and the young man seated upon it, celestial-like, spoke gently. The woman was bewildered, raising her child high, mumbling unconsciously, then staggeringly stepping out of the crowd and kneeling with a thud. She kowtowed towards the giant divine statue, again and again, each bow using all her strength, drawing bright red blood on the exotic soil. The woman prayed. Countless eyes turned to the giant divine statue. The statue's face was indistinct, unclear, yet it seemed the eyes opened. The young man seated on the golden ancient war chariot spoke calmly. Among the tens of millions, nearly half carried illnesses. They tentatively knelt, tentatively kowtowing. After 36 kowtows, the statue, whose eyes were opened, spoke at this moment. The statue sighed softly, a mighty sound rising. It asked, its solemn voice echoing throughout the land of exotic treasures. Naturally, everyone responded. In the next instant, the child who had fainted from a high fever opened their eyes. The elderly in late-stage cancer suddenly felt light. Those long plagued by illness stood up. The myriad diseases on countless people vanished entirely at this moment. Everyone was in an uproar, rushing to bow toward the 10,000 ridges divine statue. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed all this. What he had just done was actually to purchase all the diseases. As for the price he paid, the contract cooled off in a single breath, reaching full capacity, 100 years. Had it not been for 100 years being the limit, then now, the statue suddenly spoke. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, fertile soil appeared out of thin air on some scorched exotic soil, covering it. Flowers, grasses, and trees emerged in the fertile soil. Accompanied by the statue's majestic voice, large batches of crops appeared and grew. Zhang Fuxing's complexion had turned extremely pale. With each word from the statue, the earth saw the emergence of corresponding things, rivers, mountains, clouds in the sky. Rain? Zhang Fuxing was on the verge of collapse. Among these things, only crops were refined illusion into reality by him, while the fertile soil, mountains, rivers, and forests were all unearthed by plague ghosts outside Golden City, carrying 31 Grandmaster-level skeletons. Zhang Fuxing used divine thought as a hub, the bridge of helplessness as a transport, using the divine realm as a relay, transporting slices of mountains and rivers to descend here. But to the tens of millions, it all seemed like the divine statue created them out of thin air. If this is not divine, what is divine? Countless people knelt, kneeling to the ground. They kowtowed, they shouted. Central Pole sect leader, emperor of the underworld. It may not be very devout, may not truly give rise to real incense, but at least a beginning had formed. In the midst of the chants, Zhang Fuxing quietly left his spiritual imprint in the land of exotic treasures as Miss Ming you had described. He plucked his fingers in the air, tapping out a peculiar rhythm, performing a special prayer technique. His prayer passed to the stars, to Miss Ming Yu's ears. This child of the ancestor of Earth immortals solemnly nodded, a vermilion mark on her forehead emitting a faint light. The conferment was complete. As a child of the ancestor of Earth immortals, Mingyue herself was an Earth deity, also possessing the qualification to confer lower-tier Earth deity titles. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts gradually connected with the entire land of exotic treasures. He only needed to step into the celestial human level, breaking the great limit of his divine realm for the second time. Then he could incorporate this place into the divine realm. Looking at the numerous prostrate figures, Zhang Fuxing's face revealed a smile. All things were accomplished. Golden City. Cui Qingyi knitted her brows tightly. 10 cities, 10 small worlds, have all disappeared? An elder from the Cui family shook his head. After a pause, he continued. Cui Qingyi thoughtfully touched her chin. She squinted slightly, calculating the time. The old master should be near the twin cities, maybe even facing the strange whirlpool right now. Another elder from the Cui family shook his head. After pausing for a while, he continued. I say, since it has been decided to first take Chongyang City, then let's focus on this matter. Many members of the Cui family nodded, none of them willing to complicate matters at this moment. The old patriarch of the Cui family lightly tapped the dragon-headed cane and spoke with a weathered voice. First, take Chongyang. He glanced around, and except for Cui Qingyi, the others lowered their heads when meeting his gaze. Everyone responded, and an elder from the Cui family suggested. Chongyang is currently under martial law, but I've heard that the 3-member tribunal is unwilling to step down. The old patriarch of the Cui family pondered for a moment, finally making a decisive call. The Cui family has 3 branches. The heads of the first and second are both in the innate realm. The 2 elders nodded, bowing to the patriarch. The old patriarch reminded. Pausing for a moment, the old patriarch calmly said. All eyes turned to Cui Qingyi, standing quietly in the corner. After a moment of silence, the first and second branches both nodded. Land of exotic treasures. There were trees, there were rivers, and there were crops. Among the millions of people, there were all kinds of remarkable talents. The lumberjacks felled trees, the farmers tended to crops, and martial artists ventured into the forest to hunt the beasts that had also fallen from the vortex. Everything moved from chaos to order. Among the crowd, Li Qiuhua shook her head blankly. Fuxing. After a moment of silence, Yu Chengzhong spoke softly. Li Qiuhua fell silent. The 2 unconsciously gazed at the 10,000 Ridges divine statue and the blurry figure on the golden sun. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing leaned wearily against the ancient war chariot, speaking sideways. Wei Lingzhu nodded slightly, then shook her head gently and said in a small voice. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Lingzhu asked again. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow. That's why I summoned the miracle. Otherwise, among the millions of people. Wei Lingzhu listened quietly and nodded seriously. Thinking for a moment, she added. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Wei Lingzhu earnestly nodded. Zhang Fuxing silently nodded, in his heart already making the decision that when leaving, the memories related to Wei Qingshan, the old fisherman, and even Uncle Yu and Aunt Li, he must take with him. Not out of distrust, but for safety's sake. However, he planned to leave Wei Lingzhu's memory intact. If this resulted in information being leaked, he might face troubles, but not major ones, and likewise, it would give him a clearer view of his main disciple. If no leaks occurred, all the better. Fatigue passed over Zhang Fuxing as he sensed Shun Baobao praying to the high heaven order. His thoughts moved, and in his hand appeared star beast meat, which he ate mouthful by mouthful until the 100-year cooldown of the contract reset. Only then did he manipulate a true man to descend upon Shun Baobao, exchanging a series of deals to trade 210 years of spiritual cultivation history in return for 300 years of cultivation. Originally, it should have been 300 years of spiritual cultivation, but in transactions among High Heaven Association members, 50% is handed over, while transactions above in High Heaven require 3/10 to be handed over. These 3/10 naturally fell into Zhang Fuxing's pocket. Thus, the cost of 300 years became 210 years. I could try to ignite the 4th lamp of the furnace fire, or even... Zhang Fuxing glanced at a distance, at that strange and obviously altered peach tree. This soil, rich with life force, was probably nourished by the peach tree. Over there, There's also the South Celestial Gate, the plaque of the Milo Celestial Palace, and a painting drawn by Zhun Yuanzi personally. Sadly, it can't be approached. There seems to be great terror. Not sure whether it comes from the rumored sleeping celestial human or the peculiar peach tree. He closed his eyes, uniting 300 years of cultivation with himself. In an instant, 300 years passed. The fourth lamp of the furnace fire quietly lit, the 360 acupoints around him shimmering. In the 300th year, I had reached the true limit in the grand domain, for lamps of the furnace fire burning vigorously, my whole body like a melting furnace. Now, I'm just one step away, truly breaking the spiritual limit. Ultimate leap on the golden ancient war chariot. Zhang Fuxing slowly opened his eyes, the four lamps of furnace fire quietly burning in the ancestral acupoint between his brows, the innate realm, just one step away. Then, he can temporarily leave here and return to Chongyang. Chongyang, it's been a long time. He rose from the golden ancient war chariot, overlooking the vast earth, overlooking those millions of people. Chapter 264, 202, Fulfillment. Chapter 264, Chapter 202, Fulfillment Waiting Area. Du Mingsheng bought 2 buns and silently returned to the hotel to continue waiting. A bite of bun, a sip of soy milk. Such an unparalleled grandmaster like him, in theory, doesn't require food. The energy provided by food is almost negligible for such a body. Yet, Du Mingsheng maintained having 3 meals a day, for nothing else but the mundane flames of life, which made him feel that he was still a human, not a centuries-old monster. He finished breakfast. Wiping his mouth, he stood up, and Du Mingsheng immediately saw familiar chaos, fog quietly flowing on the wooden floor of the hotel room, flooding like a river. He hurriedly performed a respectful greeting. Moments later, the chaos fog flowing like water had gathered into a vague human form, faintly recognizable as the appearance of a true man. The true man spoke gently, gazing at the middle-aged man. A certain friend wanted to thank you for the information you provided. Du Mingsheng trembled slightly, his pupils unconsciously enlarged, and his brows instinctively raised. He heard the true man calmly speak. The 6 realms of the human path, from the martial artist's 12 refinements to becoming a martial arts master, then to the grandmaster of spiritual minor perfection and the grandmaster of the realm of perfection. Du Mingsheng licked his lips, breathing already becoming rapid, heart pounding. The 5th realm, innate realm, achieving the 1,000-year refining spirit position, thereby breaking the first spiritual limit and reaching the sealing furnace level in physical form, thus becoming innate. Finally, with utmost respect, he paid his thanks, watching as the chaos fog in the form of the true man sketched a faint light in his hand. The light shifted, appearing as mysterious characters. The true man spoke. The true man nodded, extending his finger to lightly tap on the characters formed by countless lights and shadows. The characters exploded. Something indescribable silently flowed into Du Mingsheng's body. In an instant, he seemed to become taller. The 1,000-year refining spirit position was already established. Just silently and without a trace. Du Mingsheng was overjoyed beyond control, performed a grand ritual of gratitude, and when he raised his head again, the figure of the true man was already gone. Only a few strands of lingering chaos fog remained, along with the true man's fading voice. The chaos fog completely dissipated, leaving the hotel empty. Du Mingsheng silently felt the earth-shaking change within himself, bringing his fingers together, trembling, tapped in the void. A crisp sound echoed in the ears of everyone in the waiting area simultaneously. The 1,000-year refining spirit position. With the help from one more deity, he could break the first spiritual limit and connect with the divine realm in different dimension. Thus, he would become innate. The middle-aged man sighed lightly. Unconsciously, tears streamed down his face, like a millennium obsession, finally dissipating at this moment. Land of exotic treasures. Zhang Fuxing gently closed his eyes. At this moment, He had already sold his spiritual realm. The spiritual accumulation plummeted, and the realm slipped to minor perfection. He was now just a grandmaster who lit 4 furnace fires. But it was enough. This was his best moment, the best realm. With a thought, sitting in the golden ancient war chariot, his self had already escaped into the 8 sceneries palace, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. Another thought flickered. Within the contract, 2 items slowly separated. One was the level 4-star beast mixed blood golden crow meat, obtained from the golden legislator Liguaquan. The other was the remaining 2,000 years of spiritual cultivation history accumulated in the contract. The ultimate leap was at this moment. Speaking to himself, 2,000 years of spiritual cultivation quietly merged with himself. The so-called ultimate leap was to achieve a 1,000-year refining spirit position while one spiritual realm was still at spiritual minor perfection, then breaking the realm with force. The reason was simple. Spiritual minor perfection was still an illusory divine realm, having minimal connection and entanglement with a different dimension, naturally not being burdened. Under such circumstances, reaching the 1,000-year refining spirit position was the only way to break the realm with force without relying on deities, directly breaking the spiritual limit. The celestial venerate's deep voice echoed. At this moment, in the 1,000th year, time passed, the years flowed. Every moment, Zhang Fuxing's face contorted millions of times. His back unconsciously projected the illusion of the flame divine mountain. All around, a faint sound seemed to echo, resembling the mooing of an ancient ox from primordial times. The body of the strong bull demon, or perhaps the great sage equal to heaven scripture. This technique, with its unconventional path, grows stronger with each descent into demonic possession, advancing with each plunge. It is a true demon scripture, and yet it resonates so profoundly with Zhang Fuxing. In an instant, it was like experiencing a year of spiritual cultivation. Within this fleeting moment, falling into demon possession 1,000 times, correcting it 1,000 times, and then, in another instant, falling into demon possession another 1,000 times, correcting it 1,000 times. Each time falling into demon possession. The flame divine mountain and the phantom of the ox demon upon it also grew stronger with each descent. 1,300 years. I've never been absent from the mortal world for so long, immersed in ascetic practice, ignoring all worldly matters. I gradually attained a sense of purity. In falling into demon possession, I also found purity. 1,800 years. My spirit has accumulated to an immensely vast level. Deep within my spiritual world, within the depths of my true spirit, a wisp of something indescribable was born. Second millennium, I opened my eyes. The mortal world lay beneath my feet. Above me was emptiness. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, worn and weary. 2,000 years away from the mortal world, 2,000 years of pure and untainted heart. He became ethereal, possessing a detachment that exceeded worldly affairs, an extreme sense of indifference and estrangement. Zhang Fuxing gently sighed a breath of purity. The portal representing the first spiritual limit shattered instantly. The great limit was broken. The spirit transcended. This was merely a beginning. The accumulated remoteness from the mortal world, akin to the celestial vault in coldness, surged back, pouring into the wisp of divinity within the true spirit. Divinity grew solid. The body trembled violently, 360 apertures sparkling simultaneously, his physical form gradually stepping into the sealing furnace level. Grandmaster, Great Master, cultivating the melting furnace. Innate realm, then, is the sealing furnace. Zhang Fuxing exuded a sense of roundness, his true form impervious. The vast energy generated within him each moment, all reverted back to himself, strengthening his body by a fraction, thus producing more massive energy. This cycle repeats endlessly. Spirit transcends, body transcends. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly, finally understanding what the innate realm was. He quietly comprehended the grandeur of the innate level. Man, by nature, is a part of the cosmos. All things in the universe are inherently conserved and cyclical, but the innate realm completely closes off one's essence, chi, and spirit, no longer cycling with the universe's entities. In other words, the innate ones only absorb and do not contribute. Every additional innate person weakens the universe by a fraction, and over time, the universe declines, eventually bringing forth a great calamity. And the great calamity, innately and above fall like rain. As one dies, the universe regains a fraction of its strength, and over time, the calamity subsides, ushering in a golden age. Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands with a smile. Is that how it is? He stood up and stepped out of the Taoist palace, looking down. In the divine realm, 2,000 years have passed. The death chi flowing from Luofeng Mountain has spread throughout the divine realm. As the divine statues, worshipped by countless life souls for 2,000 years, also gained a wisp of divinity. There was an illusion that the divine statues seemed about to come to life. Zhang Fuxing stretched out his hands. The divine realm trembled, and vaguely, he seemed to see a different dimension. The divine realm began to initially align with a different dimension. Five Mansions Temple, Other Shores Destination, Luofeng Mountain, all became more real at this moment. He realized. Then Five Mansions Temple, Luofeng Mountain, Other Shore Flower Cluster. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, yet he felt no joy when that moment truly arrived. The master of Five Mansions Temple could directly appear within his divine realm. He muttered to himself, why does it seem that the higher the cultivation level, the more entangled the divine realm becomes with the different dimension? Once one becomes a deity, to put it nicely, it's the different dimension descending fully into the divine realm. To put it bluntly, it's that the divine realm has become a place carrying the different dimension, becoming part of it, thinking over and over, unable to make sense of it. He decided not to ponder anymore. He did not know. In a flash of thought, he withdrew from the divine realm and returned to his true self. He opened his eyes. Below were millions of people prostrating before the divine statue. Beside him was Wei Lingzhu. In the distance lay the South Celestial Gate and the eerie peach tree. Wei Lingzhu spoke with some confusion. You seem to have. As she spoke, she sensed something unusual and noticed the people below who were worshipping the divine statue were all, without her realizing, looking up at the sky in awe. She too instinctively raised her head. Wei Lingzhu stared blankly at the celestial vault above, seeing an enormous world overhead, oppressively present. In that illusory world, divine mountains stood, the grand view of the 18 layers of purgatory floated, and a river ran across the world from east to west, filled with divine light, akin to the other shore's destination. The divine realm descended upon the heavens. Chapter 265, 203. From now on, I am the sole beacon. Chapter 265, Chapter 203. From now on, I am the sole beacon. Hong Tianbao stared intently at his second senior brother. Chen Dowling sighed softly, shaking his head. No news or whereabouts. Hong Tianbao's lips trembled slightly. Chen Dowling patted his shoulder, speaking softly. He rambled on, describing recent changes. In the city, the number of unidentified persons has increased, most likely cultists from other cities. There are even rumors from the shadow world that an innate-level divine favor cultist will soon arrive in Chongyang City. Chen Dowling's expression was serious. In fact, if it weren't for sudden changes in the outside world, with 10 subordinate cities swallowed by a mysterious place, most focus would have been on that. He sighed softly. Otherwise, I'm afraid divine favor envoys would have quietly arrived. Hong Tianbao listened silently, speaking in a subdued tone. Chen Dowling shook his head. Not exactly. It's just that during Fuxing's disappearance, chaos has been rampant. He consoled. Didn't Master already divinate? The hexagram shows misfortune with fortune. Hong Tianbao lifted his eyelids, asking. Chen Dowling was silent for a moment, then turned his head. walking to the window, gazing at the bustling city that had begun to regain its tranquility. His final words were, Hong Tianbao was silent, nodding gently. He sighed as well. The illusionary world stretched across the celestial vault, spanning 300 kilometers. It surpassed the entire size of the exotic treasure land, extending beyond the borders of the exotic treasure land. Wei Lingzhu murmured to herself, and beside her, Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, quietly sensing. With essence, qi, and spirit sealed and isolated, they collectively formed a nascent inner heaven and earth, with a body transcending, each gesture embodying the magnitude of an entire inner heaven and earth. His strength could no longer be measured in units. He could truly uproot mountains and dominate the world. Spirit, too, transcended naturally. Previously, a year's mental accumulation could project divine thought 100 meters away, but now it increased by 1,000-fold. In other words, Zhang Fuxing's 3 millennia of spiritual accumulation could explore a range of 300 kilometers, and now his thoughts could unfettered extend to 300,000 kilometers away, nearly the distance from Earth to the Moon. These are merely incidental. The 300-kilometer illusionary world overhead was the main aspect. Having achieved the innate realm, the divine realm could finally fully descend into reality. In other words, if Zhang Fuxing chose to fight against a formidable opponent, he would hurl the entire divine realm at them. Its longevity mountain, 5 mansions temple, other shore flower cluster, Luophone mountain. Though they are illusionary settings crashing into them, Zhang Fuxing was convinced that even a celestial human wouldn't fare well. Most people anchor to unremarkable scenes, like Old Shur, who anchors to Lion Camel Ridge. But what does it matter? Lion Camel Ridge doesn't possess an extraordinary position. I'm different. His thoughts subsided. The illusionary world that spanned 300 kilometers faded quietly, disappearing. The size of the divine realm descending into reality correlates with mental accumulation. Zhang Fuxing sat quietly on the ancient war chariot, silently researching the great sun scripture, studying the path after attaining innate. He swiftly comprehended it. In the innate realm, one's body becomes an inner heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone brightly, capturing the power of heaven and earth within the great heaven and earth, transforming acupoints into grotto heavens, and in the grotto heavens, excavating real mountains and rivers and burying ley lines. This is the cultivation of the innate realm. However, in the innate realm, transforming 10 acupoints into grotto heavens is considered perfection. Beyond that, even transforming the 11th great acupoint enters the domain of celestial humans. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone brightly, with each additional acupoint transformed into a grotto heaven. All grotto heavens grow in diameter by kilometer. In other words, an innate perfection, with 10 acupoints all transformed into grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven extends 10 kilometers, filled with material. With one punch, the roar of 10 grotto heavens might erase several hundred miles of land. The extreme of a celestial being, transforming all 360 acupoints into grotto heavens, each enormous, spanning 360 kilometers in diameter. That's quite daunting. In battle, with a single punch, the roar of 360 grotto heavens. It's enough to sink entire land masses. The innate and celestial human realms are in an entirely different dimension from the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster realms below. Innate 10 acupoints, 10 grotto heavens. Celestial humans possess 360 acupoints, 360 grotto heavens. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue in wonder, truly having his eyes opened wide. Only by becoming innate realm can one understand the vastness of this level. But Zhang Fuxing calculated slightly, shivering with fear. Extreme innate represents lighting up 10 grotto heavens, each with a diameter of 10 kilometers. And an extreme celestial being? It is completely exponential growth. Zhang Fuxing estimated slightly, feeling horrified. 360 grotto heavens. Just holding water could take away the seas of several Earth from his past life. The arrogance that had just risen in his heart instantly dissipated. In other words, a true extreme celestial being has already reached the level of star explosion. Exponential surge. He took a deep breath, finally organizing his own situation. Not too well. He felt a bit worried, for how long has it been? A kind of star beast meat has completely lost its effect, even though there are hundreds of kinds of level 1 star beast meat left. But with the growth of the High Heaven Association and those above High Heaven, the speed at which star beast meat becomes ineffective will become faster and faster. Fortunately, however, high-level star beast meat is surprisingly effective. 1 gram of level 3 star beast meat can reduce a year of cooling. He muttered to himself, organizing his own situation. After breaking the innate realm, his essence, chi, and spirit sublimated. Even without a single grotto heaven, it's already hundreds to thousands of times stronger than his former self. The greatest progress is in the strong bull demon body, or rather the great sage equal to heaven scripture. Under 1,000 years of demonization, this technique has broken through from entry level to minor achievement level. With minor achievement in the great sage equal to heaven scripture, it can transform into a 10,000 feet bull demon, able to evoke an illusory flame mountain with a single thought. Although it's unclear how strong it can be after releasing as a 10,000 feet bull demon, it's probably beyond his imagination. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing had Uncle Yu, Aunt Li, Wei Qing Shan, and the old fisherman appear on the ancient war chariot. He spoke in a deep voice, but his gaze was fixed on the peach tree, which still gave him a great sense of terror. It's a pity. If he could take the peach tree away, forget it. Zhang Fuxing drove the golden ancient war chariot. With a thought, the bridge of helplessness quietly appeared, lifting the ancient war chariot. He took one last look at the tens of millions of people worshipping. These will all become his future followers. The thought flashed by. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Fuxing distorted his own face. He feared that as soon as he rushed out of the vortex, he would be intercepted by those fiery human shadows, and that they would see his true face. Exposing his trump card in such a place, in such circumstances, that would be too much of a loss. Thus, under the horrified gazes of Wei Lingzhu and others, Zhang Fuxing's figure transformed, changing from a human to a pure, 6-foot-tall ox demon. With 2 horns on his head, a grim visage, his skin showed a somber black color. The 6-foot ox demon spoke deeply, bringing on a massive amount of exotic soil discovered by over 1 million people over the years on the ancient war chariot. Just listening to his voice, the 4 people had a sense of mental disorder, almost falling into demonization. In the next moment, under the guidance of the bridge of helplessness, the golden ancient war chariot instantly reached the edge of the vortex. The bridge of helplessness lit up, reflecting a color of dead stillness. The continually flowing vortex suddenly froze, becoming slower, and slower, until the moment when the vortex's movement tightened towards stasis. Zhang Fuxing activated this great Dharma artifact, which only the innate realm could fully control. The ancient war chariot burst out with extremely brilliant light, transforming into a golden sun, fiercely crashing into the vortex. Before leaving, Zhang Fuxing glanced back, staring at the bloody, sinister peach tree. The branches and leaves swayed. The scarlet peaches hanging from it also slightly shook. Just by looking, with his current cultivation, he faintly felt a sense of dizziness. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. That dying celestial being, missing for so long, sleeping for so long, could have already been eaten by the peach tree? No, that's not right. Not long ago, the projection of that celestial being appeared in Chongshan City, capturing Du Mingxin. But it still feels strange. Thoughts swirling around. The golden sun crashed into the vortex. The sun's light vanished, and the vast land of exotic treasure plunged back into silence and darkness. Millions watched the night descend again, shivering, bewildered. The light completely faded away, with no sun, no bright moon. The world darkened to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, as if everything was swallowed by darkness. Despair, confusion, chaos quietly bred. Then, at this moment, the towering 10,000 ridges divine statue suddenly shone bright. Thereafter, it became the only light, the only beacon. Millions, under the radiant light of the divine statue, prostrated, farmed, and hunted. Wooden houses were built, ditches were drawn, a new civilization like one after the apocalypse was taking root and sprouting. People worked. Laboring people occasionally glanced at that soul light, the massive 10,000 ridges divine statue. And then, Chapter 266, 204. Out of the vortex, 10,000 feet bull demon descends to the world. Chapter 266, Chapter 204. Out of the vortex, 10,000 feet bull demon descends to the world. Outside the land of exotic treasure, more than 10 radiant figures, blazing like true suns, quietly stood suspended. They stood there, and already illuminated all directions. A mysterious innate spoke. Even the 4 deputy directors can't do anything. Lin Yuxing said calmly. He paused for a moment, then continued meaningfully. If it swallows 2 more subordinate cities or small subordinate heavens, won't it directly restore to the level of a true god? In a few words, some of the mysterious innates with blurred figures exchanged glances, pondering who among them were divine favor envoys of the Western sect. At this moment, one of the blurred innates spoke. Indeed, the Western sect quietly caused such a big commotion, bringing down the divine embryo of an evil god. Another innate said with a smile, these sects collaborated against the Federation, yet simultaneously schemed and fought against each other, especially opposing factions, fighting tooth and nail, like the Eastern and Western sects, or the Ancient Saints sect and the Celestial Principle sect. The most miserable was the Ling Mountain lineage, once set up by the Mandala lineage, tragically hunted down, leaving only a few stragglers. They no longer even had an elder on the divine spirit level. At this moment, many innate realms were fanning the flames without restraint, urging the Investigation Bureau to take severe action against the Western sect. Lin Yuxing glanced around and deduced that the most vocal of the 2 mysterious innates were probably from the Eastern sect, and the silent ones? Naturally from the Western sect. TSK, TSK, TSK. His mind turned, since he was quietly promoting the Nine Nether sect, and wanted to perform before the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate. Oppressing other sects was inevitable. Only in this way would the Nine Nether sect have a chance to develop. With this in mind, Lin Yuxing spoke accordingly. The actions of the Western sect are indeed excessive, with millions now dead. An innate smiled, meaningfully. 2 innates with somber faces snorted coldly. One of them stared at Lin Yuxing, speaking creepily. But I've heard there's more to the Jiangzhou matter than meets the eye. Lin Yuxing's expression froze. The other 3 innate-level deputy directors all reproached. The atmosphere abruptly turned tense. Among the 4 deputy directors, some genuinely detested evil cults, with the heart to protect the nation and its people. It seemed any disagreement might lead to innate battle, and this small bubble world turned silent, heaven and earth trembling. If several innates fought, who knows, a vast land could be sunk. Suddenly, an innate pointed to one of the whirlpools, as gazes settled upon it, seeing the large whirlpool suddenly stop its rotation, as if a special, lethal, decaying, withering power was permeating the whirlpool, freezing it. The next moment, rumble. Dazzling golden light shot from the whirlpool. Innate's expressions changed, taking up positions within moments, under the watchful eyes of more than 10 top experts. From within the whirlpool, a golden sun burst out in reverse. The sun's light was so intense, one could only vaguely see figures upon it. An innate realm recognized this great Dharma artifact that was modeled after a certain supreme treasure. Eyes lit up. This innate realm, of unknown sect affiliation, pointed out, then took action, palms blooming with 3 radiant lights representing the 3 wheels cave heaven. Another innate realm roared in anger. Nonsense! He too acted, but in a tactical move, 4 wheels of the pocket world appeared, attacking the previous innate with extreme dominance. Clearly, he was from the Pantheon. As 2 innate realms clashed, dazzling radiant lights first erupted in the void, followed by intense distortions and ripples. The sky nearly shattered. The very dome of the celestial vault cracked open. At this moment in a distant great wilderness of the waiting area collapsed with a roar. Hundreds of miles of landscape fell, torn apart. Just the aftershocks. The first innate realm to strike shouted hoarsely, now looking rather battered. Though only a single cave heaven world was missing, yet the gap in strength was nearly double. He was struck coughing blood, still yelling, "For deputy directors, aren't you going to act?" Lin Yusheng and the others exchanged a glance, together making a move to tear open the golden war chariot emerging from the whirlpool. Chapter 267, 204. Out of the vortex, 10,000 feet bull demon descends to the world. Part 2. Chapter 267. Chapter 204. Out of the vortex, 10,000 feet bull demon descends to the world. Part 2. I need to see who stands on this ancient war chariot. The innate realm of the Pantheon was becoming frantic. Another, after brief contemplation, instantly made a decision. He was decisive beyond measure and also launched a massive hand towards the golden ancient war chariot, intending to press this golden sun back into the whirlpool. The reason was simple. Once it's clear that it's the Hu family, it simply explains that they both hail from the Pantheon. The 4 deputy directors of the Investigation Bureau must then act against them. Under such circumstances, the other sect's innate divine favor will only add fuel to the fire and will never unite against a common enemy. The 5 directions cave heaven world roared. The scenes within revealed faintly, showing 5 pieces of mountains and rivers. A figure of innate shouted. About 10 figures of the innate level, after a moment of contemplation, had made their decision. They burst forth in radiant light, which became a series of slaughter techniques, striking towards the 2 innate levels of the Pantheon. The void rippled with dense folds visible to the naked eye. The folds then tore apart and shattered. The very top of the celestial vault was also torn open again, and the desolate waiting area above was smashed, turned upside down. A black market that had just opened several hundred miles away was also tragically affected. Even though the innate realm's remaining power had weakened drastically over the hundreds of miles, it was still enough to destroy it. Many treasured great medicine shattered. The withered old man, clasping a pipe, fled for his life, glancing back at his treasures. "Damn you, heaven!" he howled, tears and snot merging, enraged by the injustice of fate. Meanwhile, outside the whirlpool, 10 or so innates, dozens of pocket worlds emerged faintly. Both divine favor envoys of the Pantheon being hunted suffered great damage. One's physical body was torn, a pocket world collapsed. The other was in a grave situation, nearly dying. Yet he still mustered a forceful strike, his massive palm glowing, bringing an unstoppable, vast momentum to crush down upon that golden sun, intending to destroy all traces, intending to force the celestial patrol vehicle back into the whirlpool. The other innates were filled with rage, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. The massive hand pressed down. The giant palm covered and fell. The next moment, from the brilliant golden light, a deep rebuke was heard. At that same moment, the innates witnessed the resplendent glow dimming for an instant. Who was that sitting on the celestial patrol vehicle? Wasn't it supposed to be an old woman? It was clearly a 10-foot-tall ox demon. The ox demon's body was pitch black, exuding a fierce power that seemed to crush the celestial vault. At this moment, it rose from the golden ancient war chariot, eyes glaring. A flame divine mountain appeared out of thin air, its form illusory, burning with fire that never extinguished. The mountain tilted and collided. The massive hand that was suppressing came crashing apart. dazzling blood flowed down. The Pantheon innate let out a cry of pain. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. Where was the Who family of the Pantheon? How did it become an ox demon? Though there seemed to be three other figures on the golden ancient war chariot, they sensed that the aura of those three figures was very weak, likely not even a grandmaster. Naturally, they couldn't possibly be the Who family either. After a moment of dead silence, the first Pantheon innate to speak stiffened his neck. A figure from the ancient saints sect turned sideways, shouting at the Pantheon innate. The Pantheon innate fell silent. Another moment. Lin Yuxing cried out, pointing towards the golden sun, attempting to leave through the void. One by one, the innates acted without hesitation, intending to intercept. No matter who this ox demon actually was or where it came from, since it emerged from the whirlpool, it must be captured, at least to know what truly lies within the whirlpool. About 10 innates joined forces, with pocket worlds emerging and roaring behind them, seemingly connecting mountains and rivers, crushing down towards the ancient war chariot. The momentum was overwhelming. However, the ox demon, standing on the ancient war chariot, suddenly stepped out, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his divine visage imposing, merely uttering a single rebuke. Then, under the gaze of one innate figure after another, like grand suns, the 10,000 feet bull demon suddenly expanded and grew larger. In an instant, it stood 10,000 feet tall, reaching the heavens and standing on the earth. Behind it, a flame divine mountain, stretching for hundreds of miles, erupted into the air. 3,000 years of accumulated spirit can make a 300-kilometer divine realm descend into reality, or make a 300-kilometer spiritual technique come true. The one Zhang Fuxing evolved was the flame divine mountain. 300 kilometers, that is 600 miles. 2 miles make 1 kilometer. This is originally the divine power technique from the great sage equal to heaven scripture. All the innate were frozen in their places, looking at the 10,000 feet bull demon, looking at the 600 miles of flame divine mountain. All were dumbfounded. When have they ever seen such a marvelous technique? When have they ever seen a 10,000 feet giant? Could it be a star beast? In their bewilderment, the 10,000 feet bull demon moved, raised its eyes, and released a bellow akin to ancient times. Within the bellow, mountains shattered and the earth cracked. This small world's mountains and rivers overturned, resembling the apocalypse. His ancestral acupoint at the center of his brows pulsed, drawing in the vast power of heaven and earth. Cause and effect parallel. The bull demon, larger than mountains, barely raised its fist, didn't even swing, and yet it bizarrely appeared above the innate from the Pantheon, who almost got killed before, and tried to push back the golden ancient war chariot into the vortex. He was terrified, looking up in panic. He saw a brilliant fist imprint as massive as a mountain. Under countless startled gazes, the already critically wounded innate from the Pantheon was almost completely shattered, now coughing up blood in big gulps, nearly at death's door again, feeling as if he was struck directly by a mountain. Furious, he summoned a divine bow in his hand, drawing and knocking an arrow. Zhang Fuxing sensed the terrifying aura locking onto him, feeling a chill down his spine. He had yet to open his acupoints into a pocket world, and among the innate, he was the weakest. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, knowing he had to intimidate these innates with the 10,000 feet bull demon body, also knowing that merely the body of 10,000 feet bull demon wasn't enough. Closing his eyes, then opening them again, before the divine sect innate could release the arrow. The 10,000 feet tall bull demon let out a deep voice, the sound waves spreading in all directions, shaking and collapsing the mountains. Immediately after, under the horrified stares of the innate realm, once again, the bull demon moved, displaying an unfathomable marvelous technique. Its giant palm, just raised yet already landed on the divine sect innate with a bent bow and knocked arrow. Accompanied by a violent roar, the divine sect innate was slapped into the vortex, causing it to loosen slightly. Lin Yuxing and others glimpsed the scene through the corner of the vortex. There seemed to be a divine statue as high as 10,000 rin. There seemed to be an ominous peach tree. The divine sect innate was sent flying towards that peach tree, crashing before it, stirring up waves of mud. Then he rose in distress, just about to look around. Many innates peered through the vortex at that corner of the scene, horrified to see that the innate was suddenly pierced by a peach tree branch. An innate realm, a divine favor envoy bright as a grand sun, instantly drained dry, reduced to dust. The peach branch swayed slightly, swayed as if awakening, and then a peach tree branch suddenly pierced out of the vortex, stabbing into a far-watching divine favor envoy. The innate opened his mouth wide, bewildered, then disintegrated, turning into dust. Drained again. Zhang Fuxing. Branch after branch pierced out. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded, his heart muttering what the hell. His form shrunk, hopped onto the ancient war chariot, not forgetting to snatch the fallen divine bow, and then ran. The innate realms were also crazily fleeing. The peach branches swung, tearing the celestial vault and the earth asunder. Chapter 268-205. A single arrow slays an innate. Chapter 268. Chapter 205. A single arrow slays an innate. The golden great sun streaked across the celestial vault. Now, it's crucial to make a getaway. Zhang Fuxing multitasked, steering the golden ancient war chariot while diverting his thoughts to the 10,000 ridges divine statue connected to him. Observing that eerie peach tree, he had never dared to approach it. Every time the thought arose, his innate spiritual sense would issue a frantic warning, signifying great terror there. Just as expected, Zhang Fuxing lightly tapped the void with his 5 fingers, connecting with Miss Mingyu through a method of prayer, hurriedly saying, "Come alive? Young Master Zhang, don't be anxious." The questioning voice echoed by his ear. Through the statue's perspective, Zhang Fuxing observed the peach tree. The eerie immortal tree seemed awakened, each peach branch like a divine chain, piercing forth into a vortex. It did not harm the people and objects in the place of exotic treasure. Apparently, it didn't deign to. Returning his thoughts to his body, Zhang Fuxing glanced back from the ancient war chariot, seeing resplendent divine chains tearing the celestial vault apart. The other innate realm entities were also avoiding, distancing themselves, and no one else was pierced by the peach branches and drained. He described what he saw. Miss Mingyu's solemn voice came through. Observing through the statue's perspective for a moment, Zhang Fuxing promptly responded, "Yes." As they spoke, the celestial patrol vehicle drove into a lower-tier city within this bubble-like space, Chongshan City, like a great sun. The 10 Directions vortex originally appeared above Mangta Mountain. Miss Mingyu's voice came again. Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched, then suddenly realized a celestial human combined with the peach immortal tree. No wonder it hunts the innate with ease. It's fortunate not to have personally approached the peach tree or the vicinity of the South Celestial Gate. He observed again through the statue's perspective. The branches of the peach tree continued to dance wildly, black blood oozing from the trunk, with the South Celestial Gate tilted beside it. The plaque of the Milo Celestial Palace was stained with dust on the sandy ground. As for the painting carrying Miss Mingyu, the painting was hanging from a branch, swaying slightly. Pausing, she continued. Zhang Fuxing silently nodded, noting that the branches, like divine chains piercing the vortex, didn't stray far from it, seeming constrained, which slightly eased his heart. He hovered the golden, ancient war chariot over Chongshan City. Numerous citizens below gazed up in terror at this golden great sun, and their expressions gradually transformed from fear to a dull, serene gaze. "Young Master Zhang, avoid going there for now." Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted, and he asked quietly in his heart, "Fortune? Serendipity?" He wondered as he pondered. "Young Master Zhang, if I'm right, the peach immortal tree experienced a calamity, becoming eerie and abnormal. But the gap between the celestial human and the tree is vast. Zhang Fuxing thoughtfully spoke softly. Listening to Miss Mingyu's words, Zhang Fuxing's eyes brightened slightly. A peach tree? That truly would be a great serendipity. As for the immortal tree becoming eerie, others aside, with the 8 Sceneries Palace, he's not afraid of suppressing it. Others may not have enough status, but could he not? Miss Mingyu's voice sounded one last time. It's all about how long this celestial human can hold on, young Master Zhang. An unsophisticated technique was narrated softly. Zhang Fuxing listened carefully, committing it to memory. This abnormal technique was not difficult, being a miracle technique simplified from divine techniques. It's called the Great Transport Technique. As the name implies, its basic application is to move and transport objects over a distance. Diving deeper, one can leave coordinates or road marks in advance, then use them to open a mysterious portal, traveling back and forth over vast distances. After solemnly expressing his gratitude, Zhang Fuxing stopped his fingers from tapping, breaking the prayer-induced connection. He looked back, gazing at the peach tree branches extending from the vortex, still tearing the celestial vault apart. With a slight flicker in his eyes, planning to leave a teleportation road mark next to the vortex once the peach tree, or the celestial human residing within, stopped the madness. If he encounters an unbeatable enemy, he could open the mysterious door and flee to this place. If the opponent chases him through the door, then he wouldn't hesitate to use the cause and effect parallel technique to punch the peach tree. At that time, they would see who could run faster. Zhang Fuxing stared at the peach tree branches, waiting for them to retract to the place of exotic treasure, and the peach tree in the statue's vision returned to normal. Divine thoughts sprouted forth, blooming brilliant light silently within the void beneath the 10 directions vortex, carving crooked mysterious symbols as road marks. The brilliant light gradually faded away. Rubbing his slightly aching brow, this technique, while not as profound as divine techniques for expelling, still had its difficulties. The first time drawing these, it was also mentally taxing. At this moment, a distant fleeing innate being glanced back, gazing at the golden sun hanging high over Chongshan City. Zhang Fuxing seemed to sense something, and he too looked, his divine thought tearing through one mountain after another, like mighty rivers of blood roared out. In the sky, a 600-mile flame, divine mountain pressed down. He snorted coldly, knowing that there were still some in the innate realm unwilling to give up, tried to explore the location of the exotic treasure from him. Zhang Fuxing decisively struck. The remaining innate realm beings chose to watch this time. The previous events had been too shocking. At this moment, they saw an innate from a certain sect confronting the ox demon over thousands of miles apart. The next moment, on the ancient war chariot, without any visible action from the ox demon, a vast river of blood surged forth, accompanied by the 600-mile flame divine mountain, tearing through layers of rock, crushing down towards the innate realm being. The latter fiercely resisted. The 3 wheels cave heaven appeared and emitted immortal light, using a slaughter technique to desperately contend with the 600-mile flame mountain. The fierce flame scorched, the earth cracked, and the extreme heat rolled in all directions. During a brief stalemate, Lin Yuxing saw the ox demon lift its head and open its mouth, yet the sound that came out was not a cow's moo. Brilliant Buddha's light broke through heaven and earth. Bright, too bright. Lin Yuxing instinctively squinted, as did other innate realm beings who were watching from afar. In a daze, they saw a giant OM character formed by Buddha's light pushing across from the edge of heaven and earth, collapsing mountains and splitting the earth inch by inch. Then, as the collapsing mountains and fragmented earth accompanied that OM character, gathered into a visually stunning wave of stone and sand, crashing fiercely. An unknown innate being's complexion changed, and behind him, a Dharma aspect several kilometers high was revealed, resembling a bodhisattva, clearly a divine favor envoy from the Mandala lineage. The one killed by the peach tree branch was also a divine favor envoy from the Mandala lineage. The 600-mile flame mountain pressed down on the bodhisattva Dharma aspect, and the figure of the innate being appeared. It was a black-robed monk. At this moment, he raised a Vajra pestle, likewise making the earth and mountains beneath him surge up to resist the giant character. The Bodhisattva Dharma aspect spoke with lotus blooms from its tongue. In a range of hundreds of miles, immortal flowers bloomed everywhere in the void. The black-robed monk unknowingly sat calmly on a lotus platform. The Vajra pestle trembled. The power of heaven and earth mixed with essence, chi, and spirit, twisted into a terrifying Buddha face dozens of feet high. The dark, menacing Buddha face collided and stood firm with the brilliant Sanskrit character. Zhang Fuxing was astonished. The character fused with all his essence, chi, and spirit, equivalent to his full-strength strike, and his mental accumulation exceeded 3,000 years. It was still intercepted by that innate realm being who had only enlightened 3 grotto heavens. He gazed intently, seeing the black-robed monk employing unknown means, as the Bodhisattva Dharma aspect merged with the terrifying Buddha face. The virtual form of the 600-mile flame divine mountain was torn apart, replaced by an illusory Buddha country. In the Buddha country, countless bhikkhus were chanting scriptures. This was the divine realm of the black-robed monk. The black-robed monk sighed, fighting for his life, as the Vajra pestle pierced through the void, landing in the center of the character, while the illusory Buddha country also emitted a rumble. The character shattered. On the golden ancient war chariot, Wei Lingzhu stood dumbfounded. Watching this magnificent scene, she observed, seeing from afar the Buddha country pressing against the celestial vault, witnessing the earth tearing apart and merging with the massive Bodhisattva Dharma aspect, and then transforming into a 10,000-meter-high stone Buddha. One by one, the innates also observed this scene from afar. The events forthcoming would determine whether they would enter the fray, whether to join the battle, and continue the hunt for the ox demon. The stone Buddha opened its eyes. The black-robed monk's furious voice echoed from the other side of the small world, vast and expansive. He and the previously slain innate realm being were evidently brothers. The stone Buddha raised its giant palm. The illusory Buddha country shook, transforming into an incredibly brilliant light, covering the giant palm. The palm did not fall, merely pointing towards Chongshan City, merely pointing towards the golden ancient war chariot, and the vast power of heaven and earth was already sweeping in. The ancient war chariot creaked. Zhang Fuxing rose expressionless from the chariot, bending a bow, drawing the string wide, without seeing the sharp arrow. He closed his eyes, not looking at the gigantic stone Buddha moving step by step, mingling with the Dharma aspect. Whether he could leave, whether he would be hunted, all depended on this arrow. Thoughts returning to the 8 Sceneries Palace, sitting calmly on the meditation mat. Celestial Venerate appeared with the nail-head 7 Arrows book, gently caressing it. Borrows its momentum. Opening his eyes again, staring at the great Buddha. In Zhang Fuxing's hand the divine bow. A splendid arrow was already knocked. He took a deep breath, stood tall on the golden ancient war chariot, and released the bowstring with both fingers. A divine arrow shot out. The world suddenly went silent. All colors faded. Wei Lingzhu looked down, seeing her own hands turning black and white, seeing all things in the world losing their color at this moment. Everything turned into the most simple black and white. The only visible color was the brilliant divine arrow. The divine arrow soared through the stone Buddha, through the Vajra pestle, through layer upon layer of lotus flowers, nailing to the forehead of the black-robed monk. The vibrant colors once again painted the world. The stone Buddha collapsed into dust. The Vajra pestle broke into 2 pieces, and the lotus flowers in front of the monk withered into mud. Countless eyes turned towards the black-robed monk on the lotus platform. He sat still as a statue, his lotus platform wilting. He too entered nirvana. The eminent figures at the innate level left without looking back, fleeing as fast as they could. Chapter 269, 206. The celestial human hands me an invitation of favor. Chapter 269, Chapter 206. The celestial human hands me an invitation of favor. All the innate ones fled quickly. The scene just now was too terrifying, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, and releasing. Everything in heaven and earth faded. The black-robed monk who dared to fight to the death and brought the divine realm into reality couldn't even resist and was nailed dead in the black and white of everything. The stone Buddha crumbled to dust, and the Buddha country vanished into nothingness. No one knew what the relationship between the ox demon and that peach tree was, nor how he shot that arrow, but they knew escaping was the right thing to do. Afraid to become the next person targeted by the divine bow. The many innate ones fled wildly, in figures as brilliant as the sun disappeared, leaving only two suns in this small world. One was the true sun in the sky, and the other was the ancient war chariot with dazzling golden light. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes slightly. The turbulent and restless essence, qi, and spirit inside him slowly calmed down. This arrow was not easy for him either. Drawing upon his entire body's energy, he forcibly borrowed the momentum from the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Merely borrowing the momentum. Zhang Fuxing lowered his head and glanced at Chongshan City, which clearly had a big problem. In the city, the old, the young, women, and children all stared blankly, woodenly, and rigidly gazing at him. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. There were too many strange things in this place. Even as he sat here, he felt uneasy all over. After deeply gazing at the 10 Directions vortex, he drove the golden ancient war chariot, found a channel, and rumbled away. After moving away from Chongshan City, the divine favor envoy was still filled with lingering fear, muttering lowly. Beside him, another divine favor envoy from the Western sect nodded. The two divine favor envoys exchanged a look without words. After a long time, massaging his brow, Zhou Chonglu continued. As he spoke, he seemed distracted, recalling the arrow that discolored heaven and earth, shivering. How dangerous, upon introspection, if that divine arrow was aimed at himself. Zhou Chonglu considered thousands of solutions and finally discovered it was unsolvable. Unless he could dodge it. But can he really dodge it? At that time, he wasn't even locked onto by the divine arrow, but still sensed a chilling breath, just a glance, and his mind was left with only one word. Death. Once more, he anxiously massaged his brow. The other divine favor envoy nodded. Zhou Chonglu nodded. The two divine favor envoys continued their conversation, both somewhat absent-minded, still recalling that arrow where the world lost color. With few words, they decided on Chongyang matters. The divine favor envoy asked. Zhou Chonglu nodded lightly. Spring Thunder City. This is an ordinary subordinate city. Standing in the wild mountains outside the city, Zhang Fuxing used a vast will to erase sensitive memories of Wei Qing Shan, the old fisherman, and Uncle Yu and Aunt Li, sending them off into the city. For him now, this is effortless, no longer needing to rely on the contract for transactions. Wei Lingzhu gazed at the direction of her leaving brother, speaking absently. Still maintaining the ox demon form, Zhang Fuxing spoke in a low voice, and as he talked, hot breath spouted from his nose. He said slowly. He continued. Zhang Fuxing watched the backs of Uncle Yu and Aunt Li, sighing lightly. Ultimately, he changed his decision. For him now, intervening in the investigation bureau wouldn't be a difficult task, but forcing Uncle Yu and Aunt Li to get involved? The benefits aren't big. In fact, it would bring them great crisis. Zhang Fuxing personally cleansed the bodies of the two, forcibly unlocking secret passages in the organs, guiding them on the spiritual level. It's foreseeable that, before long, the two will become grandmasters. After all, it's the baptism of an innate. And as long as they don't get involved in this muddy water of his, the two grandmasters can live very well in the subordinate city. Zhang Fuxing rubbed the small sacrificial altar given by Uncle Yu, a treasure of the Western sect. The altar has completed the sacrifice and can be used at any time to communicate with specific deities. He put the altar away, Wei Lingzhu looked at the terrifying ox demon over at Zhang tall, unafraid, and asked softly. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, hesitating, directly return to Chongyang, or go to Dragonboat City first. As he pondered, he suddenly frowned, turned his head, and looked at a void place. Wei Lingzhu looked over in shock, seeing the air ripple, and an elderly man full of scholarly aura walked out. Zhang Fuxing, expressionless, placed his palm on the small altar, an unfathomable old entity. Old Master's gaze was glued to Wei Lingzhu, and from the intense excitement, his heart pounded frantically. Heaven! He struggled to withdraw his gaze from Wei Lingzhu and curiously examined the ox demon, slightly bowing. Resembling an ox demon, yet mastering the Buddhist family's secret techniques, with faint Buddha's light, looking sacred and solemn, and shot an arrow that made even my heart tremble. Zhang Fuxing thought for a moment, then calmly replied. The old master's pupils suddenly contracted, nearly choking. What the heck? Zhang Fuxing wasn't just spouting nonsense. In the mythological stories, the great sage who pacifies heaven, the Ox Demon King, indeed had a version where, after being captured by Neza and others, he went west, entered Ling Mountain, and eventually became a bodhisattva, strong King Bodhisattva. Or perhaps the strong Ming King Bodhisattva. Although this is a conjecture of later generations, it doesn't hinder Zhang Fuxing from using it directly. The old master squinted his eyes. So you're a bodhisattva who has come through a tribulation? Zhang Fuxing held up the small altar with one hand, secretly tapping a few rhythms, and finally felt at ease. What about Ling Mountain? His tone became quite rude. This old man was unfathomable. His presence felt like a vast abyss. A true, celestial human perhaps. But it didn't matter. The old master frowned. Though you are a bodhisattva, you have not yet reached perfection, and are probably only at the innate level now. Suddenly he fell silent. The altar in the ox demon's hand glowed, and a semi-transparent, elegant woman quietly stood beside him. Zhang Fuxing asked. The old master remained silent, chuckled awkwardly, and made a gesture of respect. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, evaporating instantly. Damn, how could there be a deity here? The old master's lips twitched. Although the figure looked illusory, it was clearly a descending will, yet it emanated an air of superiority. It was a deity, and so vivid. This deity was probably not far away, certainly not in a different dimension, so much so that their true form could arrive maybe within a few breaths. He regretted jumping out. Zhang Fuxing, emboldened, smiled and asked, Golden University? The old master introduced himself, forcing a smile. Miss Mingyue glanced charmingly at the towering ox demon, teasingly thinking that young Master Zhang was using her to bluff. Yet her true form couldn't come in and was stuck in the starry sky. It didn't matter, though. That altar, though small, allowed a strand of will to descend, enough to exert some celestial human's ability. Zhang Fuxing then smiled again and asked. The old master paused and honestly confessed. Firstly, it's about the different place within the vortex. His gaze settled on the shrinking girl beside him. Zhang Fuxing was startled. Wei Lingzhu? Confusion appeared on his face, and the old master appropriately explained. Innate literary fortune? Zhang Fuxing squinted. What is that? It sounds deeply connected to Confucianism. He suddenly thought of the mysterious ancient saint trapped in the 9 netherworld Yellow Springs. The old master repeatedly paid respects, cautiously, seemingly hesitant. Finally, he said, the old master's gaze was locked on Wei Lingzhu, a glint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Outsiders wouldn't know, but being from the ancient saint's sect, being a celestial human in Confucianism, the old master clearly sensed an ocean-like, vast literary fortune upon the girl. Such literary fortune, even with slight guidance, could surely make her a celestial human or even a deity in Confucianism one day. He was itching all over. Zhang Fuxing and Miss Mingyue exchanged a glance, both noticing the fanaticism in the old master's eyes, a celestial human from Confucianism suddenly jumping out from nowhere. Again, Zhang Fuxing thought of that mysterious ancient saint and the oddities about this first disciple of his. Zhang Fuxing asked lightly. The old master hesitated, then said. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. The old master paused, cupping his hands. Zhang Fuxing squinted. Grace, filial piety, education. The three cultivation techniques and paths within the ancient saint sect. The old master continued in a deep voice. Listening to him, Zhang Fuxing's mind started to move. Among the various sects, the ancient saint sect and the eastern sect are relatively the most normal. A celestial human from the ancient saint sect, if recruited. He pondered, speaking softly. After careful consideration, the towering ox demon, under the old master's astonished gaze, slowly transformed into a young man with graceful yet majestic features. The old master recognized Zhang Fuxing at first glance. This was one of his purposes for coming, to bring back Zhang Fuxing for Cui Qingyi and incidentally eliminate Cui Wenda. But now, what of Cui Qingyi? What of the Qinghe Cui family? Unimportant. His gaze was fixed on Wei Lingzhu, a faint, almost imperceptible clear aura in his eyes. He had lied. According to the art of gazing, how could Wei Lingzhu be merely a sage potential? She was clearly of supreme saint potential. Great perfection, celestial position. Throughout countless years, no one has had the qualifications to occupy it, but now there is. The old master paused, doing a double hand clasp, solemnly said. He even handed over an invitation of favor. Chapter 270-207, Boarding the Dragon Boat. Celestial Humans Follow. Chapter 270, Chapter 207, Boarding the Dragon Boat. Celestial humans follow. Zhang Fuxing quietly accepted the invitation, holding it meant that the old master owed him a great favor, and it must be repaid. This is one of the fundamental doctrines of the ancient saint sect. Then let the master come with us, Zhang Fuxing said lightly. As he spoke, he pointed to himself, indicating he had already shed the ox demon form. The old master suddenly understood, and his form transformed into an unremarkable old man, with his eyes still fixed on Wei Lingzhu. Bodhisattva, he said this while slightly lowering his hands, resembling an old butler. Zhang Fuxing squinted, a celestial human, who willingly lowered his status to such an extent. He did not think the old master acted this way due to fear of the strong king Bodhisattva. He mentioned casually, or the strandable beside Miss Mingwei. After all, the old master's eyes were practically welded onto his disciple. The more this happened, the stranger it seemed. The mysterious ancient saint placed in the unimaginable 9 netherworlds, Wei Lingzhu. Miss Mingyue's form gradually dimmed, and before leaving, she gently pointed at the old master's forehead. Miss Mingyue spoke softly. As she spoke, this strandable projected colorful light, her forehead's ancestral acupoint like the great sun, her 5 organs akin to the bright moon. The old master was visibly shaken. Deity, and not just a deity at the venerate level, a great power. He nodded solemnly. Miss Mingyue nodded, her form fading away completely. The desolate mountain fell silent. Wei Lingzhu was still confused. After all, she was merely a martial artist of low refinement, and to her, a grandmaster was already the limit of her past encounters, also her understanding's limit. Innate, celestial human. To her, wasn't just vague, it was a realm and level she couldn't even comprehend. The old master asked. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, but instead asked back. The old master recalled his very first, original name. He softly spoke. Only then did Zhang Fuxing nod. Closing his eyes in thought for a moment, he spoke quietly. He looked back, his gaze falling towards the vast skies. Golden City. Cui Wenda did not return directly to the Cui family mansion, but instead sat silently in a cafe. In front of him were 2 individuals shrouded in black robes. One was a plague ghost. The other was a new grim skeleton, just summoned from the divine realm, the skeleton of that innate realm great monk. In other words, this was a skeleton that had illuminated 3 pocket worlds. Chui Winda lowered his head devoutly. The plague ghost made a hoarse sound. At this moment, the diseases of tens of millions were quickly merging with it. Every second, it grew stronger. The plague ghost spoke calmly. Chui Winda spoke in a low voice. After pondering for a moment, the plague ghost added, with these words, the black-robed person at the innate realm level lifted their head slightly. Chui Winda was wide-eyed, somewhat lost. So, the great central pole sect leader, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, already had followers walking the earth? And it was Vice Director Lin of the Investigation Bureau, known far and wide. He paid his respects and devoutly intoned, Dragon Boat City, looking at the seemingly ordinary trio entering this bustling city. A handsome young man, a young girl, and an old man who appeared as an unassuming butler. That was all. Zhang Fuxing exclaimed with admiration. The old master taught him the scripture of the 72 saints, which he then passed on to Wei Lingzhu. The profundity of this scripture, in a certain sense, even surpassed the great sun illuminates the 72 snow mountain scripture. For example, the innate grand realm chapter and celestial human chapter of the saint scripture advocates enlightening 72 acupoints and pocket worlds, within which the holy form of worldly smoke and fire is forged. Once achieved with a single thought, the 72 pocket worlds emit 72 rays of light, illuminating all. And if further refined, it can even truly forge a saint's golden body for oneself. This saint does not refer to those so-called primordial saints from past novels, but the sages taught by Confucianism. The old master spoke softly. After a pause, he solemnly said, the Federation's mother star was originally a complete planet, but its rules were altered, turning it into layers of bubble-like small worlds. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. The old master blushed. Zhang Fuxing, thoughtful, walked while explaining and interpreting the scripture of the 72 saints for Wei Lingzhu. The old master assisted by clarifying doubts. This action seemed somewhat redundant, yet it was indispensable. Otherwise, who truly was Wei Lingzhu's master? During their discourse, the three walked through the bustling commercial street, passing by a once-called Peace Hotel, now renamed the luxurious Cyan Dragon Hotel, and eventually arrived before the governance building. Zhang Fuxing smiled. He did not explain, merely stretched lazily while looking at the governance building. Thereafter, he ascended into the celestial vault. He controlled his own cultivation, a glow of 4 furnace fires behind his head, resembling a supreme grandmaster at the level of perfection, casting a mighty voice. I, from Chongyang, have arrived at Dragon Boat. Where is the governor? The mighty voice reverberated throughout the entire city. Inside the governance building, Shi Jinyuan stepped out, staring at the familiar figure above, dumbfounded. Is that Fuxing? Gazing at the 4 furnace flames, Shi Jinyuan felt a bit dizzy, almost moved to tears. 2 months apart, the living Buddha had become a supreme grandmaster. Then, how far off is his return? Wait a moment. Shi Jinyuan blinked. From Chongyang? He realized at once. Fuxing is that Chongyang director who was coming to inspect Chongyang City. Due to extreme excitement, Hong Tianbao's face appeared flushed. He whispered. Yuan Feidao, who was quietly sipping tea, raised his eyelids. The chubby old man beamed a rare smile. Yuan Feidao eyed the spiraling blue smoke from the incense burner, nodding slightly. He appeared slightly dazed, murmuring, if I remember correctly, the true dragon Arhut handed over the Buddha country to him before passing away. Hong Tianbao nodded. Yuan Feidao nodded silently. Go ahead, I know you want to see Fuxing. Want to warn him? After a pause, the old man calmly spoke. Chongyang will be thrown into chaos because of me. Hong Tianbao nodded silently, yet asked confusedly. Master, I still don't understand. February 9th. What exactly needs to be done? Yuan Feidao did not answer, merely sighed softly. He waved his hand gently, and Hong Tianbao's figure disappeared. A wooden fish appeared on the table at some unknown time. Yuan Fei Dao gently tapped the wooden fish, each tap followed by a soft sigh. Buddhist technique is boundless, thus continued for 81 times. The clear talk sound still echoed within the small room. The wind chime hanging on the windowsill swayed slightly. The old man turned his head, looking at the novice monk prostrate at his side, also at an unknown time. The novice monk kowtowed, speaking softly. Yuan Fei Dao tapped the wooden fish again before speaking calmly. His gaze was unfathomably deep, quietly counting. The novice monk quietly listened, speaking softly. Yuan Fei Dao nodded slightly. Pausing, the elderly's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He pronounced word by word. Must it be that lousy? The novice monk's throat moved, nodding heavily. But, are you really going to walk this path? Hearing the novice monk's words, Yuan Fei Dao closed his eyes, pressing his palms together. He gently said. The novice monk opened his mouth, wishing to say something to persuade, but Yuan Fei Dao raised a hand to stop him. The novice monk quietly listened to the old man's words, dazedly saying, at last he only sighed. Chapter 271, 208. 6 celestial positions gained from nothing, shouldering great cause and effect in a single moment. Chapter 271. Chapter 208. 6 celestial positions gained from nothing, shouldering great cause and effect in a single moment. Governor's office. Upon entering the office, Shi Jingyuan softly asked, his gaze lingering on the old master. This old man appeared ordinary, yet when staring at him, his spiritual sense rippled. He's very dangerous, Zhang Fuxing responded. Shi Jingyuan understood, paused for a moment, and then, under the old master's surprised gaze, put his hands together. Old master. In surprise, Shi Jingyuan opened a hidden door in the office, and the three followed, entering an inner chamber. The inner chamber was spacious, over 300 square meters, shaped like a rectangle with Arhat and Bodhisattva statues lined on both sides. As the four entered, a breeze stirred, making the scripture banners flutter in the wind. The dark green divine statues faintly visible, exuding a solemn and serious atmosphere. And at the far end, there was a giant gold Buddha statue enshrined. Wei Lingzhu looked at the Buddha statue, astonished, and spoke. The face of the Buddha statue was exactly that of his master. Zhang Fuxing was also dumbfounded. Shi Jingyuan softly spoke, the door of the dark chamber closing slowly, candles in front of the divine statues flickering, the slight firelight swaying. The light from all directions tore the shadows of the four into countless pieces, cast all around. Shi Jingyuan turned around, putting his hands together. Under the candlelight, Zhang Fuxing's face appeared slightly flushed. He casually remarked. Shi Jingyuan was taken aback, pondered for a moment. I don't know what you intend to do, but I can help. His tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation, exuding an absolute confidence. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously. Zhang Fuxing understood, asked no more questions, walked to the giant golden Buddha statue, gazing at the statue's face, his own face. He sighed deeply. Shi Jingyuan held his manners, his expression solemn. Zhang Fuxing turned back, glanced at the old master, and finally decided to speak frankly, no need to avoid. He said candidly. Shi Jingyuan nodded gravely. Though the names were vague, Zhang Fuxing could still recognize these four. None other than Guanyin, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Ksitigarbha. The old master's eyes flickered. This Zhang Fuxing's bodhisattva, indeed from the Ling mountain lineage, is he the surviving deity from that large siege? If so, who is that graceful woman revered as another remnant deity from Ling mountain? He observed silently, knowing they didn't avoid him, thus dragging him into the matter. Zhang Fuxing said quietly, No. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly. Shi Jingyuan was taken aback. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded, though his demeanor showed no change, hands clasped behind his back, a look of melancholy. These words fell, and the flickering candlelight in the room dimmed instantly, as if a wind from the underworld blew from the void. The statues on both sides trembled. The giant golden Buddha statue shook. As the echo of clattering sounds rose and fell, the secluded chamber became even more obscure, the dark room even darker. Everyone present was stunned. The old master exclaimed, "Celestial position anomaly? It's indeed the true name, true title, Zhang Fuxing." Now it was his turn to be bewildered, listening to old Shi and the old master's startled voices, only now understanding. Celestial positions usually hang high in different dimensions. If someone ascends to godhood, choosing to enter different dimensions, they could try to sit upon it, to seize the celestial position. Gods not seated upon celestial positions are merely ordinary deities. Gods seated upon celestial positions are true gods. But there are exceptions as well. Very rarely, some celestial positions will fall to the human world. Hence, in the human world, there could be exceedingly rare true gods existing. And if someone discovers the true title of a celestial position and calls out, if they're in the same dimension as the celestial position, they can trigger a celestial position anomaly. Whether large or small, violent or like a gentle breeze brushing the face. Shi Zhengyuan, trembling with excitement, stared at Zhang Fuxing, stammering, You found the great hell." The Yin wind rose again, chilling the body and soul to the bone. Zhang Fuxing paused in silence, continued fabricating. Shi Zhengyuan and the old master were astonished. Wei Lingzhu quietly listened, though not fully understanding. Zhang Fuxing nodded. He continued to fib, even citing references. For instance, the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Bodhisattva is also known as the Compassionate Celestial Venerate. Shi Zhengyuan and the old master listened in a daze, with the former hesitantly saying, Zhang Fuxing revealed his intentions. Since that's the case, why not change our appearance and worship the 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate? Are the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate and Ksitigarbha related? Zhang Fuxing did not know. Anyway, they're both supreme beings of the 9 netherworlds, so mixing them feels reasonable, right? Zhang Fuxing genuinely felt the presence of incense and candle power, whether it's the subtle changes within his own divine realm or the thread of divinity born on the divine statue being worshipped. All these indicate the benefits of incense and candle power. To take a huge step back, if incense and candle power were useless, why would the gods and Buddhas of the mythical era seek worship and offerings? Why would the 3 pristine ones create Taoism? And why would the Tathagata sit in Ling Mountain? He tried to persuade Shi Zhengyuan. The dark room fell into silence. For a long while, Shi Zhengyuan pressed his lips together and folded his hands. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly. He knew Lin Yuxing had established a 9 nether sect, but it didn't prevent him from creating another Luofeng sect. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Shi Zhengyuan closed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. For a long while, he folded his hands and sighed. Since it is the living Buddha's decree, how could I not comply? Shi Zhengyuan cautiously asked. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. He mused for a moment and nodded. There is indeed no issue, but act with caution. The old master perked up his ears. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. He thought of the Luofeng's 6 celestial palaces and straightforwardly said. Shi Zhengyuan solemnly nodded. I will make arrangements and give instructions. He tentatively asked, and the old master also looked on with a thirst for knowledge. Zhang Fuxing's mind raced, and he fabricated a story on the spot. Zhang Fuxing's voice rose and fell, concluding, after speaking. Zhang Fuxing pointed with his hand, and a golden Buddha statue twisted, meticulously shaped by the mighty spiritual power, transforming in an instant. It became a statue of the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, though its face was blurry and indistinct. Zhang Fuxing faced the statue, neither worshipping nor saluting, but slightly cupping his hands, as his words fell. Under the startled gazes of the 3, resplendent rain of light emerged around the statue, and the old master focused intently. Initially thinking the rain of light was a manifestation of spiritual thoughts, or perhaps became real through a borrowed god realm. Yet upon genuinely perceiving it, he found the resplendent rain of light had no origin, emerging truly out of thin air. The rain of light intertwined, vaguely forming a phantom scene. In the phantasmal scene, a divine mountain stood towering and solemn, with 6 celestial palaces faintly visible atop it, and a gray, decaying mist flowing below. Zhang Fuxing spoke lowly, and the vision dispersed. Shi Jingyuan and the old master looked again. On the statue, a thread of gray decay truly flowed, withering deathly silence, extreme utter silence. Such things words fail to convey. A half-believing Shi Jingyuan fully believed, and an initially skeptical old master believed the majority, leaving Wei Lingzhu to think, whatever the master says, that's what it is. Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands behind his back, facing the statue as he spoke. The 3 felt a tremor in their hearts and quietly withdrew, leaving the young man alone facing the statue. Once he was sure everyone had left, Zhang Fuxing suddenly began to wince and grimace. Heavy, too heavy. He felt something pressing on him, just as he had carelessly fabricated a story about 6 great manifestations under the Central Pole sect leader, creating the Luo Feng 6 celestial ghosts. Pressing on his heart, pressing on his body, indescribable and unspeakable. He dared not hesitate, thinking his tall tales had breached some taboo, and with a thought, his will descended upon the 8 sceneries palace, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. The oppressive feeling abruptly vanished. The great celestial venerate stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. He located the source of the oppressive weight. It turned out that in the 8 sceneries palace, unbeknownst to him, 6 mystical, indescribable things had appeared. They quietly floated there, floating in front of him. The great aspiration Xidagarba King, Emperor Dongyue, Granny Meng of the Yellow Springs, In Mountain Ghost Emperor, Judge of the Underworld, soul-hooking impermanence. Altogether, 6 ethereal, celestial positions, just pressing down in the Taoist palace, simultaneously pressing on his true spirit and soul. Chapter 272, 209. High Heaven Reopens, the Cyan Emperor Salutes. Chapter 272, Chapter 209. High Heaven Reopens, the Cyan Emperor Salutes 6 celestial positions. They almost bewildered Zhang Fuxing. What happened? Where did these 6 great celestial positions come from? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. What he knew was that he had undertaken a monumental cause and effect. He mumbled, reaching out towards the great aspiration Xidagarba King celestial position. Though it was something blurred and untouchable, yet under the blessing of his infinitely high position, he could truly touch it. The sensation was warm, as if he had plunged his hand into a warm, sticky ball of water. Zhang Fuxing sighed. He was different now. He was Zhang Fuxing, but he was not just Zhang Fuxing, bearing the incense and candle power of the Central Pole sect leader, calling upon the name of Tai Ching. Even without sitting on a meditation mat, he possessed a peculiar position. It wasn't a real status, but a position, or rather, weight within the great heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself. For example, he closed his eyes, using the meditation mat and his indescribably high status, silently perceiving the fundamental reason that drew the 6 great celestial positions into his heart. After witnessing the innate, sealing his essence, chi, and spirit, creating an inner heaven and earth prototype, he began interacting with the great heaven and earth. In this way, Zhang Fuxing's perception became clearer. So, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Is this a good thing? Yes, but also a bad thing. Equivalent to establishing principles, similar to the Buddhist sects making a great vow. In other words, the cause and effect of the 6 great celestial positions weighs upon him every moment, every second, until what he said becomes true. It's not necessary to create 6 manifestations as the Central Pole sect leader, but 6 celestial positions must inhabit the 6 celestial palaces of Luofeng Mountain. Zhang Fuxing was speechless. A sense of impotence arose in his heart, yet without any other negative emotions. He exhaled, silently reorganizing his own situation. Among the level 1-star beasts, there remained 280 gene of one-legged bird and giant-toothed beast meat, though some one-horned giant rhinoceros meat remained. It had completely lost its effect. There were still 12 gene of level 2-star beast meat. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his temples. This 280 gene, even if it doesn't degrade further, can only reduce it by 20 years. It sounds like a lot, but considering the degradation, if you swapped for another big creature, and the cooldown time skyrocketed to a century? He exhaled pure air, casting a complex gaze at the 6 great celestial positions. Although he couldn't sit upon them, they existed within his true spirit and also within the 8 sceneries palace. Zhang Fuxing quietly thought. Shaking his head, he extended a hand, lightly tapping the void. A long time without concerning worldly affairs, above the high heaven, it should be time to gather once more. The Tao sounds scattered like ripples, connecting one person to another through high heaven orders. As for the moment, a long departed from Chongyang, at the edge of Golden Province, was Chun Wanyu. With Zhu Xiaoming, treading someplace, was the Buddhist son. Then in Dragon Boat City, pondering the Luofeng sect, was Shi Jingyuan. In the waiting area, attempting to witness the innate realm, was Du Mingsheng. One after another, blurry silhouettes enveloped in darkness appeared outside the Taoist palace. A total of 8 people, all performed rites outside the Taoist palace. The doors of the Taoist palace swung open, and the 8 figures respectfully walked inside. They chanted in unison. Amidst the praise, the great celestial venerate, shrouded in chaotic fog and seated on a meditation mat, raised his head, nodding slightly. The true man who walked out of the void softly said, "The 8 performed rites again. This time, no unexpected situations arose after a brief consultation. They left in sequence. The first to speak was the first seat, Chen Wanyu. She spoke carefully. The 5th seat, Buddha's son, curiously asked, Hanga City? Isn't that the only gateway into other provinces from the Golden Province? It must be fully sealed by now." The great celestial venerate blinked his eyes. The only exit to the outside world, Hanga City? This name made him uncomfortable, inexplicably reminded of the famous Hanga Pass. Chun Wanyu softly said, "All seats pondered, elder venerate, refers to those above walking under God, the true high levels of various sects and sects. The term venerate itself is a respectful designation for divine spirits." All eyes turned to the second seat. Du Mingsheng hoarsely opened his mouth. He directly skipped over. It's impossible to reveal matters like the Book of Life and Death. It's enough that the celestial venerate knows. Huang Qiuxian shook his head. Chen Wanyu glanced at him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The two of them pondered silently and looked together at the 4th seat. Shi Jingyuan paused for a moment, then cautiously began to speak. Despite his words, his gaze was cautiously directed towards the mysterious 8th seat. Miss Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Sitting on the meditation mat, the great celestial venerate smiled silently. Shi Jingyuan put his hands together in salutation and spoke softly. The Taoist palace fell into a slight silence, and Du Mingsheng suddenly lifted his head. Miss Mingyue pondered the words, her expression slightly tense. Even though she had emerged from a painting, much of the ancient memories were blurred. What she remembered were merely snippets from the 5 Mansions temple, but she was not unaware of the 9 Netherworld. "Please continue," Miss Mingyue said in a deep voice. The others, though unfamiliar with what the 9 Netherworld was, all looked on, while Yuan Feidao's gaze flickered uncertainly, lost in thought. Shi Jingyuan coughed and continued. Miss Mingyue was silent for a moment, as if searching through disordered and shattered memories, and finally nodded. She briefly introduced. In the old times of the old world, there were the 3 great realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Buddhist son, Shun Bao Bao, and others all listened intently, eager to absorb the secrets of the ancient ages. Shi Jingyuan let out a small sigh of relief and tentatively continued. Yuan Feidao's eyes burned with intensity, his neck involuntarily leaning slightly forward. Miss Mingwei was silent for a long time. After a while, she hesitantly spoke. But whether they are the 6 transformations of the Central Pole sect leader, I have no clue. Miss Mingwei bowed deeply towards the celestial venerate amidst the chaos. The true man lifted his eyelids slightly and said calmly. Shi Jingyuan understood and, after some thought, cautiously said, I am willing to offer 100,000 Buddha-natured yang souls as a gift. These yang souls, though incomplete, have been baptized by me for many years and can still generate incense and candle power. Zhang Fuxing became interested. Buddha-natured yang souls? He manipulated the true man to speak. The true man nodded, outlining light and shadow to set down a great contract, and after hearing Shi Jingyuan's willingness, something inexplicable was drawn into the contract. Only then did he look towards the great celestial venerate. Saluting, the Taoist palace fell into silence. The chaotic qi that was once quietly flowing suddenly began to churn, as if the great celestial venerate seated on the meditation mat had opened his eyes. As the sound resonated, the 8 seats within the Taoist palace bowed their heads in deep respect, listening intently. Shi Jingyuan swallowed, then heard the great celestial venerate in the mist speak melodiously. He indeed shows signs of awakening. As for the 6 transformations, presented them? What does this mean? An ethereal and misty celestial position of impermanence quietly emerged, the celestial position taking form, seeming to belong to a white-robed impermanence, surrounded by many souls. The crowd fell silent. With each name uttered by the celestial venerate, radiant light burst forth from the void, revealing vast celestial positions, each greater than the last. The 2 great celestial positions, the former being a blurred judge's form, clad in austere attire holding a book and pen, the latter an emperor-monarch figure, with an indistinct throng of 10,000 ghosts prostrate before him. The 4th celestial position emerged, intertwining yin and yang, an old woman standing upon a river and bridge difficult to describe. If one looked closely, there seemed to be a phantasmagoric scene of reincarnation floating within. By this time, the seats could hardly breathe, the pressure of these true manifestations weighing heavily upon them. The 5th name was uttered, and under the fervent gaze of Shi Jingyuan and Yuan Feidao, the great aspiration, Xitigarbha, king, celestial position quietly surfaced. The celestial position was ethereal and elusive, faintly forming the semblance of a bodhisattva, pure, compassionate, sorrowful, and sighing. Surrounding the celestial position was a sea, an illusory sea of suffering floating around. Miss Mingwei spoke dumbfounded. Even the Buddha's son from the Mandala lineage was astonished, softly expressing, Hell will not be empty. I vow not to become a Buddha. He joined his palms in salute and solemnly bowed to the great aspiration Xitigarbha, king, celestial position. Yuan Feidao also made a salute, and Shi Jingyuan did the same. The 3 Buddhist disciples echoed in unison. Even though they stood opposed, belonging to different sects, in the face of true compassion, all were reverent. The great celestial venerate, seated surrounded by the chaotic fog, spoke serenely. Within the mist, he exerted all his strength, furiously activating that last celestial position, making it shine with radiant light, casting varied visions as gloriously as the previous 5 celestial positions. This was a moment to enhance the celestial venerate's majesty. The celestial position manifested, casting 10,000 beams of light, revealing a vague emperor being, 1 foot in the 9 netherworld, the other upon the earthly rivers and mountains. As the celestial position appeared, the seats had all prostrated. They could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. Miss Mingwei gazed in astonishment at that celestial position. As the disordered memories suddenly fixed, she murmured softly, Lord of Mount Tai? Zhang Fuxing suddenly raised his head. Who? Cyan Emperor? As Miss Mingwei uttered the name, Cyan Emperor, lotuses bloomed in the void, causing that celestial position to sway, seemingly stirred to awakening. In shock, Zhang Fuxing saw the Emperor Dongyue celestial position, saw the past figure reflected by the celestial position, opening his eyes, lifting his head, turning around. Amidst the swaying lotuses, radiant light blossomed. In front of all eyes, he bestowed a salute towards himself. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 273, 210. He came from the past to pay homage to me. Chapter 273, Chapter 210. He came from the past to pay homage to me, seeing a ghost. This time, it was truly seeing a ghost. Zhu Shi stared blankly at that celestial position, as if it had come to life, and an incomparably grand emperor was bowing towards the great celestial venerate in the chaos mist. The figure reflected by that celestial position unexpectedly sighed in reverence. Miss Mingyu was prostrate on the ground, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Thus, at this moment, Zhang Fuxing, utterly bewildered, accepted such a salutation, then looked again and saw that the celestial position of Emperor Dongyue had returned to normal. It seemed that the previous salute and sigh were nothing but an illusion. How could it be an illusion? Saiyan Emperor, Emperor Dongyue. Zhang Fuxing remembered. In mythical stories, in some Taoist canons, Emperor Dongyue was originally an incarnation of the Saiyan Emperor. The Supreme could gaze upon himself in the scroll of anchored illusions, in the Five Mansions Temple, from the past scenes reflected by the Heaven and Earth Tablet. Zhen Yuanzi could smile upon him from a scene of the past. Why would the Saiyan Emperor not possess such great transcendent power? Miss Mingyu's shout of Saiyan Emperor seemed to have beckoned a glance and reverential salute from the true Saiyan Emperor of the ancient world. Towards himself, no. It was towards the Tai Ching title from the Tao ancestor that he had obtained with 9 holy grails. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized, suddenly understanding where the heavy pressure he was under had originated. He murmured bitterly in his heart, how could the High Saiyan Emperor be below the 9 netherworlds, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate? Or the Emperor Fengdu? He casually assigned the other as an incarnation of the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, borrowing the title of Tai Ching. How could he not bear the enormous cause and effect? Yet, the Tai Ching title bestowed upon him, which could have crushed the cause and effect of a deity, merely made it feel somewhat heavy. Zhang Fuxing was momentarily speechless, having become enlightened at this moment. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched, somewhat dazed, still in awe at the Saiyan Emperor's salute, and at the facts discerned and comprehended by his reasoning and insight. Damn it! In the future, I truly cannot speak recklessly. In the midst of deathly silence, all the seats in the Taoist palace were prostrate, drenched in cold sweat. Come alive, though it was just for a brief moment. Just who is the Saiyan Emperor? In the dead silence, surrounded by the chaos mist, the great celestial venerate who calmly received the Saiyan Emperor's salutations spoke softly. The great celestial venerate's Taoist sound flowed beside the ears of all seats. Among all seats, except for Miss Mingyu, the rest were bewildered. Emperor Dongyue, Lord of Mount Tai, Saiyan Emperor. What is the human race's 3 emperors? Miss Mingyu bowed her head, trembling, and said. The great celestial venerate cast his eyes upon her, speaking kindly. Miss Mingyu spoke gingerly with trepidation. The other 7 seats, in a state of mental shutdown, heard the subtle sigh of the great celestial venerate. Zhang Fuxing had already made up his mind to walk one road till the end. Thus he spoke. The sound of the celestial venerate's words echoed. As he spoke, the great celestial venerate in the mist couldn't resist, looking around, and stilling fixated on the celestial position of Emperor Dongyue. No further events transpired. Miss Mingyu bowed 9 times, her emotions gradually calming, but she spoke in bewilderment. No matter how incomplete her memories, she could clearly discern the relative standing between Emperor Fengdu and the Saiyan Emperor. At least they were on par. The celestial venerate spoke with a smile. Emperor Fengdu? In the mist, the celestial venerate extended his hand, gently pointing at the 6 great celestial positions. All seats were bewildered. Miss Ming Yu suddenly, enlightened, murmuring the four-word Central Pole sect leader, listening to the Tao ancestors' very words. After a pause, the great celestial venerate suddenly spoke. All seats turned their gaze sharply, shocked and in awe. Miss Ming Yu trembled. This humble one. The celestial venerate shook his head, making no forceful demand. Neither did he speak any further. The swirling chaos fog returned to calm. The true man coughed once. All seats arose shakily, hearing the true man ask again. The Buddha's son shook his head. The sixth seat, Yuan Feidao, hesitated to speak, gazing complexly at the great aspiration Ksitigarbha king, celestial position, yet ultimately remained silent. As for the seventh seat, Shun Bao cautiously said, "Over here as well, there's some major." She glanced at the six great celestial positions, corrected herself, and continued. The Source Point Research Institute has received a message from the capital. After a pause, Shun Bao spoke with careful consideration. All the seats' gazes fell on this seventh seat, slightly startled. Can such secrets really be known? Shun Bao continued. There's another secret related to the governor. Some clues indicate. The Taoist palace fell into silence. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows tightly. Was there really going to be a rebellion? Who knows what kind of chaos would ensue in the Golden Province? As he pondered, the others began discussing among themselves and, under the witness of the true man, engaged in a few transactions, mostly minor deals concerning lifespan and cultivation time. Zhang Fuxing naturally took a 30% cut. After a long while, the true man stepped forward and, under the illumination of the six great celestial positions, spoke faintly. 8 figures bowed to the celestial venerate, then cast either reverent or fervent glances at the 6 great celestial positions. Their vision blurred, and they all tumbled out of the Taoist palace. Before falling out, someone wondered if the great celestial venerate intended to grant the 8th seat a celestial position. If they could achieve divinity, could they also ask the venerate for a great celestial position? The doors of the Taoist palace closed with a thunderous boom. At the moment of closing, the great celestial venerate leapt from the meditation mat, stood upon it, and bowed toward the Eastern Celestial Emperor position. Zhang Fuxing's words came to an abrupt stop. He bowed once more. The celestial position began to sway and dim. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the meditation mat beneath his feet and silently walked out, bowed again, and only then did the swaying, dimming celestial position of the Cyan Emperor return to normal. However, a barely detectable fissure remained. "Sorry," Zhang Fuxing whispered. In Chongyang City, a newly arrived divine favor envoy calmly said, "There's vague news saying that this person holds the secret of the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron." He exchanged glances with another divine favor envoy. Both were dressed in Qingyi, one man and one woman. Others might not know, but they were from the Celestial Principle sect, so how could they not know what the vortex-devouring 10 bubble heavens was about? The refined man in a cyan robe opened his mouth coldly. The 2 divine favor envoys exchanged glances, and in an instant, they both had their answer. The man in a cyan robe squinted. The other divine favor envoy, a young woman dressed in Qingyi, asked. The man in a cyan robe rasped. After pondering for a moment, the man in a cyan robe continued. Speaking, he dropped a photograph showing a young man, a young woman, and an old man. The man in a cyan robe, eyes bright and certain, said, "These 3 people likely accompanied the ox demon, brought out from another place." While speaking, the man in a cyan robe pointed at the old man in the photo. "For instance, capturing this elder or that young woman?" The woman in Qingyi nodded. "To be safe, I'll go myself, to avoid Zhang Fuxing. Start with this elder and young woman." The man in a cyan robe pondered briefly before saying. The woman in Qingyi casually flipped through some data, suggesting, "His parents?" "No, those 2 live next door to that old fellow Hu Zhongli. Most importantly, Hu Zhongli's identity is too special, and Li Guoquan frequents there." This female divine favor envoy pointed to a data sheet on an old man named Yuan Fei Dao. This guy is Zhang Fuxing's grandmaster, though his cultivation seems not low. The man in a cyan robe smiled, with 10 rounds of grotto heaven vaguely hovering behind him. He was clearly a powerful presence at the innate limit level. He said with utmost sincerity, with heaven above, even among the innate, there's a gap. The woman in Qingyi nodded solemnly. The two divine favor envoys readily agreed. After seeing off the woman, the man in a cyan robe leisurely stood up, gave a yawn, and muttered to himself. He had consulted with the heavens, confirming the ox demon was indeed within Dragon Boat. The man in a cyan robe smiled, certain that Dragon Boat would become a grand killing field. But so what? The woman in Qingyi who went to Dragon Boat aimed only to capture that old man or young woman, not bothering with Zhang Fuxing, thus staying as far away from the vortex and killing field as possible. Of course, Zhang Fuxing is also significant. Therefore, the man in a cyan robe picked up the photograph, quietly studying Yuan Fei Dao within it. Utilizing this person could also bring Zhang Fuxing back, and with the Cui family approaching, if that ox demon dares to force its way into Chongyang, it'll certainly be hunted down to death. The man in a cyan robe said thus. Chapter 274-211, Gathering on the Dragon Boat, the Killing Trap Revealed. Chapter 274, Chapter 211, Gathering on the Dragon Boat, the Killing Trap Revealed. 8 Scenery's Taoist Palace. Zhang Fuxing sighed heavily, pondering over and over, thinking and rethinking these 6 great celestial positions. No matter how wonderful, could he really make use of them? Not to mention that I am still far from the level of deities who can sit in the celestial position. He saw clearly that he was on a couple of extraordinary paths. The 6 great celestial positions, from Judge Impermanence below to Green Emperor Xitigarbha above, were not ones he should sit upon. Either Tai Ching, celestial position, or Central Pole, sect leader, celestial position. But where would he find these things? Different dimension? Oh, indeed. In the 36th layer of heaven dimension, there are as many as 6 Qings. He waved his hand, and the 6 great celestial positions quieted down in the 8 Scenery's palace. Zhang Fuxing walked out of the Taoist palace and stepped into the 5 Mansions temple. The Tao scripture was flipping over. Sensing something, the divine spirits in the different dimension slightly paused. Looking at this earth book, the incense on the table twisted into words in the curling blue smoke from the censer. Zhang Fuxing raised his brows. The smoke dispersed and reformed into new words. I will descend. Zhang Fuxing let out a snort of laughter, knowing that this so-called divine descent was, without the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, almost impossible for a true body to descend. At the utmost limit, it would be like the god of plague, who descends a divine embryo to quickly absorb heaven and earth's vitality for growth. But even so, at first descent, it would barely exceed a celestial human. Reaching the divine spirit domain might be uncertain. Divine descent is not a matter of one morning and night. By the time the ancestor of land immortals begins and completes the divine descent, he estimated he would have already brought Miss Minghua down from the starry sky. Zhang Fuxing fiddled with the blue smoke with his fingers. I'll wait for you. Then he left without looking back, directly reaching the other shore resting place by the Bridge of Helplessness. Standing on this muddy ground, standing amidst the flower clusters, he spread his hands, connecting to the contract. The next moment, one by one, residual souls emerged from the void, each emanating faint Buddha's golden light. Upon closer inspection, every wisp of residual soul appeared in the guise of a Buddhist bhikkhu, wearing illusionary monk robes, hands clasped in prayer, their vague faces bearing a sense of devotion. 100,000 yang souls gathered in the realm, covering the sky and the earth. The Buddha's golden light they emitted intertwined, vaguely reflecting the faint shadow of a Buddhist Vajra. He plucked 2 other shore flowers, rubbing them into the other shore bone. Zhang Fuxing activated the divine bone, leading the 100,000 yang souls, attempting to transform them into grim skeleton. It was successful, yet still not the same. Transformed from the residual souls tainted with Buddha's nature, they were not cold, dead, grim skeletons. Each skeleton was shrouded in golden light, adorned with bone prayer beads, hands clasped in prayer like monks. He tried to have the 100,000 monk skeletons chant about the Central Pole sect leader. In the continuous chanting, Zhang Fuxing carefully perceived, his expression subtly moved. These monk skeletons could indeed provide incense and candle power. Though 100 times weaker than flawless souls, here were 100,000 monk skeletons, equivalent to over 1,000 flawless souls. As the monk skeletons chanted, the lofty divine statue emitted a strand of light in their chanting. Weak, yet truly existent. Zhang Fuxing could feel that both the divine realm and spiritual strength, toughness were slowly becoming substantial. He simply sat down, using the decades of cultivation time he had just extracted. In the first year, I continued to practice the Great Sun Scripture, also concurrently engaging in the scripture of the 72 saints, quickly immersing myself, year after year, month after month. Because it was not spiritual cultivation, time in the divine realm did not accelerate. During the chanting of the monk skeletons, immense transformations were occurring on Zhang Fuxing himself. In the 62nd year, under my relentless tempering, an acupoint was quietly refined. A great acupoint glowed within, its light flourishing intensely, while the acupoint remained a particle, yet inside it harbored a grotto heaven, spread over a kilometer. In the 63rd year, my cultivation reached its end. The grotto heaven was glowing, and so was I. This seemed to need no weighing. Zhang Fuxing exhaled, gritting his teeth, his thoughts steeped into the heaven and earth tablet. Then with this immortal thought, conjured a giant spirit abbey from thin air on the tablets within. Only the words Central Pole Sect Leader were inscribed. The spirit abbey refined illusion into reality. A 1,000-meter shrine was placed inside the grotto heaven. He did not, as described in the scripture of the saints, enshrine a Confucian ancient saint in the grotto heaven, but made a change, choosing the Central Pole Sect Leader instead. The tremendous spiritual loss nearly caused Zhang Fuxing to faint, but that fatigue was quickly washed away like a tide by the irradiation of the 100,000 monk skeletons. He was overjoyed, guiding tens of thousands of monk skeletons, slowly incorporating them into his grotto heaven, then continued to contemplate the sea of suffering he saw in the great aspiration Ksitigarbha King celestial position, refining illusion into reality, placing it inside the grotto heaven. Thus, in the first grotto heaven, the illusionary sea of suffering churned, the 1,000-meter shrine towered, tens of thousands of monk skeletons sat cross-legged, emitting boundless faint light, chanting Central Pole Sect Leader. The incense and candle power steamed and surged, feeling the immense power amplified within himself. At this moment, every punch and kick carried the weight of the entire grotto heaven. Crushing mountains with a single step was now effortless. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the muddy land beneath the other shore flower cluster where there was no movement whatsoever, hesitated for a moment. Before leaving, he eventually left 2 lines of words for that mysterious ancient saint on the muddy ground. "I have looked for you." Zhang Fuxing's thoughts returned to the present world. Stepping out of the dark room, Old Master and Wei Lingzhu were sitting solemnly, yet there was no sight of Shi Jingyuan. The words hadn't finished when the office door was pushed open. Shi Jingyuan solemnly strode in, his face carrying a hint of fervent color. Shi Jingyuan performed a bow of respect. Zhang Fuxing gazed at this old monk, saying with a half-smile, "Is that so?" Shi Jingyuan raised his head and looked at the living Buddha, suddenly startled. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt the living Buddha exuded a faint, sacred aura. Without much thought, Shi Jingyuan hurried to explain, "I have utilized some covert channels and learned a bit of information. The 9 Netherworld has indeed appeared, and its master." Old Master's expression flickered, pondering deeply. Shi Jingyuan's tone shifted. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. "What is crucial now, are all the sects and factions. He walked to the window, quietly observing the city. Shi Jing remained silent. He felt increasingly unable to read the living Buddha. A transformative upheaval had occurred within just 2 months. Was it due to awakening? All three in the room watched the young man's silhouette, feeling that a sacred aura had emerged from him. Old Master swallowed. A thought crossed his mind. Scripture of the 72 saints. He must have mastered at least one saint's cave heaven, but it seemed somehow different. Old Master was lost in thought, feeling a chill at heart. How little time has passed. This talent is truly remarkable for a divine spirit descended to endure tribulation. For the next few days, all was calm. On the 4th day, a subordinate city, the old Taoist spoke softly. The Taoist squinted, looking towards the end of the street, where a group of over 10 people also gathered, dressed casually, but covered in tattoos. The elder Taoist from the eastern sect's eyes glistened, calmly stating, "Another upper envoy," replied deeply. Another Taoist commented. He paused, then spoke softly. The old Taoist slightly narrowed his eyes. Involving the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. Despite likely false information, sects and factions have shifted their focus here. Now, excluding Chongyang City, within the Golden Province, this place is perhaps where the highest number of sect higher-ups below celestial level gather. The old Taoist stroked his long beard, calmly remarked, "In this small city, gather 5 8, over 60 upper envoys." He exchanged a distant look with the coming innates from the Pantheon. The old Taoist grunted coldly, speaking indifferently. Passing through the long street, crossing checkpoints, in the distance lies the martial arts dojo, where Zhang Fuxing resides, but the old Taoist did nothing. This long street was teeming with hidden currents. The once quiet street now thronged with people. Some previously deserted shops were now brimming with patrons, the proprietors grinning broadly. All were sect adherents and stewards. Yet the higher-ups were unseen. Whoever moves first becomes the target of everyone else. They waited for a catalyst. The old Taoist spoke serenely, leading a group of upper envoys. He arrived at a skyscraper rooftop, from which they could gaze at the small martial arts dojo. The old Taoist spoke calmly. An upper envoy nodded, then frowned suddenly. From the high-rise, the higher-ups from the eastern sect turned to see a chubby old man rushing, drenched in sweat. The elder Taoist of the innate level raised his eyebrows, sighed softly. "Indeed, Zhang Fuxing is his disciple, isn't he?" An upper envoy whispered. The old Taoist spoke frankly, shaking his head. After a brief ponder, the old Taoist made a decision at heart. Mid-conversation, the sky unknowingly shrouded in thin clouds. The trap on the long street silently unfolds. Autumn rain drizzled gently. Chapter 275, 212. Rain falls in wild torrents while I play the zither. Chapter 275, Chapter 212. Rain falls in wild torrents while I play the zither within the vacant martial arts dojo. This is a branch of Hongji. Much like the Peace Hotel, though this dojo doesn't partake in any underground activities, it was merely established by one of the master's named disciples back then. At this moment, the named disciple walked over and offered 2 cups of tea. Hong Shueshing curiously observed this young man, offered the hot tea, and quietly sat at the side, waiting. She shares the same surname as her teacher from back in Jiangzhou. Because of this, even as a named disciple, she was allowed to establish a branch under the name of Hongji. Zhang Fuxing nodded, picked up the tea, took a sip, and then looked at his solemnly seated first disciple, continuing. Putting down the teacup, he gently asked. Wei Lingzhu seriously thought for a moment, then said. Zhang Fuxing frowned. This disciple is exceptionally talented, but his nature is too soft. Just about to shake his head in disapproval. Wei Lingzhu continued clearly. Zhang Fuxing paused, then asked. The girl smiled, her eyes curving. She paused, her smile retracting, and continued. Hong Shueshing nearly couldn't hold her composure. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and silently said, He intended to describe the human-shaped radar technique he learned from his master. But he heard his disciples shake their head. Wei Lingzhu exhaled a breath. I would quietly wait to see if someone comes to save the eldest. At this, the girl closed her eyes. In this way, anyone coming to collect the bodies would be tainted and die of poison. Zhang Fuxing twitched at the corner of his mouth. The girl merely said this. The dojo plunged into dead silence. Hong Xuexing uneasily shifted in her seat, finding this little girl's nature a bit too ruthless. Zhang Fuxing listened to the rhythmic sounds of rain outside the dojo, finally asking. Wei Lingzhu solemnly began. Benevolence and righteousness are never about being soft-hearted. I wouldn't do the act of sacrificing one to save hundreds. Zhang Fuxing was lost in thought for a moment. If you prioritize yourself, why sacrifice for righteousness? Wei Lingzhu shook her head. Killing isn't evil. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, carefully examining Wei Lingzhu. The little girl seemed to have her own philosophy of action, not necessarily right, but not necessarily wrong either. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly and suddenly changed the subject. Hong Xuexing's eyes widened suddenly. Who? Wei Lingzhu also froze for a moment, curiously looking around. Master Grandparent? The rain outside grew heavier, gradually turning into a torrential downpour. Yet, oddly, despite the downpour, the long street outside the dojo remained crowded, many shops forced to stay open. Listening to the rain, listening to the bustling crowd, Zhang Fuxing calmly spoke. After a pause, he serenely began. Hong Xuexing saw the young man glance sideways, his gaze falling on the ancient zither in the corner. Zhang Fuxing asked. Hong Xuexing quickly nodded, watching this Zhang's senior brother, who was both younger and joined later than her. She spoke to explain. Zhang Fuxing nodded, politely asked. Hong Xuexing quickly nodded. Upon her words, she saw the young man extend his hand, and the zither floated up, resting on his knees. Hong Xuexing gaped in astonishment, controlling objects from a distance. This Zhang's senior brother, whom she met for the first time, actually possessed such abilities? She swallowed. Could it be that senior brother Zhang had cultivated the contemplation technique to the minor perfection level, giving birth to the legendary, illusory, divine realm? Wei Lingzhu wasn't surprised, merely asking in confusion. Zhang Fuxing nodded and smiled. When I was young, my mother signed me up for interest classes, and I learned a bit, but such an ancient-style zither I haven't played before. With these words, he placed his palm on the strings, gently pressing, then plucking with his fingers. Hong Xuexing heard a clear zither sound. As the zither sound started, her vision blurred. When clarity returned, she and Wei Lingzhu found themselves amidst a lush flower cluster. The flowers emitted a faint glow. Standing there, it felt like standing at the other shore's abode. There was light above. Hong Xuexing blissfully looked up. In the sky, tens of thousands of indistinct figures shrouded in golden light sat solemnly, their vast chanting gathering like a morning bell and also like a sudden enlightening stroke. The chaotic thoughts suddenly became clear, and past doubts dissipated at this moment. The two women sat cross-legged in the other shore flower cluster, quietly comprehending the Tao. Because of fate, Zhang Fuxing bestowed upon her an opportunity. Outside the martial arts dojo, the rain intensified, yet more people walked the streets. The innate realm covered in tattoos murmured, coughing softly. Injuries from the 10 Directions vortex days ago had yet to heal completely. Recalling that day still left a lingering fear. If I had acted to push back the celestial patrol vehicle into the vortex, then it would be me, slapped by the 10,000 feet bull demon to the peach tree, drained and fallen. Thinking about the ox demon, the divine favor envoys, I twitched, then shook his head, banishing the terrifying figure from his mind. Beside him, an upper envoy inquired. The divine favor envoy exhaled, coldly said. The pupils of several upper envoys shrank. Someone asked. The divine favor envoy coughed softly, stroked his chest to calm the restless blood before speaking again. The upper envoy's expressions grew stern, then they silently nodded. The tattoos on their bodies twisted even faster. Meanwhile, atop the high building, Hong Bao was escorted here. The moment he saw the old Taoist, his tense nerves slightly relaxed. Old Su. The old Taoist turned, gazing at Hong Bao. Sensing the others still at the Grandmaster level, sighed slightly. The voice paused, then shifted direction. Taoist Su spoke softly. The chubby old man stayed silent for a moment. Taoist Su chuckled, gazed at Hong Bao. After a pause, Taoist Su continued. Hong Bao's lips trembled, but he shook his head and said, Taoist Su stared at the chubby old man for a while. He nodded. Hong Bao felt relieved, gently exhaled. The rain continued to fall. He looked up. The sky was covered in dark clouds. The time reached evening, but the moon was not visible. The heavy rain poured continuously. Taoist Su patted Hong Bao's shoulder, sighed softly. Hong Bao said somberly. Taoist Su pondered for a moment. After a pause, Taoist Su said earnestly. Upon finishing, he glanced aside, signaling a director at the Grandmaster level to step forward, supporting the chubby old man down the high building. The two walked in the rain, amidst gazes, weaving through the crowd, reaching the martial arts dojo's entrance. Inside the martial arts dojo, suddenly came the sound of a zither. The zither sound was not intense, very serene, as if the lofty mountains and flowing water. The Grandmaster spoke, assisting the chubby old man into the martial arts dojo, just seeing two women meditating with eyes closed, seeing a young man with his back to them, engrossed in playing the zither. They stepped forward. It was little Fuxing. He silently said, Please be seated first, and as for you. The Eastern sect Grandmaster frowned, softly said, he saw the youth playing the zither smile, not responding, only mouthing silently. The Grandmaster was displeased, wanted to interrupt, but was horrified to find he couldn't control his body. He awkwardly, slowly, and rigidly sat cross-legged. The gentle zither music suddenly grew passionate. The music pierced through the torrential rain outside the house. At this moment, in the dark clouds, a bolt of furious lightning struck down, illuminating everyone's face. Then at this instant, amidst the rain, under the lightning, within the zither music, conflict erupted suddenly, fighting surged. First were the disciples, then the stewards, grandmasters, and upper envoys all joined. Buildings collapsed and evaporated, streets tore apart. Amid the roar, only the martial arts dojo remained intact. The fight grew fiercer, seemingly involving the innate. Dazzling lights pierced the night, lighting up half of Dragon Boat City. The chilling, murderous air swept in from outside the martial arts dojo. The zither music resonated. The young man was still playing fervently, fingers plucking, dancing on the strings. The zither sound grew stronger, even stronger. In the zither's sound, Hong Bao was filled with 1,000 doubts and worries. The Eastern sect Grandmaster couldn't move, as if sunk into the deepest, thickest quagmire. Outside came the sound of overturning. Half of the dragon boat was sunken. The zither music still continued. Chapter 276, 213. Since you have seen this Buddha, why do you not bow? Chapter 276, Chapter 213. Since you have seen this Buddha, why do you not bow? In the drizzling rain, a distant thunderclap resounded. The old master stood in the rain, with Shi Jingyuan frowning beside him. Why doesn't the living Buddha let me go to help? Suddenly he was startled, because after that thunderclap, a mysterious music seemed to echo from the martial arts dojo, and then the scene there became blurred. It was both invisible and difficult to perceive. The old master raised his eyebrows and murmured. Shi Jingyuan glanced sideways, scrutinizing the old master. Tell me, who exactly are you? You seem quite extraordinary. Old Shi frowned, looking into the distance. In the rain, a woman in blue attire slowly approached, humming an unknown tune. She ignored Shi Jingyuan and looked at another ordinary old man, behind whom 5 grotto heavens blossomed sequentially. Let those guys fight and contend. It's all a trap. It's already out of sight, a blur, impossible to perceive. The blue-clothed woman spoke words that Shi Jingyuan didn't understand, and Oldshire felt a weight in his heart. 5 Grotto Heavens, a person of great success in the innate realm. Killing him would not be difficult, but Buddha country would likely be exposed to the world. Just as he was about to act, he saw the blue-clothed woman already near, the Grotto Heavens shining, their power like a great abyss. The woman glanced at the old man and calmly said, as the voice fell, under Shi Jingyuan's stunned gaze. The old master lifted his hand and delivered a slap. The Grotto Heaven collapsed, candles extinguished, the physical body shattered. Only a bewildered soul remained, caught in the old man's palm, a soul that was still eroding, forcibly stripped by some unknown power, turning into a residual soul. Shi Jingyuan fell silent. He communicated with Buddha country, on high alert. The old master shrugged. In his words, he looked towards the distant long street. A piece of darkness, unclear. Upon the shattered long street, the martial arts dojo. Amidst the resonant zither music, the brilliance outside became increasingly intense, and the entire Dragon Boat city was already torn apart. Victory or defeat was about to be decided. Taoist Su coughed blood, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the innate of the Western sect, Grotto Heaven reincarnation, Dharma aspect roaring, the earth already scarred and battered. The innate who came from the mandala was also battling with the divine favor envoy of the ancient saint sect. He shook the Dharma artifact, while the opponent reflected a heaven-reaching holy book, pages flipping open, one by one. Great technique, killing strikes rained down. Fight, fight. As for the divine favor envoy of the pantheon, immediately besieged, already injured, now beaten to the brink of death, their grotto, heaven shattered, mountains falling out, smashing into the earth with a resounding roar. Kill, kill, kill. Taoist Su's eyes turned blood red. Using his trump card at that moment, a talisman appeared in his hand, tossed upwards. He roared, "Please." The talisman burned. The 3 other divine favor envoys for various sects were shocked. Their expressions changed, all retreating, fearing that the talisman would attract the attention of the elder from the Eastern sect and draw forth a trace of divine spirit's great power. However, the talisman burned out and nothing happened. What is going on? Taoist Su was stunned, blankly staring at the talisman turning to ashes. The zither music continued. In a moment of crimson rage, as he prepared to continue fighting, a sudden chill seized his heart. His explosive shout carried a touch of clearness, shouted out thunderous reverb, waking up all the equally blood-red-eyed divine favor envoys. The heavy rain was still pouring from the sky. The sky remained dark and overcast. But the problem is, with such intensity of combat, the dragon boat had been obliterated. How could the sky still be heavy with clouds and pouring rain? And also, the 4 innate people were startled, looking towards the martial arts dojo. Underneath the world-shattering slaughter techniques, until now, the martial arts dojo remained intact, with resounding zither music even rolling out from inside. Once the zither music sounded, the ferocity in one's chest intensified deeply. With another sound, it intensified deeply again. Just as they were about to lose their minds, the divine favor envoy of the mandala chanted Buddha's sounds. Everyone regained clarity. A divine favor envoy roared, his scalp tingling. Could there be zither music to interfere and influence those in the innate realm? The 4 divine favor envoys felt a chill, glancing at the dark, rain-soaked sky. The monk struck, the Vajra pestle in his hand split the celestial vault, but no change was seen. Still dark, still heavy with clouds, still continuous torrential rain for thousands of miles. A gentle sigh suddenly came from within the martial arts dojo. The zither music transformed from fierce, from martial, to soothing, to a gentle stream. In the eerie zither music, under the startled gaze of the 4 innate people, the torn earth gradually recovered, collapsing cities slowly restored, distant skyscrapers, nearby shops and homes. The divine favor envoy of the ancient saints sect murmured, "Is this?" No one answered him. How could this possibly be the divine realm? How could there be a divine realm where even the innate cannot discern truth from illusion? But if it is not the divine realm, they scanned the still prosperous city, as if the previous devastation was merely a dream. If it's not the divine realm, it's even more terrifying. Shall we? Taoist Su dryly suggested. The four innate people paused momentarily, nodding at each other, cautiously alighting on the ground, cautiously approaching the martial arts dojo. They could see, inside sat 4 or 5 people, mostly still with only one youth back to them, quietly playing the zither. The zither music was truly melodious. The 4 divine favor envoys paused momentarily, exchanged glances, and cautiously walked into the martial arts dojo, stepping across the threshold. Chapter 277, 213. Since you have seen this Buddha, why do you not bow? Chapter 277, Chapter 213. Since you have seen this Buddha, why do you not bow? The rain outside suddenly stopped. The 4 of them looked back, and outside the door on the street stood many people. Each of the believers who had previously died in the aftermath had come back to life, standing stiffly on the long street, unmoving, as if at a certain moment time had paused for them. They turned their heads back once more, and they saw the first innate member of the pantheon who had been hunted down, whose grotto heaven was shattered, and who was beaten to the brink of death, standing beside that youth facing away from them, playing the zither. The divine favor envoy, covered in tattoos, glanced sideways and gave the 4 of them a smile uglier than crying. Coldness rose from the bones. The young man pressed both palms down, and the zither music abruptly stopped. Outside, the sky brightened, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a radiant glow like flowing water. The believers outside on the long street, who had been frozen and paused, started moving again, crisscrossing the street, watching each other, wary of each other. The sound of people rose once more. Zhang Fuxing calmly asked, stood up, turned around, holding a 9-ring scepter in hand. He gave it a slight shake. The 9-ring scepter swayed, the rings striking against the iron, making a crisp sound, and then a lotus flower blossomed beneath the youth's feet, with a golden spring flowing gently within the martial arts dojo. Behind his head, there was also a halo of light. Chongyang, the man in the blue robe, walked along the long street, looked up, and glanced at the moonlight. With a smile on his face, the man in the blue robe walked through the alleys, finally stopping in front of a wooden house. It was the residence of Yuan Fei Dao. According to the information, there is a certain probability that this old fellow was a remnant of the Ling Mountain lineage, but the man in the blue robe didn't care. Ling Mountain remnants were few. The strong ones had long been exterminated, leaving not a one. Moreover, he had respectfully asked the heavens, would this journey be auspicious? The heavens said, great fortune. Let's try another divination. The man in the blue robe, always cautious, flicked his fingers, tossing the copper coin high. This was a Dharma artifact specially refined by the Celestial Principle sect. It required 1,000 days of offering to form just one of these. The copper coin had been offered to the heavens, so the will of the heavens would reflect on it. He caught the copper coin, flipped his palm, held it firmly, and then flipped it over again. The man in the blue robe asked respectfully, then spread his hand open. The round copper coin, with a square hole, inscribed with the words, Universal Treasures of Heaven and Earth around it, had already blurred and twisted into new characters. It read, Lucky, 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 a coin of 4 fortunes. The man in the blue robe sincerely chanted, then reached out and lightly knocked on the wooden door. The wooden door opened. He walked inside, casually glanced around. It was simple and run down, and then his gaze fell on the elder who sat quietly behind the table. Blue smoke spiraled upward. The man in the blue robe looked down at the elder, coldly asking. The elder looked at him in confusion, a doubt arising in his heart. It's someone from the Celestial Principle sect. This Celestial Principle sect revered the heavens, with everything centered around the will of the heavens. In the way of divination, they were even more formidable than the Eastern and Western sects. Looking now, indeed, they were extraordinary. Had they really calculated that the stabilizing needle iron was right next to him in this wooden house? Yuan Feidao sighed softly and gestured invitingly. However, the man in the blue robe remained still, speaking indifferently. No need to sit. The void behind him slightly rippled, giving rise to waves, from which 10 illusory grotto heavens blossomed, each encompassing 20 miles of the land, with mountains and rivers floating within. The man in the blue robe calmly stated, watching this old fellow staring gape-mouthed at him, as if witnessing something astounding. He smiled, knowing the other was shocked by his 10 great success cave heavens. However, the elder stared speechlessly for a long moment before finally speaking. The man in the blue robe frowned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He flipped the copper coin, held it, and opened his palm. It was still the 4 lucky characters. Yuan Feidao also saw the 4 lucky characters. His expression changed. How could this be? Who have you offended recently? The man in the blue robe's eyelids twitched. It was clearly a sign of good fortune, yet the unease in his heart grew increasingly heavy. This old fellow was too calm. His astonishment seemed not to originate from the 10-fold great success cave heaven behind him. Yuan Feidao rubbed his chin. The sense of unease had churned into a thick sense of dread. Without hesitation, the man in the blue robe turned and walked out, taking a step through the wooden door. Before his eyes were the incense burner, the spiraling blue smoke, and the elder rubbing his chin. Coldness erupted. He transformed into light and fled, flying 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, only stopped once more, looking back at the now tiny and unseen Chongyang city, when he turned his head forward again. The incense burner emitted curling blue smoke. The elder furrowed his brows in thought. A chill exploded, starting from the base of his spine, crawling over his entire body. The man in the blue robe cried out in shock. 10 great success cave heavens illuminating. The Dharma aspect almost surged forth. The elder merely tapped the table lightly. The blue smoke quivered, swaying side to side. The cave heavens dimmed, and a vast Dharma aspect poised to erupt was forcibly suppressed back down. The man in the blue robe's chest heaved mightily. His mind was in chaos. Finished. He heard the old man speak. Yuan Feidao sighed softly. However, several decades to 100 years ago, some once called me. The man in the blue robe leaned backward, his head spinning. Though he was of the Celestial Principle sect, he also knew about the Ling Mountain lineage. Legend had it, within Ling Mountain lineage there was a great celestial position, named Great Hell Bodhisattva position. Underneath that great celestial position, there were 6 celestial positions. Yinma, treasure holder, strong, great compassion, treasure, and the heaven-catching celestial position. As for false venerate, it referred to those who surpassed celestial humans but hadn't fully become divine beings, not truly becoming venerates. He was so shocked that he almost lost his voice, his legs going weak. Yuan Feidao seemed uninterested. Become a god, then sit the heaven-catching shooter position? He seemed to finally find someone to confide in, spoke softly. Yuan Feidao rambled. The man in the blue robe made a hoarse sound, wanting to speak, but was unable, half his body already sinking into the pitch-black abyss. Falling. Yuan Feidao exhaled a foul breath, a fanatical expression on his face. Chapter 278, 214. Innate Conversion, a sigh of withering and flourishing from the world venerate. Chapter 278, Chapter 214. Innate Conversion, a sigh of withering and flourishing from the world venerate. I'm a bit busy today. There will be 3 more chapters added tonight. Apologies. Hong Tianbao raised his head dazedly, and the previously entranced Wei Lingzhu and Hong Xuesheng, immersed in the profound wonders of the divine realm, also awoke in surprise. They turned their heads and saw the young man standing there calmly, with a 9-ring scepter in his hand swaying. The rings of iron colliding, producing a sound like 9 ancient millennium-old bells resonating in the dawn mist, echoing across the mountain fields. Lotus flowers bloomed one by one, golden springs trickling, and with just a word, various form manifestations appeared, like a true Buddha. Hong Xuesheng swallowed hard. This is my senior brother. She couldn't comprehend the scene before her, casting her gaze towards her long-unseen teacher. But the teacher was also dumbfounded. Silent, deathly silent. Only the subtle sounds of lotus blooming and spring flowing remained. The 5 innate great realm experts found it somewhat hard to breathe. The one they wanted to rival was there. Perhaps the secret of the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron was on that person, but Zhang Fuxing didn't seem to be someone easily trifled with. A voice from the innate great realm of the Western sect roared. 3 grotto heavens burst with light. He turned and rushed out of the martial arts dojo, soaring into the celestial vault like a blazing sun. The true Buddha shook his head, shaking the 9-ring scepter in his hand, unleashing a continuous metallic sound. Then, the divine favor envoy who had torn through space staggered in a daze, suddenly reappearing in the dojo, still surrounded by a brilliant radiance, as if an immortal deity. The divine favor envoy of the Western sect shouted in alarm, his eyes flashing with sharp light. This place is absolutely not reality. It is a divine realm. The other divine favor envoy's pupils contracted. A divine realm? But how could a divine realm feel so real? But if it wasn't a divine realm, how could there be such earth-shattering power? The demolished city and the ravaged land restored to pristine condition almost instantly. The divine favor envoy of the Western sect shouted like thunder. The 3 grotto heavens glowed brightly, attempting to pierce through and destroy this divine realm. The 9-ring scepter was raised. At an unknown time, it had already pressed down across their heads. The Westerner's complexion changed. Looking up, what was coming down didn't seem to be a Zen staff, but an enormously vast Buddha country. He wanted to resist. Roaring, the divine favor envoy expanded 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. He transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall warrior, draped in a yellow mighty robe, his feet on the earth, breaking through the martial arts dojo, but the Zen staff, oddly, still pressed on his head, still carrying a rolling Buddha country to crush down. The warrior held the Buddha country with both palms. Couldn't hold it. His gigantic feet sunk into the earth, sunk further, the ground quaking and tearing. He was compressed smaller and smaller until he returned to a normal human form, then was again forced by that boundless Buddha country to kneel. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly, chopping his left hand vertically in front of his chest, holding the end of the 9-ring scepter with his right hand, pressing the staff head onto the divine favor envoy's head. The divine favor envoy prostrated before him, as if worshipping a true Buddha. The sound of compassion seeped like flowing water in all directions. The collapsed martial arts dojo and the torn earth reclaimed their former flawless states. Hong Tianbao watched this scene, dumbfounded and utterly perplexed. This is my disciple? This is my disciple. The immature youth from 2 or 3 months ago, the man who patted his shoulder a month ago, is now towering as a venerable figure. And now, someone who makes the innate kneel with one strike like a Buddha. Dazed. Next to him, Hong Xuesheng was also astonished. Only Wei Lingzhu was somewhat better off. She had seen her teacher draw a bow and shoot down a terrifying black-robed monk. Though everything seemed strange now, it didn't seem impossible to accept. Zhang Fuxing slowly withdrew the 9-ring scepter, also marveling at the power of Old Shi's Buddha country. It was extraordinarily formidable. Holding the 9-ring scepter, standing within the Buddha country, seeming almost omnipotent. It's likely that Old Shi never imagined he could truly control the 9-ring scepter, controlling the Buddha country placed within the scepter, all because of incense and candle power. Holding the scepter, sighing compassionately, he asked again. The 4 innate great realm experts remained silent. Then, just like the Western sect's divine favor envoy, they trembled as they prostrated downward. They bowed before the young man, as the last bit of resistance in their hearts extinguished. The 9-ring scepter struck the ground, spreading a faint golden ripple outward. Within the ripple, Buddhist sounds, chanting, morning bells and evening drums intertwined, accompanied by the scriptures being recited by countless bhikkhus. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the kneeling worshippers and asked. There was no answer. In that moment, Taoist Su's very core trembled, his mind a muddle. Yet suddenly he realized with clarity. Old Hong had never truly fallen behind. He remained far ahead of the contemporary talents. This old man, who had taken on a disciple, a Buddha disciple. The Buddha descended. Taoist Su's heart was filled with bitterness, recalling the scenes tens or hundreds of years prior, struggling desperately to catch up with Hong Tianbao, only never to succeed. Back then he couldn't catch up, now still couldn't catch up. The Taoist side. Zhang Fuxing turned around, his back to them. The time had finally come after such a delay. Far away, a trace of divine thought from Golden University slowly withdrew, along with the spiritual cultivation harvested in collaboration with Shun Baobao from the tens of thousands of students at Golden University. Shun Baobao had allocated a vast amount of resources, exchanging 1 year's worth of spiritual cultivation for resources that could last 10 years. Who wouldn't want to exchange? A total of 2,000 years of spiritual cultivation and 1,000 years of cultivation. He took 50% in the name of Zhang Fuxing, while under the witness of a true man, promised to help Shun Baobao eliminate the consequences of misappropriating vast resources. Shun Baobao took the other 50%. Chapter 279-214. Innate Conversion, a sigh of withering and flourishing from the world venerate. Chapter 279. Chapter 214. Innate Conversion, a sigh of withering and flourishing from the world venerate within the High Heaven Association. Hundreds of the sons of heaven quietly lay dormant in Golden University. Of course, whether it was Zhang Fuxing or Shun Baobao, both had to present 30% more to the great celestial venerate to balance the yin and yang of all things. Thus, in reality, the portion in one's own hands was 65%. Mercy, mercy. In this manner, one obtains 1,300 years of refining spirit and 650 years of cultivation. The nine-ring scepter struck the ground for the second time. Golden ripples rolled incessantly, spreading into a great tide. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. Hong Tianbao was startled, then nodded gently. Zhang Fuxing nodded gently and spoke solemnly. The Zen staff struck the ground for the third time. In the martial arts dojo on the long street, Hong Tianbao, Wei Lingzhu, along with every cultist, were all pulled into the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing skillfully controlled his own divine realm. His master and Wei Lingzhu appeared within a scene of 72 snow mountains that he had contemplated. As for those cultists, they were all oppressed before a gigantic divine statue. This divine statue was not the statue of the 9 netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, but a newly cast Buddhist statue of Zhang Fuxing. He wanted to make an attempt. The face of the Buddha statue was still him, but the title on the statue was incomplete, with only 2 words, which were World Venerate. In myth and legend, incense and candle power can create heaven and earth deities from nothing. Is it true? Thus, he crafted a gigantic Buddha statue in the west of the divine realm, using his face as the true visage, erecting a tablet for the world venerate, then calling 90,000 monks to bow long before it. Now calling also 5 and 8s and over 1,000 cultists to worship together. The 9-ring scepter nailed there, none dared refuse. Zhang Fuxing said thusly, and so a great sun began to reflect within the celestial vault. 1,300 years of refining spirit quietly merged with himself. What followed was a pressure that almost overwhelmed Zhang Fuxing. The time in his own divine realm accelerated, but this time Zhang Fuxing allowed Hong Tianbao and Wei Lingzhu to comprehend and cultivate within the accelerated divine realm. This directly led to him bearing the heavy weight of the spiritual worlds of both of them. Contracts would not allow loopholes. Balance all things. To make up for deficiency, must diminish excess. Since Hong Tianbao and Wei Lingzhu gained time freely to comprehend and obtain the refining spirit technique, he must bear the corresponding price. Zhang Fuxing's true spirit, without divine realm's protection, faced directly the heavy pressure of the spiritual worlds of Hong Tianbao and Wei Lingzhu. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Thus, the first year I began to hone my spirit, seeking the path to break through the second spiritual limit. I gained nothing, for this is not something the innate realm can fathom. A year passed within the divine realm. Hong Tianbao and Wei Lingzhu comprehended for a year. The burden Zhang Fuxing bore increased by a portion. And those 5 divine favor envoys, along with hundreds and thousands of cultists, also prostrated, knelt, and chanted for a year before the world venerate statue. The 300th year, I was still trying to seek the second spiritual limit. In this year, I meditated day and night, contemplated tens of thousands of matters, practiced various marvelous techniques. My divine realm grew ever stronger, yet I still could not see the second spiritual limit. 300 years passed. Some cultists had grown numb, began to be devout. But those 5 innate great stage remained unmoved in spirit. The youngest, Taoist Su, had lived 100 or 200 years, and was a true prodigy. The other 4 old innates had lived thousands of years, spiritually profound. Their minds are hard to erode by time. The 500th year, in the endless contemplation, my mind began to grow muddled, with no progress whatsoever. Zhang Fuxing found himself struggling to bear the pressure. With a thought, he banished Wei Lingzhu from the divine realm, leaving only his master to continue comprehending. The pressure suddenly reduced, and another year passed, and another. Time flew by, a white horse passing a gap. Hong Tianbao sat in the great snowy mountains, unfed, unthirsty, unhungered, and ageless. The most brilliant wave rider among his generation, now finally blooming in his own splendor, his spiritual cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. The first 1,000 year, it was also this year. In the divine realm, aside from the 5 divine favor envoys, the other cultists, whether they were martial artists still honing flesh and sinew, or martial arts masters refining their organs, even directors or upper envoys of great sects, had become deeply devout. 1,000 years have passed, and those innate great stage, their spirit profoundly thick, even facing the divine statue, facing tens of thousands of continuously chanting monk remains, still held on to their principles, devout, but not truly sincere. Each innate great stage represents a prodigy who has endured countless trials, breaking the spiritual limit. Other matters aside, their minds were as resilient as mountains and seas. 1,000 years is nothing. How can it extinguish that spark within the heart? As for now, in the 72 great snowy mountains, Hong Tianbao sits. A body formed of a wisp of will is glowing. He has the position of a 1,000-year refining spirit. Zhang Fuxing, however, is very tired. His figure totters, having borne the price of his master's freely gained 1,000 years of cultivation. With a thought, he ejected his master, who had just begun his ultimate leap from the divine realm, immediately feeling relieved. The last 300 years passed in a blur. The first 1,300 year, I could with a thought cut through a mountain, with a thought dry a great river, but I couldn't see the limit. I don't understand. The swiftly flowing time suddenly stopped. When Zhang Fuxing emerged from the divine realm, opening his eyes, Hong Xiuesheng had only experienced one blink. One blink, 1,300 years of time. Upon raising his eyes again, the martial arts dojo was now tranquil and peaceful. While outside, on the long street, over 1,000 cultists were devout and sincere, and within. Zhang Fuxing sighed and said, "Those 5, though not truly sincere, but have already converted divine favor envoys," softly chanted. Zhang Fuxing smiled, glanced at his master making the ultimate leap, took a deep breath, and exhaled. As for this, all matters have been settled. The 9-ring scepter swayed. The dark shadows, shrouding the long street, dispersed like flowing water. Under the gaze of so many eyes, the young world venerate stood in the lotus, surrounded by golden spring water. Yet he suddenly began to age. In the blink of an eye, he aged 100 years, and in 15 blinks, 1,500 years, with white beard dragging on the ground, and weariness etched within his body. He sighed. The followers joined hands in prayer, responding, "The Buddha speaks of withering and flourishing in 1,500 years, and on that day, the 5 devotees wept rivers, calling world venerate, their voices unending. Still 3 chapters left, probably around 8 in the evening. Apologies, apologies. Tomorrow we'll resume normal updates." Chapter 280, 215. Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey, Great Tang Saint. Chapter 280, Chapter 215. Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey, Great Tang Saint Zhang Fuxing is aging, visibly, at a speed that the naked eye can perceive. This is the price. This is the price for Hong Tianbao and Wei Lingzhu to steal time for cultivation. Wei Lingzhu experienced 500 years. Hong Tianbao comprehended 1,000 years. Thus, Zhang Fuxing aged by 1,500 years. But this aging came to a sudden halt. In recent days, the most frequent transactions within the High Heaven Association have been lifespan, and the largest share taken is lifespan. 1,500 years of lifespan quietly merged with himself, and the feeling of aging suddenly ceased. In the eyes of outsiders, the world venerate descended to the mortal world. A smile withers like a flower, and with another pinch of fingers and smile, the dead would meet spring, becoming once more the youth like a bright sun. The Buddha speaks of withering and flourishing, and then it truly happens in a moment. The youth leaned on the 9-ring scepter, passed by the 5 great followers, and walked out of the martial arts dojo, the dark clouds in the sky still rolling the night deep. When Old Master and Shi Yuan rushed through the air, they saw that more than 1,000 followers on the long street, from martial artists to the great sect, were all reverent and solemn, with hands clasped, saying, "World venerate?" Shi Yuan was puzzled, and Old Master, as the walking undergod of the ancient saint sect, who worshipped an ancient saint and had wide-ranging knowledge, also did not know the meaning of world venerate. The world only knows the Buddha as Tathagata, unaware that the term world venerate is also one of the 10 epithets of the Buddha. World venerate, what celestial position is it? Beside him, Shi Yuan was also dumbfounded, repeatedly muttering the words living Buddha, even though he was in the high heaven, seeing the power of the great celestial venerate, after years of fasting and praying, at this moment witnessing the living Buddha's universal salvation. His decades of obsession waned, and tears filled his eyes. They saw. The world venerate looked up, gazing at the dark sky. Then, Zhang Fuxing said, not using the 9-ring scepter, not borrowing power from the vast Buddha country, he merely communicated and touched the depth of his spirit, where lay those 2 seemingly real, yet illusory divinities. The first is the central pole sect leader's divinity, coming from decades of prayers from flawless souls over millennia, from the sincere kowtows of millions in the land of exotic treasures. The second is the world venerates divinity. Naturally, it comes from the devotees themselves, from the 1,300 years of offerings by the 5 innate realm practitioners. The incense and candle power generated far surpasses that of ordinary people or flawless souls. So much so that the initially formed world venerates divinity is even more substantial and tangible than the 9 nether divinity. Thus, the divinity quivered in the ancestral acupoint between the brows, communicating with the heavens and earth, contemplating in his mind the radiant great sun the sky brightened. Day and night were forcibly reversed. Dark clouds were pierced through, and what shone down was not the light of the bright moon, but the blazing great Sunday. With a single thought, the heavens changed. Old Master clutched his long beard tightly, his gaze fervent as he murmured to himself. He planted divinity in the ancestral acupoint between his brows. He truly is a descending bodhisattva, strong King Bodhisattva. Old Master did not believe. Perhaps it should be called Strong King Buddha, or perhaps Strong King World Venerate. Though he had never heard the words World Venerate before, At this moment, upon first hearing, there was a feeling of listening to the words Tathagata with a sense of purity. It seems to be an extraordinary epithet in Buddhism. The lineage of Ling Mountain, after declining for decades, seemed to have now reached its turning point. The next day, Taoist Su observed the ceremony, speaking softly. The divine favor envoy of the Western sect also nodded. The world venerate quietly gazed out the window at the scenery, while the observing old master couldn't help but speak. He paused briefly, continuing. Zhang Fuxing silently nodded. He is the central pole sect leader, the nine netherworlds sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, and has taken on the name of the world venerate, even bearing the name of Tai Ching. Walking among humanity, he can claim to be old master. 3 positions, falling upon one person. Zhang Fuxing's mind had a vague plan. Lin Yuxing leading the Nine Nether sect, Old Shi developing the Luofeng sect, all serving the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, and the world venerate is to be disseminated across the land. Another sect? It appears to be somewhat crowded. Rather, let the world venerate take root among various sects, attempting the feat of reversing the heavens and earth. As for whether it can be done, you have to try to know. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently, old master's pupils constricted, chewing over these 4 words, incredulously saying, Unity of the world, you. Zhang Fuxing certainly never thought about what all sects becoming one, as this is obviously an enormous cause and effect. Originally speaking casually that the 6 great celestial positions were all the incarnations of the central pole sect leader, directly brought about entangling cause and effect, heavy and profound. He was personally visited by the Cyan Emperor from who knows which past era. If he were bearing the name of Tai Ching and uttered that all sects are originally one, the cause and effect involved would not just be as simple as 6 celestial positions. He was merely looking for a reason that could make believers agree. A reason to let the world venerate parasitize various sects openly. It's just that, Zhang Fuxing suddenly pondered. In some mythological stories, in certain Taoist canons, the Supreme Tao ancestor once taught the Great Perfection Master, also incarnated as Buddha, to enlighten the Hu land. In a sense, Tai Ching indeed represents the unification of the 3 teachings. Collecting his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing continued. He took a deep breath. The 5 innate realm individuals were bewildered. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Who is the chicken? Shi Jingyuan directly asked. Zhang Fuxing meditated for a moment, suddenly sensing something, revealing a smile. Old master's expression changed slightly, and he asked softly. The world venerate merely replied. As they spoke, Hong Tanbao, who was sitting cross-legged, had already opened his eyes. His body radiated a dazzling divine light, reflecting divine splendor, succeeded. He had made the ultimate leap from the Grandmaster level, successfully avoiding the different dimension with a minor perfection level illusory divine realm, becoming an 8, not bound by deities. On the other side, Wei Lingzhu also slowly opened her eyes. 300 years of meditating on spiritual cultivation, coupled with the trait of never regressing and always gaining rewards as long as one makes an effort, she actually achieved the perfection of the contemplation technique as a low-refined martial artist, forming a true divine realm. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, gazing at the girl, unable to help but be amazed. When he formed his true divine realm back then, his cultivation was probably comparable. He stepped forward. Wei Lingzhu looked at the dignified young man and hastily bowed. Zhang Fuxing smiled gently and lightly touched her glabella with his finger. Wei Lingzhu unhesitatingly dropped her guard, allowing her master to descend into her divine realm. Zhang Fuxing looked around, somewhat silent. Was this disciple really taught by him? Though she hadn't been with him for long, in that 300 years of divine realm, she took him as a reference, practicing the grim, white bone observation. But within Wei Lingzhu's divine realm, it was not a desolate land under a somber sky, but rather a beautiful landscape with birds singing and flowers blooming, a small pavilion by the lake, and an academy in the mountains. What Confucian saint body? Zhang Fuxing sighed. Wei Lingzhu earnestly nodded. She was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Wei Lingzhu's breath quickened. An ancient saint. In these days, she no longer knew nothing. Naturally, she understood the significance of an ancient saint. Zhang Fuxing then reached out his hand. The nine-ring scepter floated up, enveloped by the girl's spiritual thoughts, and after a moment, a glimmer of spiritual light suddenly appeared, and an otherworldly scene descended into the girl's divine realm. Zhang Fuxing turned his eyes to gaze at it, astonished. It was an entire ancient city. Inside the city, the lanes and markets were orderly. There were Buddhist temples and Taoist temples, and even academies of Confucianism. At the very center of the city was a majestic imperial palace, the Xuanwu Gate, the Taiji Palace, and the two characters Chang'an on the city gate plaque. Chang'an City. The Chang'an City of the Great Tang. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, taking Wei Lingzhu into the ancient city, approaching the imperial palace. However, close but unable to enter, something inexplicable blocked him. But only blocked him, not Wei Lingzhu. The girl walked straight in, looking around curiously. As for Zhang Fuxing, he quietly sensed, realizing the reason he couldn't enter this imperial palace was actually divinity. The palace wasn't blocking him, but the divinity he had planted at his Glabella's ancestral acupoint. He floated in the air, overlooking the imperial palace, and saw a solemn stone tablet in front of the Taiji Hall. There was the source of resistance, and on the stone tablet, there were only 8 large characters engraved. Immortals and gods without decrees must not enter. There was also a signature on the side. Great Tang Saint, Celestial Khan, Li Shimin. Zhang Fuxing was stupefied. Was this stone tablet set up by Old Li? Did Erfing have such capabilities? Zhang Fuxing murmured, gesturing for Wei Lingzhu, who was rushing around inside the desolate imperial palace. The girl dashed over with delight. A few breaths later, a small figure ejected from the Taiji Hall, crashed onto the ground, and rolled a couple of times. She got up, grimacing, Master! Zhang Fuxing, looking at the disheveled little Lingzhu, couldn't help but chuckle. He signaled Wei Lingzhu to come out. After a moment of contemplation, he asked her to anchor again with the Bridge of Helplessness and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in sequence. But unfortunately, the former anchored a plain soil, and the latter anchored an ordinary mountain. He initially intended for Wei Lingzhu to use the 6-ding divine fire to try anchoring once more, but ultimately refrained. Zhang Fuxing still couldn't control the 6-ding divine fire, fearing that if he brought this fire, it would accidentally burn this girl's divine realm to nothingness. He could only say this. Wei Lingzhu curiously spoke. Master, from your expression, it seems you know of this ancient city named Chang'an, and that. She pointed towards within the imperial palace, towards the stone tablet with Li Shimin's inscription. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. But he should be a very remarkable person. As for how remarkable, Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly, speaking calmly. That's enough. Let's leave. Right single quotation mark. The girl seemed to understand yet not understand. The young man shook his head. He smiled warmly. Chapter 281, 216. This is my true limit. Chapter 281, Chapter 216. This is my true limit. Golden City. In the Chui family's ancestral hall, the old patriarch sat composed, with Chui Qingyi seated beside him. Behind them, countless ancestral tablets were enshrined. At the top of the tablets was a small divine statue. A wooden plaque stood beside the statue, inscribed with the words Chui Tianke. This was the living divine spirit of the Chui family. Although not seated in a celestial position, the fame was still illustrious. Chui Wenda knelt on the ground, facing the patriarch and the master of the third household, towards a cold woman with lowered eyes. The old patriarch spoke calmly. Chui Wenda remained silent and kowtowed. The head of the main household frowned and spoke sternly. After pausing for a moment, this person, with the blazing vigor of the innate realm, continued. The most critical thing for our Chui family now is to take Chongyang City, to make you communicate with that divine book, and erase Li Guochuan's lifespan. Li Guoquan, the golden legislator of Chongyang City. Chui Wenda's lips trembled, and he bowed his head. The old patriarch of the Chui family frowned. Chui Wenda raised his head, straightened his back, and although still kneeling, stood with pride. Word by word, he said, a calm voice rose. It was Chui Qingyi. She gazed indifferently at her nephew and spoke slowly. The woman raised her chin, staring at the kneeling nephew, and stood up. She reached out and pointed to the highest small divine statue among the many tablets, pointing to the 3 large characters of Chui Baiwa. Meanwhile, Chui Qingyi turned her head, overlooking Chui Wenda. She paused, changing her tone. For the family, can you not sacrifice a bit? Chui Wenda's chest heaved, turning to his father, standing aside. His father turned his head away. He laughed heartily, standing up. Chui Wenda closed his eyes. Aunt, you are smarter than me and more talented. He opened his eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. Chui Qingyi sat down again, sipping tea. She placed the teacup down, looking sideways at the old patriarch. The old patriarch furrowed his brows. Chui Qingyi interrupted. The old patriarch choked up, fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Qingyi is just a grandmaster, but she's a celestial human transmission. The chance for the bookholder is very great. It's foreseeable that high-class Chui family's leap depends all on Qingyi. The old patriarch asked. Chui Wenda looked around at the usual close relatives and friends, even his own father and mother. At this moment, all were silent. He suddenly felt emptiness within. Aunt came before him, finally asked. She looked down, knowing her nephew, clinging to unrealistic fantasies, had all mental defenses crumbled. Chui Qingyi spoke calmly. You have 10 breaths to consider. Chui Wenda closed his eyes. He sighed lightly, opened his eyes. In the ancestral hall, a slight silence. Divine decree? What divine decree? Chui Qingyi's gaze suddenly became sharp. Her voice became high-pitched, piercing. Chui Wenda suddenly laughed heartily, word by word. Chui Wenda stumbled out of the ancestral hall, out of the Chui family. The head of the main household angrily stood up. The old patriarch nodded with a heavy brow, reminding again, do not harm him. Chapter 282, 216. This is my true limit. Part 2. Chapter 282. Chapter 216. This is my true limit. Part 2. The eldest room scowled and nodded, glaring at Chui Wenda's father. As he spoke, he was about to capture Chui Wenda back with a thought, but suddenly froze. They saw him lighting the censer and bowing towards the burner. Thin smoke curled upwards. He kowtowed 10, 100, 1,000 times, yet nothing happened. Let him keep bowing, the woman swayed and left. The ancestral hall fell silent for a moment, and outside the Chui family courtyard, the young man continued to kowtow. Once after another. The dragon boat just exited from Wei Lingzhu's spirit divine realm. Zhang Fuxing let out a light hum, while the divinity of the central pole sect leader and sin-extinguishing celestial venerate gently fluttered within his ancestral acupoint between his brows. Someone with utmost sincerity was praying, and before his eyes, he could faintly glimpse a vague scene at the entrance of a residence where a signboard hung high, and below, a young man kowtowed. Chui Wenda, Chui family courtyard. Zhang Fuxing mused inwardly, increasingly curious about what this divinity truly was. If it continued to expand, what would it become? That being said, a smile appeared on his face. It was like someone delivered a pillow just when he wanted to sleep. Zhang Fuxing asked as he, through the ripples of divinity, sent a decree across a vast distance and layers of bubbles to Chui Wenda. The decree suddenly descended upon Golden City, suddenly into Chui Wenda's mind, striking him like a thunderbolt. Shi Jingyuan spoke up at this moment. After a pause, Shi Jingyuan continued. Zhang Fuxing nodded, gently shaking the 9-ring scepter, instantaneously appearing on the city's edge with the help of the Buddha country. He was in no hurry to meet the ancient saint at the destination known as the Other Shore. Instead, he began preparations. Old Master followed at this moment, looking complex as he said. Zhang Fuxing casually responded, I was initially unsure, but now I have no choice. One of my followers is kowtowing outside the Chui family courtyard. Old Master did not hide anything and fully disclosed his relationship with Chui Qingyi and even Chui Qingyi's schemes. Zhang Fuxing was surprised, using Chongyang as a stepping stone, like an ant swallowing an elephant, to take over the main branch of the Chui family, and then the Qinghe and Golden provinces. Old Master sighed gently. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. And now you turn around and sell her out, directly, making her a discard. He stared at Old Master and articulated each word. Is it because of? Old Master pursed his lips. Zhang Fuxing held the altar, reflecting an illusory figure. Miss Mingyu. Young Master Zhang. Miss Mingyu nodded gently. Zhang Fuxing nodded, then looked at the silent Old Master and said calmly. Old Master was indeed a celestial human, but had been terrorized by the events before and after. Of course, most crucially, he was currently within the Buddha country. Within the Buddha country, wielding the nine-ring scepter, he could wield and control the Buddha country. He had asked Miss Mingyu, as long as he didn't leave the dragon boat's range. With the power of this fragment of Buddha country hidden within the Zen staff, he could contend against a celestial human. This was, after all, the last Buddha country of the Ling Mountain lineage, the final legacy. Zhang Fuxing shook the nine-ring scepter, his figure suddenly blurring. Old Master nodded. A shadow of Will also nodded, the former being an outstanding one among celestial humans. The latter was even a divine spirit. Though only a shadow of Will had descended, it could still exert the power of a celestial human. The two of them acted together, and the heavy power of heaven and earth was bestowed upon Zhang Fuxing. His brow furrowed tightly. Thankfully, he possessed the flesh and blood divine body and innate Vajra physique. Otherwise, he might really not withstand the infusion of two celestial, human-level powers. Now, in his hand appeared a divine bow that imitates a certain supreme treasure, silently communicating in his mind with the Bridge of Helplessness and Nailhead 7 Arrows book, borrowing the force from these two supreme treasures. Though it couldn't be activated, it could borrow their momentum. These were all far superior to the nine-ring scepter in terms of treasures. The Old Master and Miss Mingyu, who were both imbuing power into Zhang Fuxing, simultaneously changed color, feeling from his body two forces, not vast, but extraordinarily high in quality. One was desolate, decayed, yet vaguely hinted at a final destination. The other was purely a sensation of death. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. Stepping on the ground, expand, expand, expand. He suddenly transformed into a 10,000 feet bull demon, reaching the sky and earth, breaking through the glow. Formidable malicious aura spread far and wide. Borrowing the power of the Buddha country, he drew the bowstring, his voice as loud as heavenly thunder. Another thought stirred up the divine realm. The world venerate statue worshipped for 1,300 years, drawing upon a wisp of divinity from his ancestral acupoint between his brows. Then it was candlelight. It was the candlelight that Yuan Fei Dao separated from the Methriya celestial position and gifted to him, with a wisp of thought escaping into the 8 sceneries palace, momentarily borrowing the position of the 6 great celestial positions. Unable to sit on the meditation mat, that infinitely high trait was too easily recognizable. But the 6 great celestial positions are different. When mixed with their positions, it's even more challenging to discern them. All these collective elements gathered together. Since he was going to boost the momentum of the world venerate, Zhang Fuxing might as well see what his limit was. To see how, after preparing for several hours, borrowing the support of 2 celestial humans, he could unleash an arrow. Thus, at this moment, an ethereal shadow, a blurred phantom of the world venerate, was finally assembled. It hovered over the entire dragon boat heaven and earth so ethereally. The 10,000 feet bull demon roared hoarsely, and the world venerate phantom shrouding the dragon boat heaven and earth slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, the starry sky. Miss Ming, you murmured. Her ancestral acupoint between her brows cracked open, descending bright true blood along the altar quietly into reality, entering Zhang Fuxing's body. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. Boundless vast power filled his being. The 10,000 feet bull demon instantly red-eyed. The sky-covering world venerate phantom suddenly raised its head, surprisingly poking out of the dragon boat heaven and earth, out of the bubble. This was Zhang Fuxing's first direct view of the overlapping bubble heaven and earth. Nearly 100 bubble heaven and earths across the Golden Province. All saw him too. For instance, the God of Plague. Chapter 283, 217. The Merciful Divine Arrow from the Dragon Boat. Chapter 283. Chapter 217. The Merciful Divine Arrow from the Dragon Boat. The phantom head emerged from the bubble. The God of Plague opened his eyes, his head also emerging from the Jiangzhou heaven and earth, gazing upon the layered bubble sea, staring at the phantom head he had never seen before. The Golden Governor, who was supposed to suppress and expel him, did nothing. He too was staring at the phantom head. Not just the two deities. Within the Golden Province, individuals of celestial human level seemed to sense it, abruptly opening their eyes, shocked and trembling. "Hey, God!" In Chongyang City, Yuan Feidao stood up, eyes turning white, both surprised and doubtful. Was it God? Only deities can extend their heads beyond the bubble. But it was very strange. Yuan Feidao felt that distant, immensely complex and powerful aura, which somehow seemed slightly familiar. There was a trace of the great belly Buddha's scent, as well as the 9 netherworlds. His brow tightened, as at this moment, suddenly a divine-level being appeared. Although it was a phantom, the divine aura of this concentration could not possibly be just a reflection from a different dimension. The divine spirit itself was within the Golden Province. Yuan Feidao exclaimed. The aura of that horrifying phantom was complex but extremely high in level. Faintly visible were lotus blooms, heavy Yin soil, Buddha's light, Taoist charm, even mixed with Confucianism's energy. Yuan Feidao asserted, the phantom's master must be someone above the venerate. His brow furrowed tightly. A similar scene occurred in various locations of the Golden Province. Western sect celestial humans abruptly stood up. Mandala celestial humans' pupils contracted. Even in the Golden City, just awakened in a dying near-death state, the Chui family, celestial human, sat up in shock. At that moment, outside the Chui family's threshold, Chui Wenda accepted the sin-extinguishing celestial venerate's decree, forging a plaque. On the plaque, there were only 2 words. World Venerate. He knelt outside the Chui family courtyard, kowtowed again and again, then roared. He activated his organs. A furnace fire blossomed behind his head. Using all his strength, his roar resonated through half of the Golden City. Amidst the resonating sound, there was an even grander sound, rising from afar, resonating throughout the entire Golden Province. Ox's bellow. Yes, a bellow seemingly from ancient primeval times, accompanied by vast sound. In the vast sound, the dragon boat. The enormous phantom covering the entire dragon boat bubble exchanged a glance with the God of Plague, then looked at a dazzling gold, radiant figure, the Golden Governor. The world venerate spoke deeply. The enormous phantom abruptly shrank into the 10,000 feet bull demon's body. The ox demon had already drawn the bow and arrow, standing firmly on the ground, emitting a bellow, then released. The entire dragon boat, small heaven and earth faded. An arrow mixed with the 6 great celestial positions' energy, mingling the force of the bridge of helplessness and nailhead 7 arrows book, further infused with Miss Ming Yu's authentic true blood, true divine arrow. Suddenly, everywhere became silent, everywhere turned dark. The divine arrow pierced through the dragon boat bubble, passed through one bubble heaven and earth after another. Wherever it traversed, colors vanished swiftly, leaving only pure black and white. obviously having great might to destroy a small heaven and earth, yet not harming any life within the bubbles along its path. This is the merciful divine arrow from the dragon boat. Flying, under the watchful eyes of numerous gazes, it dragged a long black and white trajectory throughout the Golden Province, from below to above, suddenly reaching outside the Golden City. When the arrow first appeared, the entire Golden City, the whole provincial government, small heaven and earth, suddenly quieted, suddenly faded. In the city, the Golden University, Source Point Research Institute, Governor's Mansion, Chui family. Everyone gazed at that merciful divine arrow. Everyone simultaneously lost colors at this moment. It was true colorlessness, losing all shades, like an old black and white TV. Chui Winda was tearful in the bewildered, sluggish gazes of many in the Chui family. Facing the arrow, opened his arms as if embracing, as pure black and white engulfed the entire Golden City. A hand bright as the dazzling sun thundered into this faded bubble heaven and earth. Someone exclaimed. The enormous hand was like a deep sea, reflecting the lone brilliance amidst black and white, blocking the merciful divine arrow's inevitable path, attempting to intercept. Above the starry sky, Miss Mingyu softly hummed to herself as the words fell. The Golden City, under the watchful eyes of those invigorating gazes, the governor's massive hand thrust from beyond the sky collided with the arrow. However, there was no intense fluctuation, no heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing wave. The merciful divine arrow simply pierced through the hand, like going through thin paper, through a layer of snow. The brilliant sun-like hand, from the moment the palm was pierced, gradually faded, turning black and white. The Golden Governor's resonant voice sounded, this deity ruling the Golden Province, both shocked and furious, also frightened. The Golden City couldn't stop this arrow. Neither could he intercept it. If the Golden City were to be destroyed, the Golden Governor cried, watching the arrow capable of destroying a bubble heaven and earth, falling into the Golden City, carrying a trace of his immortal blood, bearing destructive might, and then with a thud sound, nailed onto the plaque engraved with Chui family. Everyone was stunned. A merciful divine arrow came from a subordinate city, passed through half the province, traversed 20 to 30 bubble heavens and earths, causing everything to fade, pierced the governor's palm. It was merely lightly nailed onto the Chui family's lintel. The sound of cracking echoed, and the plaque of the Chui family shattered, turning into countless fragments that fell in front of the youth named Chui Winda. The youth held up the incense burner, facing the direction from which the merciful divine arrow was shot. He bowed once and kowtowed thrice, saying, the hoarse voice echoed, not loud, yet like charcoal falling into snow, dispersing the black and white colors that covered half of the Golden Province, suddenly beginning to fade. Brilliant colors reappeared between heaven and earth. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened, except for the shattered Chui family plaque, except for the arrow tainted with dazzling, immortal blood. Silence, silence. Chui Winda embraced the incense burner, holding the World Venerates plaque as he entered the Chui family's courtyard, entered the ancestral hall. He held the wooden plaque, the two words for World Venerate crookedly etched on it, walking all the way to the old patriarch. The old patriarch silently rose. Chui Winda sat down. He spoke once more, his voice exceedingly calm. Dragon boat. It was like a farce. Zhang Fuxing watched as the torn celestial vault healed again, watched as the rosy light once again enveloped the entire dragon boat city, isolating all prying gazes. He revered the 10,000 feet bull demon. Only then did he feel small again, returning to normal. Old Master still stared wide-eyed, murmuring his speech. Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. He turned his head, gazing at the Old Master. Zhang Fuxing breathed out a murky air. Old Master opened his mouth, nodded in silence. Zhang Fuxing held the divine bow, made a slight bow towards Miss Mingyu, his heart also admiring. So this is the might of a divine spirit. The power of that merciful divine arrow, undoubtedly augmented by the 6 great celestial positions, undoubtedly aided by the nail-head, 7 arrows book, and the bridge of helplessness. But this would not allow me to shoot a divine arrow, still far from it. The most crucial reason is the true blood dropped by Miss Mingyu. In that blood contained the true divine-level power that empowered me. Miss Mingyu now waved her hand, lightly sighed. She took a deep look at Zhang Fuxing. This young Master Zhang seemed to have many, many secrets. Miss Mingyu slightly bowed, took her leave. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing turned his head, gazed at the old master whose spirit was captured by the arrow, took the opportunity to ask. Old master was silent for a long time, seemingly considering, finally gritting his teeth. After a pause, the old man spoke tiredly. Zhang Fuxing's pupils slightly contract, asking, "The shadow of the great perfection master?" Old master answered. Zhang Fuxing now sensed something amiss. The first. And what about the mysterious ancient saint exiled to the 9 netherworlds? Zhang Fuxing squinted, questioning. The one seated in the saint celestial position of the ancient saint sect is revered as the ancient saint. Old master was startled, then shook his head, decisively said. He spoke earnestly. Zhang Fuxing fell silent, his heart full of deep doubts. Is old master lying? Or is the mysterious ancient saint lying? Or perhaps both are speaking the truth? Layer upon layer of doubts collide in his mind. Zhang Fuxing frowned, pondering. The mysterious ancient saint had said that the 9 netherworlds were placed in an unbelievable place. Before, it didn't seem significant, but now I wonder, what place can truly be called unbelievable? He asked the mysterious ancient saint once. The answer he got was that even they don't know. They only know the 9 netherworlds are in an unbelievable place, but where specifically, or why is it unbelievable? The ancient saint couldn't say anything more. Zhang Fuxing breathed out, spoke calmly. Old master was silent for a moment, nodded. Zhang Fuxing said no more, not concerning himself again with the great waves caused by the merciful divine arrow in the outside world, his thoughts sinking into the divine realm. He walked to the bridge of helplessness, walked to the other shore settlement, standing amid the flower cluster. He sat down, writing on the ground. Silence, silence. Words emerged on the ground. Zhang Fuxing gazed at these words. The bizarre conjecture in his heart became more and more uncontrollable. Unbelievable place, the qualifications to ascend to the great perfection master celestial position. Wei Lingzhu, the mysterious ancient saint self-claimed as Saint Wei. All these things swirling and colliding in his mind. He extended his finger, writing another line on the ground. The other shore flower cluster swayed, as if a storm had been stirred. Chapter 284, 218. Reaching across the future, all is illusory. Chapter 284, Chapter 218. Reaching across the future, all is illusory. Yuan Feidao spoke absent-mindedly. This world venerate from who knows where. The novice monk poured tea for him. Equally astonished, Yuan Feidao shook his head. The novice monk recalled. Yuan Feidao nodded, drank his tea, and declared. The novice monk was startled. Shouldn't it be a quiet preaching? He scratched his bald head, bewildered, waiting for the elder to enlighten him. The elder put down his teacup, spoke softly. He looked towards a novice monk and gave a daily example. The novice monk gave a big thumbs up. Yuan Feidao asked again. The novice monk solemnly respected. Yuan Feidao sighed. Indeed, unfathomable. More than Jiangzhou's god of plague, even more than the golden governor from the heavens. The novice monk suddenly realized. Yuan Feidao nodded. Thus, monarchs of old always feared their thoughts being clearly fathomed. He stood up, extinguished the curling green smoke in the incense burner, sighing. The novice monk clasped his hands together, chanting for mercy. Deep secluded place. The other shore flower cluster swayed like a strong wind. Yet there was no wind. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged, hidden within the flower cluster, allowing the droplets of other shore light to envelop and immerse him. only fixing his gaze on the muddy ground. For a long time, the great river surged. Words slowly emerged on the mud ground. Zhang Fuxing's tense body suddenly relaxed. No answer. It was already answered. He was bewildered, truly spiritual bamboo. In an incredible place, yes. What could be more wondrous than the future? The entire Nine Netherworld was unexpectedly set in the future. No wonder why Nine Netherworld is untouchable. The past can still be cherished, but the future can only be envisioned. No one can touch the next moment of the future, because there will always be a next second, unless it is the end of everything. After a moment of silence, Zhang Fuxing used his finger as a pen. My name is Zhang Fuxing. Now sitting in 2142, September 19th, the flower clusters swayed more fiercely. The ancient saint responded, nonsense. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, didn't explain to the ancient saint, nor did he need to explain. He exited the divine realm, found Wei Lingzhu, looked at the naive girl before him, and simply handed her a letter. He then returned once more to the divine realm, leaving the girl alone, puzzled in the wind. He returned again to the destination of the other shore. Zhang Fuxing carefully recalled the past. Memories hadn't deviated, nor did history seem to change with that letter. Standing on the muddy ground, he dipped his finger in river water, writing 2 words. Tai Ching. A fierce wind arose, the river surged. In the divine realm, as if a thunderclap sounded, Zhang Fuxing waited. For a long time, on the muddy ground, 2 words emerged slantedly. The soil settled deeply. The writer exerted considerable strength. Zhang Fuxing's last bit of doubt in his heart dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion spreading through his body, even his coccyx tingling. Afraid of making major alterations, letting the mysterious ancient saint cease being in the Yellow Springs River, thus only speaking 1 matter and 2 sentences on the letter given to Wei Lingzhu. Many years later, the other shore blooms when you see Tai Ching. That's when I've come. Zhang Fuxing wrote down words. It's me. You're in the future. I sit in the now. He was utterly sure of this one thing, because the now gate within 8 Scenery's palace reflected precisely this moment, indicating that this moment is now. But a larger question arose in his mind. Is the future certain? Certainly not. How then could spiritual bamboo be exiled into the future of Nine Netherworld? Nine Netherworld is fixed in the future. Even for spirit bamboo in the future, it's still a further future. Or does it mean that once entering the future, Nine Netherworld becomes an existence in the present? Zhang Fuxing leaned more towards the latter. Suddenly his heart sank. If I genuinely reach far, reaching to the level of divine spirit, or even higher, Zhang Fuxing's heart grew heavier. Even in an age where spiritual bamboo has become a god, he hadn't yet seized Nine Netherworld. Where was he then? He bent his fingers, ready to write a question, but saw 2 sentences carved on the muddy ground. Such a strange thing truly exists beneath the sky. I can truly see you again. The kindness of guiding my path, unforgettable in this life. An ominous premonition grew stronger. The ancient saint, who is 90% likely to be Wei Lingzhu, quickly responded. September 19th, 2142, you gave me a piece of stationery and then disappeared forever. Master Liu, and I searched for you for many years to no avail. You might have fallen on that day. Zhang Fuxing's mind went blank for a moment. A chill exploded from the coccyx, instantly surging through his entire body. A storm of shock raged in Zhang Fuxing's heart, yet the storm eventually calmed, and the bone-chilling coldness dissipated. Times have changed. Even if he were to truly fall in the next moment, he wouldn't face it with total composure, yet wouldn't be completely lost either. Today, Yuan Feidao, the Golden Governor, the divine ancestor of the Qinghe Chui family, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts twisted and turned. The old master was by his side. There's no reason a celestial human could kill him unless something beyond them intervened. Wait, the old master? Zhang Fuxing suddenly shivered. Could the old master stealthily kill him just to exclusively become spiritual bamboo's master? His thoughts churned, yet he suddenly relaxed. If at other times, the possibility might indeed be there. But today, Zhang Fuxing was certain, even if the old master truly had the intention to kill him, it wouldn't be today. How did he die? How did he disappear? If he couldn't guess clearly, then he deduced the present from the future. The mud ground wriggled as the ancient saint answered word by word. In February of the following year, Chongyang fell, and in April, the Golden Governor declared independence. A century later, the Federation fell. 6,000 years later, the different dimension descended into reality, where all non-divine beings possessing divine realm were reduced to illusions. The pen halted abruptly here, and then continued. I recalled, indeed you disappeared after leaving me a note. Did I? It's more like a question, but actually it's the self-talk of the future ancient saint. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but laugh, pondered for a moment, and made a note. To you, I am in the past, but on the true timeline where I am is the real present. I will change the 2 words Tai Ching on the note to lousy, leave this line of text, and see how your memory changes. Zhang Fuxing left the divine realm, took the note from the bewildered girl's hand, changed it with a thought, and handed it back to her. He paused, then gently caressed her cheek, and Wei Lingzhu quickly lowered her head. She heard the master utter a baffling sentence. Wei Lingzhu felt a panic in her heart. Disappear? Zhang Fuxing shook his head, closed his eyes, and his thoughts returned to the divine realm. Standing in front of the line of text he left earlier, accompanied by a long silence, until Zhang Fuxing thought the future had changed, and Wei Lingzhu had not been exiled to the 9 netherworld. New characters emerged on the muddy ground. In my memory, you showed me with the word lousy, but the mud shows Tai Ching. There's a conflict between reality and my memory. I've thought for a long time, yet can't fathom it. Zhang Fuxing felt relieved. Indeed, the present constantly influences the future, but not entirely. The Tai Ching on the ground hasn't changed. This further indicates the future where spiritual bamboo resides is in a subtle state. Simultaneously, it thoroughly proves the future is not predetermined. Discuss later. He left this line of text, decisively withdrew, returned to reality, activated the altar, and enlisted a strand of will from Miss Mingyue's spirit to protect him for 12 hours. Then his thoughts escaped to the 8 sceneries palace, wielding the 9-ring scepter in one hand and the nail-head 7 arrows book in the other, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, vigilantly prepared. Time ticked by minute, until the morning of the next day. Time moved from September 19th to September 20th. Nothing occurred. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, first saluting and thanking Miss Mingyue, then personally seeing Wei Lingzhu as he was returning to the divine realm after a moment. September 20th, 2142, that morning after you called to see me, you disappeared and could never be found again. The ancient saint's handwriting emerged on the ground. I searched for you for a long time, followed your words, and investigated for 3,000 years, until time erased all traces, yet I still could not find you. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, leaving the words, wait a bit longer. He continued to sit in the 8 sceneries palace. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Every passing day, he would ask the ancient saint once about his disappearance time. Every day's time was today. On the 9th day, September 28th. This time, Zhang Fuxing gritted his teeth, neither staying prolonged in the 8 sceneries palace nor inviting a strand of Miss Mingyue's spirit to protect him. He lived an ordinary day, dismissed all 5 divine favor envoys, instructing them to leave with their respective followers. Then it was simple tea and meals, nourishing mind and body. Still nothing occurred. The 10th day, September 29th, 2142. After that day, I never saw you again. Zhang Fuxing was relieved, softly murmuring to himself. Zhang Fuxing stared at the other shore flower cluster, suddenly speechless. This indicates this ancient saint is actually non-existent, false. The future holds infinite possibilities. What he resides in is the possibility of a future without him. Thus, every time he encounters Wei Lingzhu in reality is the last time the future ancient saint sees him. Words appear on the ground. Have you found the source of the misfortune? Zhang Fuxing looked at the words on the ground, suddenly reluctant to answer. Chapter 285, 219. One Qi becomes three pristine ones. Chapter 285, Chapter 219. One Qi becomes three pristine ones. A long time. Zhang Fuxing finally just wrote down. I will. Then came a response in writing. That's good. Zhang Fuxing stared into space, suddenly sighing with melancholy. Now, every day that passes, the future where Saint Wei resides also passes by a day, he had asked, and Saint Wei's place is 10,000 years later. In other words, no matter what, he and the saint will always be separated by 10,000 years, and the saint will never see him. To the saint, his master has always vanished on that day, 10,000 years ago. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. Why did this happen? He didn't understand. Zhang Fuxing pursed his lips, returning to the Eight Sceneries Palace, sitting upright on the meditation mat. The infinite high position add to him, trying to start calculations and deductions. He utilized the Tai chapter. Dazzling starlight lines appeared in his eyes. Those were causes and effects. With the help of the Tai chapter of the primordial ancient scripture, with the blessing of the meditation mat's infinite high position, the great celestial venerate's gaze projected from the Eight Sceneries Taoist palace, falling upon the other shore's place of return, attempting insight. He indeed had some gain. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. The Tai chapter at the entry level was still quite extraordinary. After all, it was part of the primordial ancient scripture, plus the blessing of the position. Many things, causes and effects, can even be vaguely seen. From his original impulse to accept Ling Zhu as a disciple, Zhang Fuxing traced back, analyzed, and discerned bit by bit. Time passed, and he actually started to come to a terrifying conclusion. Zhang Fuxing suddenly achieved great enlightenment. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, completely understanding now. His original strong impulse to accept her as a disciple was indeed because they have a connection. But the origin of this connection came from an inverted cause and effect. In great enlightenment, the previously unbreakable bottleneck of the Tai chapter began to subtly loosen. Zhang Fuxing's comprehension of the Tao of cause and effect also grew deeper. The great celestial venerate sat upon the meditation mat, the chords of Tao in his eyes becoming increasingly intricate, as if all things are floating in and out of his vision. He saw the beginning of this series of causes and effects. In terms of normal cause and effect, it should have been that after I accepted Wei Ling Zhu as a disciple, she then had the qualifications to sit at the supreme saint celestial position and was subsequently banished to the Nine Netherworld. Zhang Fuxing slapped the table, softly muttering. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes. The Tai chapter silently achieved a realm breakthrough, finally reaching a minor achievement. His understanding of the Tao of cause and effect advanced by leaps and bounds, and with the blessing of the infinite high position, he could see even deeper. He marveled. Inverted cause and effect, cause becoming effect. The Tao of cause and effect is indeed profound to this extent. Yet, how did this inversion of cause and effect form? Eyes closed, then opened again. Raising his hand, a subtle and mysterious glow appeared on his palm. Tai chapter, minor achievement, realization of hand imbued with cause and effect. Stepping off the meditation mat, descending to the riverbank of the other shore flower cluster. Writing down, the ancient saint replied, "There is too cumbersome. Many detours were unnecessarily added. The true technique, I'll write for you." A piece of brilliant scripture slowly emerged on the muddy ground. 10 holy scriptures. The 72 saints were cut down to 10 saints, requiring only 10 grotto heavens to support, greatly reducing difficulty, but greatly enhancing the mystery. Zhang Fuxing departed, finding Wei Ling Zhu, and also summoned the old master. In the puzzled gazes of the two, his tongue unfolded. Like a lotus, a book of 10 holy scriptures, from nothing to something, recounted slowly. This is a technique and marvel never before seen in this era. Its roots in the old world, yet further researched and supplemented in the future. Finally, at this moment, narrated bit by bit through Zhang Fuxing's mouth. In the beginning of the lecture, various anomalies already emerged, silhouettes of saints suddenly appearing in the surrounding void. With each word Zhang Fuxing uttered, the saint silhouettes smiled a bit more, and the floating immortal flowers, heavenly flowers, golden lotuses, also bloomed more profusely. The old master listened quietly, his expression transforming from initial puzzlement to astonishment, then to amazement. He praised it endlessly, listening with rapt attention. The old master opened his eyes, his gaze bright and spirited. Zhang Fuxing smiled without a word. A series of teachings, celestial flowers blooming in profusion, golden lotuses rising from the ground. By the time the grand scripture was fully recited, both the old master and Wei Lingzhu were already completely immersed in the supreme technique and marvel, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. After a long while, both opened their eyes. Wei Lingzhu solemnly bowed. Even though the teachings of Confucianism have been distorted, some fundamental aspects still remain. For followers of both the ancient saints sect and the celestial principle sect, the principles are the same. The teacher, great indeed, Zhang Fuxing deeply looked at the old master, yet nodded, accepting the title of teacher. The ancient saint replied. It seemed as if nothing had changed, but the handwriting on the muddy ground was no longer skewed and slanted. It had become upright and delicate. It was as if the ancient sage, washed by the trials of the Yellow Springs River, found the pain lessened and could now write steadily. He had grown stronger. Zhang Fuxing murmured, continuing to inquire the ancient sage about the mystical techniques of Confucian cultivation. Vast technique, path of order for all living beings, celestial constitution technique. Zhang Fuxing committed to memory one divine magic after another from Confucianism, planning to teach them slowly and bit by bit to Wei Lingzhu. In this way, every piece of guidance would make the future Saint Wei stronger, and the techniques fed back to him would become even more refined. Then, he would pass on even more refined techniques to Wei Lingzhu. Endlessly with time, Zhang Fuxing wrote, perhaps, after some time, with this cycle, you will truly become strong enough to escape the entrapment of the nine netherworld, even strong enough to truly sit upon the supreme, saint celestial position, after a long silence. The ancient sage responded, the one who teaches me has never been myself. It's always been you. Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned. First, he smiled, but as he continued to smile, he found he could no longer make a sound. He had initially been puzzled, wondering if he bore the title of Tai Ching, the name of Laozi, yet ultimately didn't practice Confucian techniques. How would he be able to teach Lingzhu to become the great perfection master? Now, he had the answer. Just as it is now, with thoughts turning, Zhang Fuxing finally felt relieved. Regardless of whether all this was orchestrated by someone, regardless of whether the inverted cause and effect was the handiwork of some mysterious figure. Judging by the results, it was good for him. Wei Lingzhu was his senior disciple. The way of Confucianism, benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety. A teacher is a great one. When Lingzhu truly ascended to the supreme, saint celestial position in years to come, it would only be beneficial and not detrimental to him. After all, he was his disciple. Amidst the other shore flower cluster, a text of divine power techniques finally emerged. The ancient sage left a message. The great tide of Yellow Springs is coming. I will be silent for over 10 days. After you disappear, a mysterious organization called the High Heaven Association will fragment, and the enigmatic true man will no longer appear, nor will there be news of the legendary celestial venerate. Therefore, do not join the High Heaven Association. Chongyang will also fall. Be cautious, stay away. Shortly after you disappear, a Taoist palace named Eight Sceneries Palace will fall from the heavens. There lies a great opportunity. You must remember to go. I once obtained a great divine technique within it, but alas, I have never been able to comprehend it. Line by line, words appeared on the ground, as if Zhang Fuxing could see a divine spirit struggling in the Yellow Springs, struggling while pondering solutions and ways out for his master. He was a bit amused. As the ancient sage spoke of the disbanding of the High Heaven Association and the fall of 8 Sceneries Palace, both events fated not to occur, because those matters arose precisely due to his own disappearance. Even to say, in the future that includes him, will Chongyang still fall? Zhang Fuxing's heart was slightly moved, becoming somewhat confused as to why the 8 Sceneries Palace would fall from the heavens after his disappearance. Unable to fathom it, he saw characters emerge on the ground. I cannot comprehend that great divine technique, but maybe you can try. The scripture of the great divine technique obtained by the ancient sage from the fallen 8 Sceneries Palace emerged. It was named, "One Chi becomes 3 pristine ones." In future years, the girl in distress in the Yellow Springs River continued to write, to warn, "Master, you are at the beginning of the era of great contention. Keep away from conflict. Do not be the one who rides the crest of the wave. Observe quietly behind the scenes. Only then can you go further. Master." The words ended here. The other shoreflower clusters suddenly began to tilt, as if truly in the 9 Netherworld, a fierce wind had arisen. Was it the so-called Great Tide of Yellow Springs? Zhang Fuxing did not change color due to the great divine technique of one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones, nor did he hurry to comprehend it. After a long silence, Zhang Fuxing crouched down, forcefully inscribing a word into the muddy ground. Yes, he sighed softly, silently committing every Confucian great techniques and marvelous technique to memory, silently engraving one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones into his mind at the moment he remembered it. The inscription of the divine technique, one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones on the muddy ground, began to blur, distort, and bit by bit disappear, as if it had never existed. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, recalling this great divine technique. The golden text shimmered in his mind, unforgettable. He strode towards the 8 Sceneries Palace, arriving at the gate of the past, observing the other shoreflower cluster for moments before. In his vision, one character after another appeared on the ground, all written by the future Lingzhu. But the Dharma gate of one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones did not appear. It seemed that after he committed it to memory, that era had been erased. Or perhaps, Zhang Fuxing murmured, pondering the advice of his senior disciple. He turned around and sat down on the meditation mat. Zhang Fuxing contemplated the technique of one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones. Brilliant golden characters emerged in his mind. This great divine technique, which the ancient sage claimed could not be comprehended or understood, but in Zhang Fuxing's eyes, it appeared exceedingly simple and basic. To observe this divine technique was like observing the equation 1 + 1 = 2. In no time, he had comprehended 9/10. It was as if it was a technique crafted just for him. Chapter 286, 220, Composing the Celestial Position, Birth of the Central Pole. Chapter 286, Chapter 220, Composing the Celestial Position, Birth of the Central Pole. He sat cross-legged, meditating quietly, comprehending quietly. It seems like a cloning technique, but entirely different. Zhang Fuxing meticulously studied this great divine technique, which indeed resembled a clone technique, yet could only divide into 3 clones. But if it were truly just this, it wouldn't be a great divine technique, let alone called one Chi becomes 3 pristine ones. The more Zhang Fuxing comprehended, the more astonished he became. This was no ordinary cloning. It was the transformation of a being already born to bear a great celestial position. Silent cultivation, silent cultivation. Unknown how much time had passed. When Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes once more, the void before him twisted violently, and thunder roared outside 8 Sceneries Palace. An illusory figure emerged, carrying an immense and illusory celestial position. The reason it was illusory was because it still required Zhang Fuxing to complete it. One Chi becomes 3 pristine ones was indeed a technique where one could form a version of oneself to bear a great celestial position, which one could also define. This was truly formidable. No wonder it was a great divine technique. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the illusory figure, gazing at the still vague great celestial position it bore. He began to design, edit within the great celestial position, bestowing it with specific authorities. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fuxing sat steadily on the meditation mat, defining. As the words fell, the great celestial position solidified a portion, endowed with this authority. Continue. The second authority was born within the great celestial position. Zhang Fuxing's breath began to quicken, a sense of relief filling his heart. He glanced down at the meditation mat. At this moment, he was beyond words. Continue. With each name declared, a slight tremor ran through the 6 great celestial positions behind him, until the last name was spoken. The 6 celestial positions roared, as the visions and shadows they bore seemed to bow toward the great celestial position Zhang Fuxing was crafting and defining. He pondered deeply, continuing to complete the settings. Each phrase fell. Zhang Fuxing was already on the verge of collapsing, reaching his limit, yet when he observed that great celestial position, it still remained half illusory. He was truly shocked. This meant that the numerous authorities and functions he had defined were far from reaching the limit of 1 qi becomes 3 pristine ones. Zhang Fuxing marveled, yet had to temporarily relinquish the task, for even seated steadfast on the meditation mat, he had reached his limit, unable to define further, only able to await another time for his position to elevate before continuing to complete it. There remained a vast expanse of blankness, awaiting his inscription. Thus, he declared, "Yet, your common title should be," as the final word fell. Zhang Fuxing felt a thread of sin-extinguishing, celestial venerates divinity peel away from his ancestral acupoint, merging into the illusory figure. He took a deep breath. The illusory figure solidified, following Zhang Fuxing's design, emerged as the visage of a middle-aged man, whose cultivation was entirely identical to Zhang Fuxing's, yet who was born to bear a great celestial position personally defined by Zhang Fuxing. With a solemn brow, a round face, broad forehead, donning a dark-colored emperor's robe, a 12-beaded canopy crown resting upon his head. At this moment, he transformed entirely into a tangible state. Nodding, smiling, Central Pole sect leader cupped his hands in salute, which Zhang Fuxing accepted calmly. And at this very instant, the divine realm stirred with drastic changes. The past history suddenly altered. Zhang Fuxing could not see too far into the past, his own memories reaching only 18 years of this life. He saw within the divine realm the faces of divine statues worshipped by dozens of flawless souls, no longer his own, but that of the Central Pole sect leader, and not just occurring at this instant. In memories, in every past moment, the faces of divine statues also changed, even those enshrined within the grotto heavens and exotic treasure lands. Past, present. At this very moment, master of the 9 netherworld, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, emperor of the underworld, lord of the 6 paths, all pointed to the same individual. The middle-aged handsome man clad in a dark emperor's robe. Even though his cultivation was identical to Zhang Fuxing's, even though he was just in an innate realm, yet his position already resided above life and death. Central Pole sect leader sighed. "I shall unite with you, fellow Taoist." As he spoke, Central Pole Emperor Palace, equally, not only appearing at this moment, but in the new memories of Zhang Fuxing, it had always been present since he first anchored Luofeng Mountain. The divine mountain above bore this imperial palace. And the reason for the change in history was merely because of Zhang Fuxing's inclusion during the celestial position's definition. Thus, from ancient times to the present, atop Luofeng Mountain, there has always been a Central Pole Emperor Palace. Zhang Fuxing was at a loss for words. 1 qi becomes 3 pristine ones. He knew this legendary great divine technique would be potent, yet he had never imagined it to be so ridiculously so. A mere construction and definition of a celestial position could manifest through time, becoming reality. His heart was stirred, unable to calm for a long time. Zhang Fuxing exhaled, cupping his hands in salute. As he spoke, he silently perceived this strange perspective. He was both Zhang Fuxing and the Central Pole sect leader, having two perspectives at the same time. Gazing at himself, I meet myself with courtesy. This wondrous feeling left Zhang Fuxing somewhat dazed, yet quickly he was clear-headed. He murmured. The Central Pole sect leader replied, "The stronger you become, the stronger I will also be." Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, nodding solemnly. And then, the Central Pole sect leader took a step into Luofeng Mountain, into the Central Pole Emperor Palace, and when he took his seat, the divine realm flickered. The entire divine realm seemed even more real by a few points. The Central Pole sect leader saluted Zhang Fuxing from afar within the imperial palace. Zhang Fuxing smiled, then suddenly started reciting, sitting back on the meditation mat. It was Miss Mingyu. She was praying to herself. With a single thought, a strand of Miss Mingyu's consciousness was guided here, appearing in the Eight Sceneries Palace. The young girl prostrated, and Zhang Fuxing accepted it with composure. Sitting on a meditation mat, he was no longer Zhang Fuxing, but the great celestial venerate, the Tai Ching. The Tai Ching nodded and said, the voice like thunder. Miss Mingyu dared not to glance at Tao Ancestor, although she speculated that, just like herself, Tao Ancestor was not present in the flesh, perhaps having walked out from a painting. Yet still, it was Tao Ancestor. Even a painted form could become the true self at any moment. She hurriedly recounted. Confusion appeared on Miss Mingyu's face as she continued. In my memories, the master of the Nine Netherworld had a conflict. The celestial venerate spoke calmly. Miss Mingyu quickly gathered her thoughts, hesitantly began. But just now, I also remembered that there wasn't only one master of the Nine Netherworld. There was also a Central Pole sect leader. Miss Mingyu pondered for a moment, finally said, I was wondering, how can there be two masters of the Nine Netherworld? I wonder. She had been by Zhang Yuanzi's side for countless years, and though her cultivation was not at the pinnacle among the immortal gods, her knowledge was far beyond ordinary immortal gods. She was aware of matters of historical alteration. The Taoist palace fell into silence, and Miss Mingyu knelt quietly for a breath, 2 breaths. She heard Tao Ancestor, seated in the chaos mist, speaking softly. Miss Mingyu was stunned, then got up and turned as instructed. Her gaze pierced through the Taoist palace's grand door, seeing a majestic imperial palace, and in it, a grand presence seated. It was the other master of the Nine Netherworld besides Emperor Hutu from her memories. The Central Pole sect leader. Miss Mingyu was taken aback, bowed again, and when she lifted her head, that majestic imperial palace had vanished. She heard the Tao Ancestor's voice resounding gently. As the subtle sounds of the great Tao fell, she looked up in fear. The scene before her blurred, and she had already fallen out of the Eight Sceneries Palace, returned to the carriage amidst the stars. Miss Mingyu did not know when cold sweat drenched her, sitting in the carriage, breathing heavily, muttering in distraction. The vermilion mark on the graceful woman's forehead glowed, evidently truly frightened. In an instant, Mingyu had imagined a world-shaking, time-spanning great gamble. Tao Ancestor took action against Lady Hutu. She quickly closed her eyes, discarding those terrifying thoughts away. This whirlpool, let alone herself, even if her master got caught in, the troubles would be endless. Dragon Boat City. The thoughts returned to himself. When he opened his eyes again, it was the morning sun outside the window, the autumn wind blowing. It was already the last day of September. It had been 12 days since the merciful divine arrow turned the sky and earth of 33 cities pale. Zhang Fuxing pushed open the door. Shi Jingyuan was waiting outside. Old Shi said softly. Shi Jingyuan spoke deeply. After hesitating, he added. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. Shi Jingyuan exhaled, showing a hesitant expression on his face. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Shi Jingyuan finally said. Zhang Fuxing hesitated briefly, narrowing his eyes. He took that extremely heavy invitation from Shi Jingyuan's hands, which glimmered with a strand of divine aura. Zhang Fuxing said calmly, having been away for over a month, When I left, I was merely a grandmaster kindling a single furnace fire. And now, with chaos in Chongyang, various forces contend, yet I am no longer the same. October. Zhang Fuxing looked sideways, gazing at the deep autumn scenery outside. The invitation in his hand felt somewhat scalding. Chapter 287, 221. The Governor's Audience and the Bamboo Grove Beyond the Heavens. Chapter 287. Chapter 221. The Governor's Audience and the Bamboo Grove Beyond the Heavens. Li Guoquan slammed the document down fiercely, his expression extremely gloomy. Their Chui family's gate has already been crushed, yet they still act so brazenly. Governor Zhao Wenting sighed softly. There's nothing to be done. Pausing, he continued. That's precisely why that woman, Chui Qingyi, personally went to Chongyang. Li Guoquan remained silent, his expression extremely dark. 10 days. In 10 days, Chui Qingyi failed to win over Chongyang's upper echelon, so she started from the middle level. Now, in Chongyang, more than half of the mid-level officials are from the Chui family, and just in the past 2 days, the number of impeachments initiated exceeded 100. 100. Hu Zhongli spoke quietly from the side. Li Guoquan closed his eyes and wearily rubbed his brow. The most troublesome is the pressure from the Golden City. His voice grew heavier. An old friend from the capital informed me that those coming aren't just to support Chongyang becoming a federal direct control municipality, but also to investigate. The meeting room fell into a slight silence. Seated here were at least directors of some administrative departments, all of whom had long joined the High Heaven Association. Hu Zhongli furrowed his brows tightly. Li Guoquan shook his head. Forbidden zone or not, someone will eventually come to investigate. The Chui family took the title of inspector, and the directors of the Forestry Bureau, Education Bureau, and Finance Bureau, one by one, the high-ranking and influential figures at the meeting table silently stood up, their expressions dark. Zhao Wenting cursed. He sighed again. Li Guoquan tapped the table. Someone shook their head. No, Director Zhang hasn't returned yet. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Chui Qingyi wasn't the real trouble. The trouble is the deeply rooted connections of the Chui family, the old positions, the old celestial beings, and at least a double-digit number of innate members from various religions in the city, along with the person coming from the capital. Zhou Muniyu quietly observed everything, suddenly lifting his head and calmly said, all eyes turned to the boy, all wanting to speak but stopping for now. Nominally, Zhou Muniyu was the golden counselor of the waiting zone, although the rites were still being exercised by Hu Zhongli. Hu Zhongli softly said. Zhou Muniyu acknowledged with a sound, saying nothing further. A phone rang. First Commander Zhang from the military department answered the call, his expression turning cold as water. After responding twice, he hung up the phone and then spoke. He said in a somber tone, someone had a bad premonition. Zhang expression was extremely ugly. The director of the Integrity Commission also answered a call, shortly after, exclaimed, a certain director's expression was unpleasant. Hu Zhongli pondered for a moment, his expression unchanged, of course, including several divine favor envoy of the Western sect. If Chui Qingyi goes there to stir trouble, perhaps. The people in a meeting room all breathed a sigh of relief, yet vaguely felt something was off. Isn't Chui Qingyi supposed to be extraordinarily wise? In the wilderness, the whole of Ko Mountain had already been slowly surrounded by aerospace ships. Chui Qingyi strolled, followed by a male servant, step by step into Ko Mountain. The servant spoke softly. Miss, intelligence shows that this place is filled with Western believers, and probably the divine favor envoy of the Western sect are also present. Chui Qingyi lowered her eyelids, speaking coldly. The servant was puzzled. The not particularly flamboyant beauty nodded gently, her expression steady under numerous terrifying gazes, without the slightest ripple. As she walked, she spoke, without any concealment. The people on this mountain are clearly intentionally placed by Chongyang to maintain martial law. Pausing for a moment, Cui Qingyi raised her head and spoke towards the large manor on the mountain. You couldn't have controlled Zhang Fuxing anymore, right? The manor was dead silent. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Cui Qingyi's expression tightened. Then she continued. The old voice rose again. Oh. Amidst the grand resonance, a divine favor envoy of the Western sect, carrying a divine statue, stepped out. The speaker was actually the statue. A smile bloomed on her face, and the manor suddenly fell silent. He abandoned the god of plague, received the authority granted by the great god of plague, and then vanished. Amidst the deathly silence, the divine statue of a certain elder venerate of the Western sect, uplifted by a divine favor envoy, let out a soft sigh. You little fellow, you actually dare to go to Jiangzhou alone to see the god of plague, truly bold. The massive aerospace ship slowly sailed into the waiting area. Zhang Fuxing sat on the sofa, his eyes gazing through the fully transparent special armor, staring at the waiting area below. Beside him, Wei Lingzhu was silently practicing pile skill, continuously sweating, and the sweat evaporated into mist. Although she had cultivated her spirit realm to perfection, her physical body was still that of a low-refinement martial artist. Zhang Fuxing flicked the invitation containing a trace of divine aura and asked casually. Old Master, whose real name was Lu Xuan, pondered for a moment before saying. After a pause, he reminded. Zhang Fuxing frowned slightly, lost in thought. Days after the world venerate shot his arrow, the invitation arrived, a governor, a divine spirit, wanting to personally meet him. This governor must have discovered something. But specifically what? Zhang Fuxing did not know. What he did know was that achieving divinity, becoming the master of a province, the actions of the Golden Governor must be cautious, since he acted so conspicuously, arousing his vigilance. There must be a plan. The only thing certain is, the Golden Governor would not make things difficult for him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary to go through all this trouble. He decided to heed the words of the future ancient saint, to listen to the words of his apprentice, not to be the most conspicuous pioneer anymore. But the current issue is how to extricate himself from all these matters. Golden Governor, see stabilizing divine needle iron, and the Western sect who had been watching him. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes in contemplation, his emotions turbulent and unclear. Old Master suddenly spoke. Looking up, there was a person treading on cloud from afar, ethereal and ghost-like like an immortal. A young man, dressed in bright red, stepped step by step, already at the outer shell of the aerospace ship, then directly passed through the outer shell, drifting in like a ghost. The young man saluted Zhang Fuxing, speaking softly. Zhang Fuxing beamed widely. The envoy smiled. The governor's thoughts. How could we, the ones carrying out duties, dare to speculate? Zhang Fuxing gazed at the young man, this governor's envoy, a person of exceedingly high status in the Golden Province, now unexpectedly humble. But judging by the aura, this was clearly someone of the innate realm. For a long time. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing smiled. Then Director Zhang. The envoy gestured with a gesture of invitation. Zhang Fuxing leisurely arose, glancing sideways at Old Master, who resembled an ordinary old man, and said. The Old Master responded, watching Zhang Fuxing follow the young envoy, crossing out of the aerospace ship, treading on clouds and departing. Hong Tianbao, who had approached at some point, was worried. Old Mr. Though he did not know exactly who this old Mr. Liu was, he could guess that his background was significant, quite unusual, and from his inadvertent words and actions, he could glean some clues. The Old Master paused for a moment before sighing softly. Rest assured, nothing's going to happen. Hong Tianbao's expression became serious. Then his brows relaxed. He murmured to himself, gazing into the distance where figures disappeared into the airways, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuxing stated calmly. The envoy nodded gently. He extended a hand, unfurling silk and satin that transformed into an endless sky road. Zhang Fuxing frowned, taking a step onto the sky road. The view was dazzling. When the scene calmed again, it was already above Jiangzhou heaven and earth, or rather, between the bubbles, in the gaps between the many bubble worlds. Looking up or gazing around, one would see bubble worlds, one after another, as if 12 days ago, when Zhang Fuxing borrowed Miss Mingyu's true blood to momentarily peek his head out of dragon boat heaven and earth, the same scene came into view. Amidst the bubbles encasement, within the void, here was emptiness, yet a bamboo forest thrived, with stone tables and wooden chairs set among it. A gentle and elegant middle-aged man smiled. The Golden Governor, a venerate of this era. Chapter 288, 222. My present is owed to many backers. 9 Netherworld Emperor's Shadow. Chapter 288. Chapter 222. My present is owed to many backers. 9 Netherworld Emperor's Shadow. The middle-aged man's features were gentle, with no imposing air. He wore a plain robe, blending in perfectly with the bamboo forest. The only incongruity was the small hole in his palm, still oozing blood. The Golden Governor noticed Zhang Fuxing's gaze and raised his hand nonchalantly, speaking calmly. Zhang Fuxing sat down heavily on the wooden chair, and the young messenger took his leave with courtesy. He cupped his hands with composure. The Golden Governor's smile was like the breeze of spring as he gently waved his hand, revealing a chessboard on the stone table, along with 2 cups of warm tea. Su Qinswan gestured with a light hand. Zhang Fuxing picked up the jade cup, sipped the tea silently. It was calming tea, yet not the usual kind. The tea went down, turning into a clear stream, immediately reaching all parts of his body, clearing his mind and easing his entire being. Zhang Fuxing set down the teacup and observed the bubble-like worlds, stacked and squeezed together in a peculiar sight. He soon found the waiting area, right at the center of dozens of bubble worlds, and looking around, outside the dozens of bubble worlds was an indescribable abyss, uncrossable and untouchable, except to the west, where there was a special bubble world with the only path leading further outside. Roughly speaking, it's the gateway of the Golden Province, Hanga City. Su Qinswan spoke with a smile. You can think of it as another waiting area, a higher-level one. Zhang Fuxing retracted his gaze. Since the governor was not in a hurry, neither was he. So he asked curiously. The Golden Governor placed a white stone on the chessboard, casually saying it was the work of a very powerful divine spirit. Zhang Fuxing was stunned and placed a black stone in the corner of the chessboard. Why do it? Su Qinswan slightly raised his eyebrow, wondering why this guy played black so far away. He replied, the official claim is to prevent cultists from running amok, causing too much harm. Zhang Fuxing placed another black stone beside the previous one, his eyes shining, eager to learn. What does this mean? Su Qinswan slightly frowned. Not understanding Zhang Fuxing's play, this guy doesn't know how to play chess? He continued to explain patiently. The divine realm is not entirely our spiritual world. Zhang Fuxing was startled. He had long suspected there was something off about the divine realm, considering it might seem overly extravagant, including the matter of refining illusion into reality, which should not belong to the 6 realms of the human path, and even ordinary immortals and Buddhas should not manage it. Yet with the divine realm, even a grandmaster could refine illusion into truth. Su Qinswan placed the 3rd white stone. He gazed peacefully at the young man before him and said, thus, people's divine realms would not resonate simultaneously. Originally, once 3/10 of the scenes were anchored, the different dimensions would fully descend. Zhang Fuxing placed the 3rd black stone in realization. The divine realm acts as fertile ground for different dimensions. But when people reside in unconnected small worlds, the difficulty for different dimensions to descend greatly increases. He asked, puzzled. As he spoke, Su Qinswan placed the 4th stone, dominating the star position, while Zhang Fuxing placed his 4th stone as well. However, his stones were lined up together in a row. Su Qinswan increasingly could not understand his method of play. With chess observing one's conduct, This person's actions are truly unpredictable. Su Qinswan placed the fifth stone, now controlling all 4-star positions, with his fifth piece aggressively occupying the center of the board. He believed he had already secured victory. Even if the opponent was replaced by Old Master, he would still win this match. Zhang Fuxing placed his fifth stone, aligning 5 pieces in a row, and he beamed with a radiant smile. Su Qinswan's eyelids twitched. After a long silence, he asked. Zhang Fuxing nodded matter-of-factly. He regretfully said. Su Qinswan ground his teeth, sinking back into a deathly silence. For quite some time, he took another deep breath, waved his hand, and the chessboard suddenly vanished. Su Qinswan laughed lightly. He emphasized the words "good game" heavily, then abruptly changed the subject. Here comes. Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped a beat. It turned out the purpose of this golden governor, this Su Qinswan, in seeking him, was indeed related to the world venerate. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Su Qinswan narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking as if casually. For example, Zhang Fuxing's expression did not change at all. Su Qinswan continued. Zhang Fuxing took a sip of high-grade calming tea, letting its refreshing essence flow through his body, and asked. Su Qinswan acted as if he hadn't heard the question, smiled, and said, "And the 10,000 feet bull demon, that's also you, right?" Zhang Fuxing put down the teacup. His tone was very calm, as if there was some kind of confidence within him. Su Qinswan gazed at the young man for a long time. Zhang Fuxing laughed. Su Qinswan nodded affirmatively. After all, a true god that doesn't belong to any sect. He stared intently at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing replied calmly, almost nonchalantly. Su Qinswan pressed on. The two continued their exchange, and Zhang Fuxing's responses were very carefree, almost nonsensical, which Su Qinswan naturally noticed. He did not get angry, but sighed lightly. Zhang Fuxing looked up at the golden governor, then extended his hand, pointing to the Jiangzhou heaven and earth below. Su Qinswan was silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing chuckled softly, not answering directly. The laughter was particularly piercing. Su Qinswan lowered his eyelids and said calmly. No expression could be seen on Zhang Fuxing's face at all. Su Qinswan leaned back, closed his eyes, and repeated. Zhang Fuxing fell silent. For a long time, he asked lightly. Su Qinswan kept his eyes closed. Precisely because of this, I wish to meet the world venerate. He interrogated, almost aggressively. The golden governor's aura was indeed restrained, clearly having no oppressive presence. Yet Zhang Fuxing felt immense pressure, heavily weighing on his heart, his entire body's skin tingling. It wasn't that Su Qinswan was deliberately trying to suppress him. Innate limit, theoretically able to destroy hundreds of miles with a single strike, while celestial human limit could shatter planets with a punch, a single thought tearing thousands of miles of land apart. Divine Spirit? Their power is unfathomable. At this moment, Su Qinswan saw this young man, favored by the world venerate and shrouded in mysteries, suddenly lift his head and meet his gaze. The young man said calmly. A grotto heaven emerged behind him, emitting a thunderous sound. A vast sea-like spiritual power surged forth, swirling behind him, the space subtly twisting, forming a vortex. Su Qinswan squinted, yet was not surprised, knowing that if a divine spirit fully extended its care, alongside the mysterious High Heaven Association, reaching this stage wouldn't be strange. It is said that in the High Heaven Association, you can trade not just for lifespan and items, but also for cultivation time. But who are all present in the High Heaven Association? He wasn't sure. As thoughts turned, Su Qinswan noticed the youth sigh one last time. Central Pole sect leader? Su Qinswan was startled, puzzled, as he saw Zhang Fuxing stretch out his hand, the fingers striking a mysterious rhythm against the air, communicating with some unknown existence. In that instant, the void was knocked open a crack, seemingly leading to immeasurable depths, pure death qi gushing downward, extremely eerie qi quietly flowing out, cascading down a waterfall. In the crevice, he glimpsed the imperial palace and the emperor's shadow seated within. The emperor's shadow opened its eyes, gazing distantly at them. Chapter 289, 223. Just how many deities stand behind you? Chapter 289. Chapter 223. Just how many deities stand behind you? The handsome young man gazed at the majestic city, then turned his head to look at Zhu Xiaoming, who wore a troubled expression. He smiled along with the withered woman lying on his back, and then asked. Zhu Xiaoming touched his large, shiny bald head. The Buddha's son's expression became slightly solemn, and he sighed lightly. I haven't been paying attention, so I don't know much. Zhu Xiaoming seemed a bit lost. Chongyang. Over the 2 months he spent by the Buddha's son's side, he gradually came to understand the matters of the cultivation realm, and even met an old man referred to as walking under God, who seemed very powerful, far more powerful than any martial arts master. After a moment of being lost in thought, Zhu Xiaoming softly asked, Buddha's son, didn't you say that soon there will be an earth-shattering change in Chongyang, accompanied by a celestial opportunity? The Buddha's son glanced at him and laughed. What? Thinking about helping your old friend? Zhu Xiaoming, with a smile on his face, said. The Buddha's son rolled his eyes. Your expectations are too high for me. After pausing for a moment, the Buddha's son pointed to the majestic Hangu city and said calmly, the Golden Province is about to become chaotic. Zhu Xiaoming didn't understand what Vajra was. He just nodded vaguely and mumbled. The Buddha's son gave him a glance. You're sentimental. It's both good and bad. Oh well, I will have the walking under God in the sect, along with a few divine favor envoys, look after Zhang Fuxing. Zhu Xiaoming nodded vigorously and saluted. The Buddha's son said lightly, as for Lu Yao, once you succeed in empowerment, you can lead her over and have her be your Ming Fei. Zhu Xiaoming's face instantly turned red, and he started fidgeting nervously. The Buddha's son laughed heartily, leading him forward, his gaze flowing over Hangu City. If memory serves, the first seat and third seat of the high heaven are also in this city, waiting to leave the Golden Province once the city opens. The first seat is favored by the venerate of the Western sect, and since the third seat can also leave Chongyang, it seems they're under the watchful eyes of the deity from the Eastern sect. High heaven! The Buddha's son led Zhu Xiaoming into the city, chattering along the way. I remember. The Buddha's son nodded. Zhu Xiaoming's eyes widened. 10,000 feet bull demon? An arrow causing discoloration across 33 cities? He shrank his neck. Unimaginable. The Buddha's son responded with a sophism. If it weren't for that arrow, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to get to Hangu City, waiting for it to open, as the future of the Golden Province is now unpredictable. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, and along with the withered woman on his back, looked to the side. He saw a little monk with a tiger-like head walking into Hangu City while carrying an unclear object covered with a black cloth, panting heavily. The little monk seemed to sense something, glanced over, and met the gaze of the Buddha's son. With a fierce expression, the little monk made a sound. The Buddha's son became interested, squinting his eyes. He didn't rashly reach out to probe, as the object covered by the black cloth on the little monk's back gave him a very dangerous feeling, like facing the great black heaven. No, it's even superior to the great black heaven. The Buddha's son mused to himself, but what Buddha statue can give him a stronger sense of oppression and danger than directly facing the great black heaven? This little monk coming here, for what purpose? Amidst the confusion, the city suddenly became noisy. The Buddha's son, little monk, Zhu Xiaoming, and others looked towards the sound and saw the sky split open. The Buddha's son was astonished. The boundary gate, the portal between the province and the world plateau, across 49 provinces, each has only one boundary gate connecting to the outside world. Zhu Xiaoming gazed numbly at the splendid sight of the sky splitting open, seeing the glow of the clouds and mist rolling away, and saw a colossal warship, hundreds of times larger than an aerospace ship, slowly sail in from that split in the sky. No, it's not a warship. Zhu Xiaoming rubbed his eyes in confusion, clearly spotting a dead giant beast, a beast resembling a giant whale from the sea, yet equipped with large wings, its body extending over 100 miles, each wing like clouds hanging from the sky, stretching dozens of miles. On a beast of such unimaginable size, there shimmered a metallic sheen, indicative of extensive technological modifications. Zhu Xiaoming asked dumbfounded. The Buddha-son's expression was gravely serious beyond description. He softly explained. Chapter 290, 223. Just how many deities are behind you? Underscore 2. Underscore 2. The giant whale rock, a descendant of the rock pung among the level 5 star beasts, is a hybrid life form that embodies the lineage of the rock pung. This is, Zhu Xiaoming murmured instinctively, hearing the Buddha-son beside him respond. Yes, someone from the capital has arrived, and they've even mobilized the Jingpong ship, making such a grand display. As the words fell, the starship crafted from the 100-mile-long beast had already fully entered, when the deceased beast, resembling both bird and fish, suddenly opened its mouth. A sound akin to a whale's call, yet also similar to the cry of a great rock, pierced the sky and echoed far and wide. Zhu Xiaoming covered his ears and squatted down, his head spinning. Above Jiangzhou heaven and earth, Bamboo Grove, the extremely gloomy aura flowed out, accompanied by an overwhelming cascade of death qi, resembling a giant waterfall, within the crack of the rift that opened amid the waterfall. Su Qinswan distinctly saw an incredible, magnificent imperial palace, and saw an emperor's shadow. The emperor's shadow opened its eyes, gazing at him. It was just a glance. A violent roar echoed within Su Qinswan's head. His energy and blood ceased flowing. An unimaginable pressure crushed upon him. He was being gazed upon by a terrifying divine spirit of incredibly high stature. That emperor's shadow withdrew its gaze, but it was just a moment. In a daze, Su Qinswan, in this fleeting glance, in this instant eye contact, saw the emperor's shadow's eyes and the myriad things floating within them. It was the Yin Ghost Divine Mountain, the destination of all beings, death, the end, absolute silence, and peace. He struggled out from that one gaze. As Zhang Fuxing used the prayer technique, cooperating with the hand imbued with cause and effect, to close the rift that had been struck open. Only the pure death qi rolling and tumbling on the ground, and a hint of deep gloom, proved that what was just seen was no illusion, not a hallucination. Su Qinswan lightly panted, sweat streamed down, and then evaporated into shimmering immortal light. Zhang Fuxing felt slightly dizzy. The prayer technique could only allow communication with specific divine spirits and couldn't knock open a spatial rift briefly linking to the central Pole Emperor Palace. He had used the hand imbued with cause and effect technique and employed the Great Transposition technique, forcibly knocking open a thin portal from the real world to the summit of the divine realm Luo Feng Mountain by leveraging his own karmic ties with himself. The expenditure was terrifying. In the divine realm, refining illusion into truth is not difficult. But directly opening a one-line portal from reality to a certain divine realm, the difficulty multiplied exponentially. Hand imbued with cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing controlled his body, suppressing the tidal surge of fatigue and dizziness, and spoke softly, one title after another, incomprehensible yet deeply imbued with majesty and exaltation. Emerged from Zhang Fuxing's mouth. Su Qinswan's pupils shrank to needlepoints, staring fixedly at Zhang Fuxing. For a long, long time, he exclaimed in awe. Zhang Fuxing smiled without speaking. Looks like I've successfully bluffed again. Compared to the non-existent world venerate, the central pole sect leader who accompanies the great celestial position, as long as he doesn't actually strike to kill, exposing his merely innate level of cultivation, just from the position and celestial bearing alone. He's indeed an extraordinarily formidable and terrifying being. The sense of oppression was not much less than when sitting atop the meditation mat, even surpassing it. After all, the meditation mat didn't grant him the Tai Ching position. It was merely a position equivalent to the Eight Sceneries Palace. Moreover, the Eight Sceneries Palace was only an illusory projection. The central pole sect leader was a true great divine technique of one chi becomes three. Pristine ones, born from painstakingly writing celestial positions with his own blood and sweat. Real and true. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed the Golden Governor, asking. He raised a small altar, his 5 fingers once again playing in the air, striking out a profound melody, communicating with a divine spirit sitting in the starry sky. A wisp of will descended, transforming into a blurry shadow behind him. A serene voice sounded. Su Qinshuan's eyelids twitched violently, recognizing this as the will of a divine spirit more powerful than himself. Yet it addressed Zhang Fuxing as young Master Zhang, treating him as an equal. He rose, saluting the divine spirit shadow with cupped hands, and said in a deep voice. The blurry shadow nodded slightly. I know you. Miss Mingyu scanned around, her gaze lingering on the pure death, chi flowing around, and that one hint of deep gloom. Miss Mingyu nodded lightly, turning to support Zhang Fuxing. As the words fell, the wisp of will flowed into the altar, disappearing. A crack appeared on the small altar, a sign that summoning Miss Mingyu too many times had brought it close to its limit. Casually putting away the altar, Zhang Fuxing gazed at Su Qinshuan. Su Qinshuan remained silent, still silent. For a long time, he deeply gazed at Zhang Fuxing, then sat back down to drink tea. Only then did he speak. Zhang Fuxing sat up straight. Su Qinshuan's eyelids twitched. Yet another ancient saint? How many divine spirits actually stand behind this man? He fell silent for a moment. Then, even sitting behind the scenes, one can still partake in the affairs of the Golden Province's independence. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly to the Golden Governor's words. The other party certainly didn't have this plan initially, but before was before, now is now. Doing nothing, can one indeed share a piece of the pie? This benefit was for himself, and even more for the gods, either real or false behind him. Zhang Fuxing was still pondering in silence. Su Qinshuan finally added one more thing. Zhang Fuxing suddenly raised his head, staring at Su Qinshuan. For a long time, he stood up, shook hands with the Golden Governor, a brilliant smile on his face. Su Qinshuan also smiled as warmly as a spring breeze. I will announce it. In the inner discussion pavilion of my governor's mansion, we'll add another cabinet elder. Su Qinshuan beamed with a broad smile. The governor oversees the province, naturally unable to handle everything. So much of the power is actually entrusted to the 4 cabinet elders in the inner discussion pavilion. They are also referred to as deputy governors. Now, he's the 5th one. Su Qinshuan laughed heartily, thumping Zhang Fuxing on the shoulder heavily. The two of them exchanged a bright smile, a smile so radiant, yet their gaze was profound. The generations between them spanned thousands of years, yet at this moment, they were like confidants beyond time. In the distance, a sound resembling the calls of both whale and rock rings out, resonating far and wide. Chapter 291, 224, Adopted Daughter. Chapter 291, Chapter 224, Adopted Daughter Chongyang. Undercurrents surged. The massive aerospace ship had just entered Chongyang City, immediately surrounded by soldiers. From afar, sounds resembling those of a whale and a pung could be heard. The ship's gate opened, and Hong Tianbao descended expressionlessly, looking around. His gaze fell on Chen Daoling. Chen Daoling, looking troubled, waved his hand, standing alongside Zhao, Wenting, and nearly half of Chongyang City's senior officials. The other half of the officials, however, followed behind a woman. Cui Qingyi's hands were gathered in her sleeves as she spoke softly. Hong Tianbao raised an eyebrow. Cui Qingyi glanced at Chen Daoling, Zhao Wenting, and the others. Smiling, she pointed at the aerospace ship from a distance. Everyone detained them all. Anger flashed in the eyes of Chen Daoling and the others. Inspector Cui, Chongyang is under martial law. Cui Qingyi said calmly. She turned her head, a smile appearing on her face. Li Guoquan approached, asking coldly. Cui Qingyi's smile deepened. Everyone's expression changed, even the old master, wearing a different face unrecognized by Cui Qingyi, slightly furrowed his brow. Ruan Yutu, the only female cabinet elder in the Golden Province, crucially adored by nearly everyone in Golden City. Even the other 3 elders of the governor's mansion's inner discussion pavilion obeyed her, not because of profound cultivation, but because of her virtue. She solely relied on virtue, convincing everyone, always impartial, of utmost justice and virtue. Li Guichuan's face turned grim. Cui Qingyi's smile faded as she quietly said, "If Legislator Li has any dissatisfaction, you can go question Cabinet Elder Ruan. As a Golden Legislator, your status is not lesser than that of a Cabinet Elder." Li Guichuan's lips trembled, finally letting out a cold snort, saying nothing. Cui Qingyi turned her head, calmly saying, "I carry Lord Ruan's order and will naturally act within the rules." The soldiers stepped forward silently. The old master remained expressionless, not revealing his true form, and Wei Lingzhu beside him showed no fear. Hong Tianbao raised his eyelids, detaining and interrogating. A kilometer-long Dharma aspect suddenly rose from the ground. Chen Daoling was so shocked his eyeballs almost popped out. How did the 3rd junior brother go from Grandmaster to innate after a trip out? The ultimate leap? The majesty of the Dharma aspect made Cui Qingyi's breathing somewhat difficult. Yet she didn't take a step back, letting out a cold snort as 2 elders emerged behind her. The great and second rooms of the Cui family. Behind the 2 elders, grotto heavens manifested, with equally massive Dharma aspects rising from the ground. Hu Zhongli appeared from nowhere, standing by Hong Tianbao's side. The 4th Dharma aspect surged up. The 4 colossal Dharma aspects stood in opposition, terrifying auras clashing in the void, occasionally sparking thunderous sounds. The brilliance reflected from the Dharma aspects almost lit up half of Chongyang. Many gazes fixed on this place. Divine favor envoys of various sects and factions were scattered and hidden throughout the city, quietly watching. A conflict was about to erupt. Cui Qingyi, in the form of a grandmaster, yet stood calmly at the center of the vortex, suddenly smiling. She gave a meaningful smile. "Today's events, I will report in full detail." With that, Cui Qingyi turned and left, and the 2 innate realm elders retracted their mighty auras, along with the dense group of soldiers dispatched from Golden City, following Cui Qingyi. Li Guoquan and Hu Zhongli exchanged glances, their expressions extremely grim. In the bamboo forest, cups of calming tea were consumed, and Zhang Fuxing's pores opened wide, emitting a refreshing aura. The quality of this calming tea was so high that even someone like him, whose physical form was sealed and unexposed, couldn't resist revealing it. He was somewhat theatrunk. The 2 used tea as wine, exchanging cups. As Zhang Fuxing, drunk, said, Su Qianswan, equally bleary-eyed, with a calming aura in his nose, replied, "When I take on a disciple, I don't look at enlightenment, nor root bone, only character." He downed another cup of calming tea, burping, releasing a wave of refreshing aura that surged like a tide in the bamboo forest. Even the 9 nether death chi was suppressed. This tea seemed like an immortal object. Su Qianswan, smug, continued, "In the end, I found someone perfect in every way, with virtue comparable to ancient sages." Zhang Fuxing was astounded. Su Qianswan slapped the table, swaying. Zhang Fuxing inquired. Su Qianswan seriously explained, "Take evil cults, for example. Confucianism has great benevolence worthy of sagehood. Buddhism has great compassion worthy of Buddhahood." Zhang Fuxing was amazed. Is there really such a perfect person in the world? Su Qianswan was displeased. Zhang Fuxing appeared drunkenly hazy, though his mind was clear. Even though the refreshing aura of the tea made him a bit dizzy, could a divine spirit be affected this way? He didn't think so. This old fox of several thousand years, dragging me to drink tea like wine, suddenly talks about this so-called 9 complete person. It can't be without reason. Zhang Fuxing followed Su Qianswan's words, lazily saying. Su Qianswan slapped the table again. glaring with a heroic spirit. Zhang Fuxing almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He wanted to decline, but old Su didn't give him the chance. A swipe of the hand, and there fell a splendid decree towards Golden City. The decree was like the blazing sun, and wherever it passed, it burst with great brightness. Zhang Fuxing looked up to see it. The decree formed a golden bridge, bringing over a graceful figure from Golden City, similarly dressed in plain clothes, hair coiled up, walking calmly step by step, guided by the golden bridge. Despite her very weak aura, at best a martial arts master, she seemed like an immortal. Following the golden bridge, she arrived at the bamboo grove. Ruan Yu too, familiar with the path, walked to the depths of the bamboo grove, bowed first to her master, then looked at the young man reclining by the stone table. She was somewhat surprised. Who was this young man? Su Qinswan laughed heartily and said, Ruan Yu too saluted meticulously. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, laughing out loud in response. He carefully scrutinized the young woman, with a Qingfeng sword on her back, appearing dignified and grand, yet having an ethereal and transcendent quality. It was hard to see anything peculiar about the nine beautiful. However, subtly sensing, Zhang Fuxing was amazed to find himself inexplicably drawn to Ruan Yu Tu, unconsciously wanting to get closer. Not like the reverse causality, where he subconsciously wanted to accept Wei Lingzhu as a disciple. This sense of closeness felt more like it came from the heart, from nature, to be more precise. It was favor. The heart wished to favor this woman. He chuckled. Although her root bone is ordinary, and her cultivation speed is a bit slow, her enlightenment is excellent, sincerely devoted to the sword. Ruan Yutu was a bit confused. Zhang Fuxing. Not long ago, she had heard this name, but naturally, it wouldn't be the same person. How could that Zhang Fuxing be so close with her master? In her puzzlement, she saw the handsome young man nod and praised. Su Qinswan laughed heartily, saying without leaving room for argument, "That's settled then. You two, you have been without parents since young." Ruan Yutu. She fell silent for a moment, stepped forward, and performed the ceremonial 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched wildly. This old fox, Su Qinswan, was serious? Just what was he scheming? Zhang Fuxing gave a deep look at the Golden Governor, then smiled, extending his hand to lift Ruan Yutu up gently out of thin air. Then he chuckled and shook his head. "I don't even have a wife. How have I suddenly gained a daughter?" Su Qinswan, however, sincerely said. Zhang Fuxing's mind whirled with numerous thoughts. He finally nodded with a smile. While speaking, Ruan Yutu saw this adoptive father, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, tapping the void with 5 fingers. Then the void tore with a tiny crevice, from which death chi poured down like a waterfall, accompanied by an impenetrable depth. Su Yansun's pupils shrank. The next moment, under both their gaze, Zhang Fuxing reached into the crevice, into the eerie unknown. When he pulled back out, he had a flower in his hand. The flower bloomed with a dim light. Just by gazing at it, one felt a sense of homecoming. The death chi that draped and rolled within the bamboo grove suddenly surged upward, gathering towards the flower, enshrouding the surroundings. Zhang Fuxing forcibly refined an immortal flower into reality. Yet this time he wasn't as exhausted as before, nearly fainting. He had accumulated mental strength for 4,300 years, and even more from the incense and candle power donated by disciples. The various consumptions, part of it was shared by the followers. Ruan Yutu carefully examined this dimly glowing red and white flower. Hearing the adoptive father, she just met for a brief tea time, calmly introduce it. Su Qinswan's pupils shrank to the tip of a needle. This was also the reason why Zhang Fuxing chose the otherworldly flower as the greeting gift. He gently pushed, and the otherworldly flower fell into Ruan Yutu's palm. She, holding the immortal flower, saluted meticulously. Zhang Fuxing just laughed heartily as, under Ruan Yutu's still bewildered eyes, he drank and conversed with Su Qinswan until dusk. The two hand in hand, seemingly reluctant to part. Su Qinswan sighed. Where in the world is there any feast that doesn't end? After a pause, he nonchalantly mentioned. Su Qinswan briefly introduced the Jingpong ship, focusing on. Zhang Fuxing nodded heavily. 1,000 words fall silent at this moment. Su Qinswan finally gesturing as please. Ruan Yutu softly obliged, then supported Zhang Fuxing, stepping onto the Decree's golden bridge, leaving step by step, leaving behind the drunken Su Qinswan alone in the bamboo grove. The intoxication had long vanished completely. He sat upright, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. 9 out of 10 bets lose. Chapter 292, 225, Beat the Drum, Grand Rite Call the Divine Descent. Chapter 292, Chapter 225, Beat the Drum, Grand Rite Call the Divine Descent. On the road, Ruan Yutu whispered softly. The master instructed that you are the 5th elder of the inner discussion pavilion, but your identity is not publicly disclosed. Zhang Fuxing cheerfully denied. I have other matters to attend to, Ruan Yutu replied softly. The master illuminated the memories of my infancy for me. Zhang Fuxing was intrigued. The girl's voice was like the sound of pearls clashing. It was by the favor of heaven and earth that I survived. The beasts of the mountain regarded me as one of their own. Zhang Fuxing listened, his eyes widening. Ruan Yutu answered meticulously. That solitary mountain was called Ruan Mountain, so my master gave me the surname Ruan. Zhang Fuxing pondered thoughtfully, a person of perfection receiving 9 blessings from heaven. He suddenly realized that what could be traded in the contract wasn't just cultivation, talents, lifespan, or identity. Character, in fact, could also be bought and sold. Golden City was approaching. Zhang Fuxing looked at Ruan Yutu as ethereal as an immortal. You should return to Golden City first. Ruan Yutu bowed, head lowered. The young man smiled, stepping on golden lotuses that blossomed with each step, and disappeared into the waiting area, until he was completely out of sight, and only then did the girl return to Golden City, holding that otherworldly other shore flower in her hand. She went back to Golden City, entering the governor's mansion. Someone came to report. Ruan Yutu listened quietly, slightly furrowing her brows at the mention of Zhang Fuxing. She felt somewhat uneasy, as this person shared the same name as the godfather she had just acknowledged, making it sound somewhat awkward. Ruan Yutu said calmly, Do not intervene in Chongyang's affairs for the time being. After a pause, she continued, Continue training the troops. Independence is not too far off. The messenger retreated, Ruan Yutu's gaze falling upon the other shore flower in her hands, murmuring to herself. She carefully placed the other shore flower into a jade box, reverently enshrining it. In the waiting area, Zhang Fuxing stood on the bustling street, frowning in contemplation. He didn't see much promise in the Golden Province's rebellion and independence. But as Su Qinswan said, why not take a share if it's free? It's just that Zhang Fuxing understood that this share was to be given to the many gods behind him, but he couldn't comprehend why the Golden Governor insisted on giving him an adopted daughter. What did that old fox want to do? Zhang Fuxing pondered, a decision forming in his mind that regardless of what old Su intended, he merely needed to wait and see. The independence and rebellion of an entire province would likely cause big trouble, involving even divine-level figures. He couldn't be the one to stick his neck out. A tall tree catches the wind. After purchasing a ticket for the flight to Chongyang City the next day, Zhang Fuxing quietly waited at the airport, yet his thoughts had already drifted with the high heaven order, descending to the great wilderness outside the waiting area. In the depths of the mountains, dusk, Luo Cheng wiped his sweat, leaning on his hiking staff. The ponytailed girl pouted. Everything is planned meticulously. Let's walk a bit further. Luo Cheng smiled wryly. I'm just worried it'll be late and unsafe. Li Yi's eyes shone. She looked at the map, speaking seriously. Once we've searched here and found nothing, it'll be down to just Chongyang City. Luo Cheng resignedly. Li Yi glared at him. It's the grand tomb of my ancestors. Luo Cheng shrank back. Li Yi sighed. I know. Luo Chang shook his head. Then we'll keep looking. The two continued to cross mountains, carrying a compass, climbing and gazing across mountains, employing some secret technique with their eyes filled with a faint clarity. Chapter 293, 225, Beat the Drum, Grand Rite Call the Divine Descent. Chapter 293. Chapter 225, Beat the Drum, Grand Rite Call the Divine Descent. No, still no. Luo Chang sighed softly. He was somewhat fatigued. The Qi observation technique was mysteriously profound, but likewise, it consumed a great deal of energy. Even though both were martial arts masters, it was becoming hard to bear. As they approached the giant peak, their expressions subtly changed. Someone was there. At the foot of the giant peak, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, completely still. Li Yi hesitated for a moment. We'd better not get too close. Anyone who can cultivate calmly in the great wilderness is not an ordinary person. Luo Chang nodded in agreement. Both placed their hands on the compass, silently operating the Qi observation technique, as a clear stream flowed from their eyes, becoming hazy like mist. Under Qi observation, it was evident that the giant peak was not the burial site of an ancient predecessor. It was plain and unremarkable. Li Yi couldn't resist and used the Qi observation technique to look at the middle-aged man. Her expression changed, seeing a dazzling brilliance in the middle-aged man's brow, for furnace fires floating up and down. Inside his body, there was an acupoint glowing. Not an acupoint. It was a grotto heaven. They were both horrified, genuinely frightened, to encounter someone of the innate realm just randomly in the wilderness. Li Yi's throat stirred, and under Qi observation, she could see that the person's fate was exceptionally weighty, presenting as a faint red color, almost steaming into a small lake. Li Yi took Luo Cheng and planned to flee immediately. Noble patron. What kind of being could display a faint red, noble fate through the destiny of an innate realm expert? A legendary, celestial human? Just as they were about to leave, Luo Cheng exclaimed, and Li Yi instinctively looked. Beside the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, strands of chaotic fog emerged. Those chaotic fogs swirled, gradually thickening, and shockingly manifested into a vague, humanoid shape, transforming into an old man. Li Yi's eyes still flowed with clear air, and the Qi observation technique had not yet dissipated. At that moment, she glanced. She felt as though she had gone blind. White. All she saw was an intense and pure white, emanating from the place of the chaotic figure, surging wildly in all directions. In just the span of a breath, that pure white color had steamed into a genuine abyssal sea, covering vast swathes of the mountains. Luo Cheng murmured. Both had tears of blood flowing from their eyes. Li Yi grabbed Luo Cheng and fled frantically into the distance, not daring to look back at all. At the same time, the chaotic figure curiously glanced. Zhang Fuxing didn't care, shifting his gaze back to Du Mingsheng, who was trying to transform his acupoint into a grotto heaven, seemingly sensing something, and slowly opened his eyes. He was startled and quickly stood up to pay respects. Zhang Fuxing nodded, casually saying, Du Mingsheng felt a chill in his heart, swallowed his saliva. As he spoke, he saw the true man slightly nod, lightly saying, "Though I am merely an incarnation of a single thought, it is sufficient." As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing extended his hand, quietly using the technique gained after achieving minor achievement in the Tai chapter. Hand imbued with cause and effect. The so-called hand imbued with cause and effect, to put it plainly, is the ability to touch the power of causality. The originally intangible and invisible, near-conceptual cause and effect can now be directly touched and even manipulated. If this technique is used well, it can be far stronger than cause and effect parallel. Provided one has sufficient cultivation, Zhang Fuxing can even directly take away others' cause and effect and graft it onto himself. Or find the cause of someone's birth and descent in the labyrinth of cause and effect, and pluck it away, Thus, without the cause of descent, there naturally exists no further fruit of existence. It can root out the enemy from its source. Of course, this consumption is extremely terrifying, and backlash is likely, especially the stronger the existence, the harder its cause and effect is to shake. Du Mingsheng heard the true man sigh softly, a faint light appearing in his palm. That light was very weak, yet it exuded an extremely strange feeling, seemingly the embodiment of the most profound and mysterious. The palm gently rested on top of Du Mingsheng's head. The true man sternly commanded, stars twinkling in his eyes. In his view, Du Mingsheng was shrouded in layers upon layers of cause and effect, densely packed, the thickest one connected to an unknown place, unable to be traced, gazed upon, divined, or peered into. This was the causality between Du Mingsheng and high heaven above. Zhang Fuxing understood in his mind, continuing to probe and manipulate, his gaze falling on another exceedingly heavy causality. This cause and effect directly extended into the distance, seemingly carrying the flavor of life and death cycle. It was this one. Zhang Fuxing's gaze suddenly sharpened, the causality of the book of life and death. He pushed, hand imbued with cause and effect, to the limit, forcing his hand into this heavy cause and effect. His expression subtly changed. It felt like an ordinary person extending their hand into a deep sea thousands of meters below. The terrifying pressure crushed onto his hand from all directions. This body was merely a manifestation of a single consciousness, and the pain directly transmitted to the soul spirit, causing the entity miles away at the airport to groan. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts churned, and an instant decision was made. Outside the waiting area, in the great wilderness, the true man impassively retracted his hand, calmly speaking. Du Mingsheng spoke dazedly, somewhat irresponsive. The true man merely glanced at him and said peacefully. Du Mingsheng gasped, seeing the true man chanting, spiritual thoughts gusting forth like the sea. An entire giant peak abruptly lifted. In an instant, the giant peak had been carved into a massive altar. Du Mingsheng's expression changed. This was merely an incarnation of a true man's thought. Zhang Fuxing was unaware of his inner thoughts. Leveraging the high heaven order, his spiritual thoughts descended here without any depletion. Also, he disassembled and reconstituted a beast-high drum, shredded forest wood, molding it into incense candle tables. Thus, 18 large drums made from beast bones and skins, an incense table, and an incense burner. The altar was completed. Chaotic fog rolled. 18 figures shrouded in black robes emerged, 17 great sex skeletons, and one innate skeleton. The true man spoke indifferently. Chapter 294, 227. He has returned. Chapter 294, Chapter 227. He has returned Dong. Zong. The reverberating sound of drums echoed through the great wilderness. Du Mingsheng was startled, looking at the 18 figures in black robes, the weakest of whom emitted an aura at the level of the great sect as they pounded the drums. In the incense burner, blue smoke curled upward despite the lack of wind from all directions, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. It was already dusk, yet, at this moment, the evening glow in the sky abruptly dimmed, nightfall descended prematurely, no moon was visible. Only the thunderous sound of drums could be heard. Zong, zong, amidst the muffled drum beats. The true man solemnly spoke, his 5 fingers drumming and plucking in mid-air, creating a mystical rhythm that perfectly harmonized with the drum beats. A great sound ceased, the drum beats paused, and the wilderness fell silent. At this moment, underneath the grand ritual, Du Mingsheng saw a blurry vision, witnessing a magnificent imperial palace, and then the figure of a grand emperor. He trembled from the bottom of his heart, crawling towards the emperor's shadow, and at that moment, the emperor's shadow extended a hand from the magnificent imperial palace of unknown locale, directly resting upon the altar on Du Mingsheng's head. The latter's breathing and heartbeat halted. Unimaginable, imperceptible. He only felt heavy mountains, rivers, and the infinite worlds of the 9 netherworlds, all bearing down upon his head. Du Mingsheng Shute Du. The Central Pole sect leader, bearing the vast celestial position, did not utter a word, only operating the hand imbued with cause and effect, immersing his palm into the thick strand of cause and effect. This time, Zhang Fuxing did not feel even the slightest pressure. In fact, he could see that hefty strand of cause and effect jumping, leaping, and cheering. Click, click, as Zhang Fuxing gently marveled in his heart. With the body of the Central Pole sect leader, he followed the strand of cause and effect, extending his hand into the distance. Can the Book of Life and Death be retrieved? It's difficult, but at the very least, he wanted to see where exactly the Book of Life and Death was at the moment. Chui Family Ancestral Shrine. Ancestral Shrine of the Qinghe Chui family. Asked the current clan leader of the Qinghe Chui family softly. The cemetery guardian respectfully said, "The one who used it twice is Chui Winda from the branch in Golden Province." The elderly man leaning on a cane frowned. The cemetery guardian respectfully said, "Chui Winda altered the Book of Life and Death twice in a row, but both alterations were for the same person." A look of confusion and suspicion appeared on the cemetery guardian's face. The old clan leader was astonished. The cemetery guardian began in a low voice. The old clan leader rubbed his cane, squinting. Listening to the cemetery guardian's words, the old clan leader's expression became immeasurably grave. 1,500 years of life, to the Chui family, was insignificant. They had erased thousands of years of lifespan of more than one celestial human. In fact, if the lifespan of deities was included in the Book of Life and Death, perhaps they would have long used this method to kill countless divine spirits. But now the problem was extremely serious. The old clan leader murmured, his gaze falling upon the venerated Book of Life and Death. With thoughts turning, he finally reached a conclusion. Golden Province, is it? The cemetery guardian nodded earnestly. After contemplating for a moment, the Chui family's clan leader said, the cemetery guardian nodded, "I will arrange it immediately." The cemetery guardian quietly departed, leaving the clan leader alone to worship the ancestral shrine. The Chui family's clan leader gazed at the Book of Life and Death, a complex expression on his face, his own lifespan nearing its end. Alas, that one set a rule prohibiting alteration of the lifespans of those with the surname Chui. For this reason, over the years, many of the Chui family's main and branch members, even innate and great sect people, have died of old age. There are even rumors that in Golden Province, the celestial human overseeing the branch is nearing the end of their lifespan. The old clan leader sighed softly, stepped forward, cautiously opening the Book of Life and Death. Chui Zhengzhao, 1,400 years old, 12 years remaining. Chui Zhengzhao was in a trance. Ordinarily innate, could live for 800 years, celestial humans for 5,000 years of longevity. But their Chui family, perhaps due to the overuse of the Book of Life and Death, everyone has a short lifespan. Chui Zhengzhao gently caressed the Book of Life and Death, about to sigh. Suddenly, his scalp tingled. He instinctively lifted his head. The void was violently twisting, as if something was about to descend. Chui Zhengzhao shouted sternly, and suddenly, the ancient bell rang 6 times. The entire Chui family erupted, and terrifying auras soared into the sky. Chapter 295, 227. He has returned _2. Chapter 295, Chapter 227. He has returned _2. The sound of boiling, the sound of clamor, suddenly fell silent at this moment. The clan leader suddenly turned his head and saw a young girl stepping in. The old clan leader, with white hair and an aged look, bowed down. He spoke excitedly. "Have you?" The girl, clad in celestial attire, nodded slightly as she walked step by step, creating auspicious signs like celebrating clouds and auspices, and stood still in front of the Book of Life and Death. She said lightly. The old clan leader remained prostrate, trembling with excitement. Above the venerate is the great power. The girl hummed through her nose, her gaze falling on the violently twisted void, frowning slightly and talking to herself. As the words fell, the void suddenly cracked open. The old clan leader looked up, along with the celestial humans and those in the innate realm who rushed to the ancestral hall, all looking towards the torn open void. They saw a blurred scene, a huge altar, 18 large drums, and figures in black robes. In the center of the altar, an incense burner was placed, with curling green smoke. A human figure made of chaotic fog could be seen, along with a prostrate figure that couldn't be clearly seen. Someone suddenly pointed at the blurry scene in the torn void and exclaimed. The girl looked over. She saw that altar seemed to connect to some unknown place, linking to some unknown deity, vaguely revealing a magnificent imperial palace, and the emperor's shadow, with a crown draping 9 curtains. She saw the emperor's shadow reach out, descending. The girl, with a cool demeanor, suddenly changed color, clearly sensing from that emperor's shadow an unfathomable and terrifying position. She softly ordered, her delicate hand resting on the book of life and death, not daring to clash with the descending hand of the emperor's shadow. The opponent's position was too high. Just by looking, she felt her heart throb and soul tremble. The girl spoke for the second time, issuing a command to heaven and earth, and under the great power of heaven and earth, the torn open void suddenly closed, and just before closing, the hand of the emperor's shadow disappeared, leaving only the endless flow of vast death chi. The phenomena disappeared. Thick and pure death chi instantly filled the entire ancestral hall. The old ancestor of the Chui family whispered, squatting down, the celestial attire swaying, reaching out to touch the death chi. She silently sensed. The girl calculated, deducing. Her face suddenly turned pale, coughing out a mouthful of misty, endless immortal light, comparable to the immortal blood of hundreds of miraculous medicines. Deduction complete. She murmured the honorific of the Emperor's shadow. Master of the 9 netherworld, Emperor of the underworld, sin-extinguishing celestial venerate, central pole sect leader, and the ancestral hall fell silent. For a long time, the old clan leader softly asked. The old ancestor of the Chui family closed her eyes silently. After a while, she opened her eyes and spoke deeply. He is the true owner of the Book of Life and Death. The old clan leader shivered, hurriedly recounting the matter of Zhang Fuxing, whose lifespan repeatedly crossed limits. The girl listened quietly, stood up, and stared at the Book of Life and Death. The old clan leader was puzzled. The words just fell when he suddenly felt heaven's majesty like a prison. His celestial human treasure body cracked, and he coughed up blood. The old ancestor of the Chui family was furious, her voice as cold as frost. She was frustrated, even perplexed, pacing back and forth for a long time before sighing. There was no answer. Everyone bowed their heads. The old ancestor of the Chui family sighed softly. She gently stroked the Book of Life and Death, speaking softly. The girl affirmed that blurry, magnificent imperial palace must be in the 9 nether. Everyone, including the old clan leader, quietly exited the ancestral hall, leaving the girl alone. She raised her head, looking at the topmost placard among the many in the ancestral hall. There was an ancient, decaying placard, exuding an extremely rich aura of time, as if it had endured countless years. Beside the placard, there was an offering of a judge's robe. The girl softly called out. Calling out many times, the placard remained motionless, as if the bit of mystery tied to it had been utterly exhausted. The girl sighed again, murmuring to herself, "The great wilderness." The Central Pole sect leader withdrew his hand like lightning, following the cause and effect to reach his hand over there. Though he couldn't see the scene, he could clearly feel many presences. Just before, Zhang Fuxing sensed several celestial human-level auras, and even a more terrifying aura than Old Su. A deity. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, with a somewhat grave expression, making it troublesome indeed to obtain the Book of Life and Death. He could only support Shui Winda into becoming the true bookholder. His gaze fell on Du Mingsheng, who remained prostrate, not daring to move, and rasped. Du Mingsheng carefully raised his head. The torn void was already mended. The magnificent imperial palace and indescribable emperor's shadow had disappeared. He didn't dare to rise immediately, dutifully reciting a line. Then he stood up. His gaze returned, seeing the form of the true man gradually blur, the chaotic fog dispersing, leaving only an echo. Du Mingsheng bowed, paying respects to the place where the chaotic fog dissipated. The next day, Zhang Fuxing boarded the plane and slowly took his seat. There weren't many people in the first-class cabin. Besides himself, there was only a couple, looking somewhat familiar, seemed like the two young people who fled in panic yesterday in the wilderness. Quite a coincidence. Zhang Fuxing didn't mind, quietly leaning on his seat as the plane took off, entering the designated flight path. Chongyang City. He looked out at the thick clouds, his gaze deep, quietly contemplating something while listening to the surroundings. Not far away. Your ancestors' grave? Luo Cheng asked curiously. I don't know. I only dreamed of such places. I've checked all the locations except for Chongyang. Li Yi patted her chest, recalling the terrifying scene she saw yesterday, still a bit shaken. She shook her head and sighed. Luo Cheng clicked his tongue. Li Yi pouted. Zhang Fuxing, who was watching the scenery outside the window, suddenly turned his head. Chapter 296, 228. Let deities deal with deities, celestial humans with celestial humans, 1/3. Chapter 296, Chapter 228. Let deities deal with deities, celestial humans with celestial humans, 1/3. The enormous passenger plane traveled along its route, slicing through the sea of clouds. Inside the cabin, Zhang Fuxing gazed quietly at the man and woman whispering to each other. Fate and fortuity. A term suddenly emerged in his mind. Ever since he came into contact with the primordial scripture, the Tai chapter, and the Tao of cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing grew both more believing and skeptical of the concept of destiny. After all, cause and effect is a kind of destiny, since cause and effect can be observed, manipulated, or even altered. Under such premises, the frequency of mythical events he encountered seemed unusually high. In just 3 short months, Miss Mingyue, Bridge of Helplessness, Book of Life and Death, Supreme Saint Celestial Position. Now it's the Celestial Khan and the Ziwei Emperor's robe. Zhang Fuxing always felt that one after another, matters or people or object from the old world were swarming toward him. There is definitely something wrong with this. This thought flashed in his mind. He furrowed his brow tightly and simultaneously listened to the conversation of the two. Luo Cheng sighed softly and said. He focused his voice into a line so that only they could hear each other, but it was also caught by Zhang Fuxing's divine thought. Li Yi also focused her voice into a line. Luo Cheng nodded but then shook his head. Li Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Fuxing listened silently, his eyes deep and mysterious. He recalled the warning given by spiritual bamboo, who would achieve the position of ancient saint 10,000 years in the future. The era of great strife is coming. The plane suddenly experienced severe turbulence, and a passing flight attendant screamed as they were tossed high up amidst the shaking. Li Yi, quick of eye in hand, reached out and grabbed the flight attendant, then gently released him onto the ground. But the plane shook even more violently, with screams rising and falling from the rear cabin. Zhang Fuxing was about to stabilize the plane when he suddenly squinted his eyes. From his perception, outside the cabin, everything was calm. It wasn't air turbulence. Someone was subtly interfering with the plane using spiritual thoughts, but he couldn't pinpoint any specifics. Zhang Fuxing pondered. That would suggest someone at the level of the innate realm. What are they planning? Testing me? He remained still, yet the person behind the scenes seemed unwilling to stop, and the entire plane was uncontrollably plummeting. At this rate, it would crash into the mountains within 30 seconds. In the rear cabin, spiritual thoughts surged, not particularly powerful, but they barely stabilized the plane, Zhang Fuxing glanced back, his eyes piercing through the curtain, seeing an elderly man drenched in sweat. A grandmaster who had ignited his spirit furnace fire. Strange indeed. A grandmaster-level divine, thought, could contend with that unknown person? Why couldn't I detect anything? Zhang Fuxing suddenly looked out the window, where a giant stone, several meters in size, wobbled and floated off a mountain. Then whoosh, it shot toward the plane. The Grandmaster in the rear cabin intervened again, and the Dharma aspect manifested, shielding the plane and halting the giant stone. Zhang Fuxing quietly recalled the moment the giant stone lifted into the air. With his current acute awareness, he detected that when the stone lifted, some of the dust on it was pressed flat, indicating an invisible force pressed upon it. Overall, it looked just like a transparent hand grasping the large stone. Most crucially, on the giant stone, there were even fingerprints. Massive fingerprints. This thought crossed Zhang Fuxing's mind, and his divine thought swept over the plane, revealing, indeed, giant fingerprints on it as well. An invisible, unseen giant hand. With the protection of the Dharma aspect, the plane stabilized, wobbly, continuing its journey toward Chongyang City. Almost there, Li Yi looked through the window at the faint red hue enveloping the outside. It was the Dharma aspect of a certain grandmaster, wrapping around the entire plane. She turned to ask softly. Luo Cheng shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps another grandmaster attacked. The two were anxious, even though they would be unharmed in a crash. They lacked the power to protect the others. Li Yi took out a few copper coins from her pocket and gently cast them on the table. Her expression changed. The two were simultaneously startled, their hairs standing on end, while Zhang Fuxing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He was thinking, how could such a minor method effectively affect him? However, though the means were limited, they were peculiar enough to baffle even him. As his thoughts twisted and turned, Li Yi's gaze flickered, scanning around and landing on another first-class passenger. She approached, greeting. Li Yi appraised the handsome young man, appearing no older than 21 or 22, cultured and carrying a scholarly air. Zhang Fuxing smiled and nodded, saying, Li Yi asked again. Seeing the young man slightly puzzled, she added, Zhang Fuxing, thoughtful now, nodded. Li Yi exhaled slightly, hesitated a moment. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Li Yi was pleasantly surprised and repeatedly thanked him. After sitting back down, she once again gathered her voice into a line. Once we find the black market, it will be easier to handle. We can hire a grandmaster. Luo Cheng shook his head in confusion. Before long, the plane had already reached the skies over Chongyang City and slowly descended, stopping at the end of the runway. Stepping off the plane, the girl boldly extended her hand, and Zhang Fuxing shook it gently, saying, he casually introduced Chongyang City to the two as they walked out of the airport side by side, Li Yi and Luo Cheng both glancing around vigilantly. Li Yi became nervous again and gathered her voice into a line. I feel many eyes watching us. At least 100 people. Luo Cheng's expression changed at once. Zhang Fuxing caught their whispered exchanges, deep in thought. Indeed, there were over 100 gazes fixed on them, and the weakest among them were grandmasters from great sects, including some of the innate realm. They were all gazing at him. This Li Yi had an impressively keen spiritual sense. The man and woman were still tense at that moment, completely clueless about whom they had offended or what had happened. Zhang Fuxing casually flagged down a taxi, taking the two with him. He looked out the car window at this familiar city, expressionless. Who were the ones gazing and spying on him? Kui Kinji. Various sects? Zhang Fuxing slightly closed his eyes, quietly sensing. Outside the city, on Ko Mountain, the villa district in the north of the city, the ordinary neighborhood in the 7th district, through the connections of cause and effect and the faint incense smoke, Zhang Fuxing could sense these places as gathering spots for various sections. Because they all had divine statues erected in those places, including the World Venerate statue. The sects scattered throughout Chongyang were all known and understood by Zhang Fuxing, except for the Celestial Principle sect. The celestial principle sect was the only one that hadn't created a divine statue for the world venerate. Mule Street is also a place where a sect resides. Zhang Fuxing chuckled inwardly to himself. Mule Street was not only home to the black market, but also to his master ancestor's wooden hut. The Mandala lineage and the Ling Mountain lineage were deadly rivals. He told the tense pair in the back seat. Cui Qingyi listened to her subordinate's report, her face revealing no emotion, squinting her eyes as she spoke. She no longer underestimated this person. To trick the control of the plague from the god of plague, this man was no simple character. Cui Qingyi murmured, if not for the sudden appearance of the world venerate, why would she take the risk of seeking out the god of plague? That was akin to negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Beside her, the Cui family's first house asked solemnly. Right single quotation mark, Cui Qingyi explained succinctly. The first and second houses of the Cui family exchanged glances, both innate people wearing solemn expressions. The former asked again. Cui Qingyi said calmly. She breathed out. The expressions of the first and second houses changed in unison. The latter said gravely. Cui Qingyi replied calmly. The first and second houses exchanged glances. Cui Qingyi spoke coolly. The first house questioned again. Cui Qingyi looked at the first house curiously. The first and second houses were taken aback, hearing Cui Qingyi speak calmly. After a pause, she stared at her phone as reports streamed in and changed her tone. Zhang Fuxing has reached Mule Street, where Mandala lineage followers frequent. The first house squinted. Cui Qingyi walked to the window, observing the scenery outside. Zhang Fuxing has two youngsters with him. Chapter 297, 229. Manipulating Cause and Effect, the Plague Ghost Descends. Chapter 297. Chapter 229. Manipulating Cause and Effect, the Plague Ghost Descends. The monk in white softly asked. The great monk, embracing two Mingfei, sat calmly on the flesh lotus platform formed by four interwoven women. He spoke calmly. The monk in white chanted a Buddha's name, paused for a moment, then looked at the great monk who was unrestrainedly kneading the Mingfei. The Mingfei was sobbing. The monk's strength was great, and with each kneading, a sound of bone cracking would be heard. Some sharp bone spurs even pierced through the white skin, with fresh blood flowing down. The great monk laughed joyfully. The monk in white, used to such sights, caressed the newly made Vajra pestle crafted from a young girl's thigh bone. Then he spoke melodiously. Who knows what methods the rebirthed bodhisattva may have? Getting out of the taxi, many unfriendly gazes fell upon them. The 9th District, such a chaotic place, was always like this. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his master's wooden house and continued. Li Yi and Luo Cheng thanked him promptly. The former whispered. Luo Cheng nodded. Leading the way, Zhang Fuxing caught the whisper, feeling surprised. You can boost someone's fortune? These two little ones, how do they have so many special methods? Turning into a small alley, Zhang Fuxing abruptly paused. Li Yi looked around. Is this the black market? Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, continuing forward, his gaze deep. Just now, his spiritual sense was intensely stirred. Someone was plotting against him, and the scheme would put him in a highly passive situation. Zhang Fuxing slightly lowered his eyelids, concealing the fine star lines flowing in his eyes, while delving into the myriad causes and effects upon him. Any action by a person inevitably generates one or even countless causes and effects. At this moment, the causes and effects upon him were countless, most quite ordinary, like the few between him and Lu Yao, and thousands between him and his parents. Some cause and effect lines were extremely heavy, making it difficult to discern specifics or manipulate. These are the ones linking him with beings whose cultivation surpassed his. But among these countless, densely woven threads of cause and effect, one thin cause and effect line was born from the trepidation in his heart and the spiritual senses warning. Standing before a small building, Zhang Fuxing spoke, his hand making a peculiar gesture in the air. He was touching that newly emerged thread of cause and effect, trying to trace it back to its source. He succeeded effortlessly, indicating that the person on the other end of that cause and effect had a cultivation lower than his. A vague image of a person appeared before him. Is it that Shui Qingyi? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. What had this guy plotted that could warrant his spiritual senses warning, or even... He glanced at that exceedingly dusky cause and effect line in his vision. Life and death cause and effect. The cause of killing lay with Shui Qingyi. The effect of death was on himself. This cause and effect was weak and flickering, representing it hadn't reached the point of certainty, just a kind of unusual omen. But would it warrant a death crisis for someone like himself now? Zhang Fuxing withdrew his underestimation of Shui Qingyi. He paused for a moment, pushing open the wooden house's door, leading the two towards the basement while dialing a phone. "Master, it's me." The three entered the basement. A black-clothed guard opened the iron door, revealing intercrossing underground pipes filled with a foul stench, yet surging with crowds. Walking inside, Zhang Fuxing calmly said to the phone. His eyes still held those intricate star lines, and with a call, hundreds of temporary causes and effects could be seen emerging. Espionage. More than hundreds were eavesdropping on this call. With a gentle flick of his fingers, countless thin cause and effect lines were stuck to Zhang Fuxing's finger, and with a light flick, he transferred these hundreds of causes into another person making a call in the black market. The cause of espionage still laid in those monitorers, but the effect of being overheard was transferred away. Thus, the call being spied upon silently became that of a passerby. Zhang Fuxing's face slightly turned pale. The operation consumed significant energy. Even if they were minor, insignificant causes and effects, the sheer number was immense. Zhang Fuxing softly spoke. The other end was silent for a long while. Then Old Master softly said. The Old Master responded in a low tone, letting out a soft sigh. The call was disconnected. At that very moment, across the vast Chongyang city, almost simultaneously, hundreds of people slammed their tables. They realized, as if under some mysterious influence, that they had intercepted the wrong communication. Whether due to operational errors, signal interference, or other various reasons, the result pointed to one outcome. They had intercepted another person's communication. This didn't cause any waves, as these people didn't communicate with each other and only thought it was a small mistake. An insignificant, unfortunate small mistake. Meanwhile, in the underground black market, Li Yi and Luo Cheng looked around at each other, the former covering her nose. She glanced around, her gaze eventually fixing on a tent. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Fuxing casually said, "It's fine, I'll wait for you." Li Yi and Luo Cheng nodded and quickly entered the tent, while Zhang Fuxing stepped on the wet, moss-covered pipes, walking to a stall and squatting down with a smile. The stall owner Lin Dongxi widened her eyes. "Junior brother?" Zhang Fuxing glanced at the small items on her stall, all made of bones, mostly animal bones with a few human bones. Lin Dongxi whispered, and Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, protecting their conversation with divine thought so that not a word would leak. Lin Dongxi said mysteriously, "Junior brother forgot that I know the living corpse technique." She leaned in a little. "We didn't know, did you?" Zhang Fuxing was somewhat speechless. "Why are you provoking the Mandala lineage people for no reason?" Lin Dongxi sheepishly retracted her head. "Precisely because I'm a living Buddha. A living Buddha must endure 9 calamities to return to position." Zhang Fuxing was even more speechless. "So you're looking for trouble with yourself?" Lin Dongxi pouted. "It's worth trying nevertheless. Plus, senior ancestor resides nearby. What am I afraid of? What's with your hand?" She curiously watched her junior brother's fingers tap the air rhythmically. Lin Dongxi asked, bewildered. Zhang Fuxing's fingers tapped faster and faster, before suddenly stopping. He said lightly, as his words fell and his fingers stopped tapping. Somewhere in a dark alley in the city, the 5 bone-white fingers of a black-robed figure also ceased their playing. Great transposition technique returned to the marker. The marker trembled slightly, space tore apart, and a portal opened. Another tall, black-robed figure emerged from within. and as the wind blew, the black robes billowed to reveal a blood-red undershirt. Great Plague Ghost, carrying diseases of tens of millions, wielding the authority over plagues, it is the Great Plague Ghost of the Plague, divine envoy. As it appeared, the already dim alley grew shrouded in thicker darkness. A limping stray cat pounced over, arching its back and hissing madly at it. The plague ghost merely crouched down, gently stroking the cat's head. The cat's ailments disappeared, but then 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater plague, accompanied by black mist, seeped slowly into the stray cat's body. The little cat grew into a big cat. Tumors emerged rapidly, piling upon each other. In just moments, the unruly stray cat had ballooned into a monstrous mass of flesh and blood. Its feline shape was still vaguely discernible. The plague ghost leapt onto it, riding the monstrous mass, silently traversing the deep alley. Shadows behind it, a procession of black-robed figures began to emerge, more and more densely packed, until it was in abundance. Grandmasters, great sex, and even an innate skeleton. They marched with uniform steps, their robes dancing, looking like a rolling black tide at a glance. The black tide quietly made its way toward the Chui family estate in Chongyang. At this moment, within the estate, Chui Qingyi held a wine glass, standing quietly by the window, downing the liquid in one gulp. She tilted her slender neck, smiling softly. The servant responded respectfully. Chui Qingyi donned her robes, swaying her waist, and slowly sat down on the sofa. She looked out the window, a faint smile appearing on her face. Indeed, everything was under control, whether it's the god of plague or the ancestor of land immortals. Kui Kinji laughed softly. The next chapter will be a bit late again. I've been very busy recently, so the update time isn't very stable. Chapter 298, 230. The plague ghost appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect. Chapter 298, Chapter 230. The plague ghost appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect underground black market. Inside the tent, Li Yi's eyes widened. The steward smiled and nodded. Li Yi and Luo Cheng looked at each other in disbelief. This price was beyond their expectations. In normal cities, hiring a grandmaster for protection might only cost 3,000 pseudo-souls for a week in cheaper places. Luo Chen couldn't help but ask. Strange glances fell upon the two, making them feel uneasy all over, it seemed. They had asked a very naive question. So what exactly happened in Chongyang? The silence continued. The steward's smile remained as he calmly asked. Li Yi looked conflicted, but recalling that ominous hexagram, she took a deep breath. A hearty voice came, and Li Yi turned to see. It was a man full of tattoos, with a bushy beard. His smile seemed genuine. Behind his head floated 2 lamps of flesh and blood, like furnace flames. Li Yi's eyes lit up. 5,000 was still overpriced, but it was more than half cheaper. She readily agreed. The man nodded straightforwardly. Li Yi nodded. The surrounding gazes were too strange, making them feel uneasy, so they dashed out immediately. After they left, the steward's smile never changed. The man glanced sideways. I didn't go through the official bounty, so it's not against the rules. He frustratedly scratched his head. All my money was with Old Third, and now. The man cursed angrily, then suddenly shivered, looking around suspiciously. He found nothing, but felt a sense of unease all over. Shaking his head, he swore and mumbled. After slaughtering the sheep, everyone get a share, so no one would interfere when you have business. The man greeted a few more times around, until that prickling feeling subsided significantly. Then he stepped out of the tent. The man smiled warmly, the tattoos on his body slightly twisting. The furnace flames burned high, like a warning to those with ill intentions, and more so a declaration, declaring that these 2 fat sheep were his prey. The grin on the man's face widened, professionally standing beside the 2, hands folded in front, abruptly showing no expression. Li Yi and Luo Chung exchanged glances, silently praising, professional. The three quickly walked forward. Li Yi curiously glanced at a little girl setting up a stall, clicking in amazement. She's only 7 or 8 years old at most. So young, setting up a stall in the underground black market? As she marveled, she noticed the little girl looking at her party curiously and asked, "Huh? Little junior brother?" Li Yi and Luo Chung looked at each other, hearing Brother Zhang laugh. "Friends I met by chance, quite a fateful encounter." Zhang Fuxing casually glanced at the tattooed and robust man. After achieving minor achievement in the Tai chapter, while not having foreknowledge of every mention, he could still sense such close proximity slander towards himself. He wasn't petty, but this man, clearly associated with the Pantheon, seemed quite unclean. The man introduced nonchalantly. Lin Dongxi furrowed his brows, having navigated the black market for a while. He knew what kind of person this was, just as he was about to offer a warning, but saw Zhou Tian'er coldly staring at him. Lin Dongxi chuckled. Forget it. If someone seeks death, why stop them? She thought clearly, if she reminded them now, she wouldn't be saving this couple. Li Yi sincerely expressed her gratitude, and Zhang Fuxing merely waved, smiling. It's not worth mentioning. I noticed both of you are new to Chongyang. What brings you here? Li Yi was momentarily stunned, curiously asking. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. He exchanged phone numbers with Li Yi and Luo Chung, engaging in cheerful conversation, while Zhou Tian'er waited impatiently. It wasn't easy to act on the sheep inside the black market. They must head outside. Luo Chung suddenly pointed at a crowd, not far away, curiously asking. Lin Dongxi glanced over and said, pausing briefly, Lin Dongxi added, Luo Chung showed some interest, wanting to see, and the group chatted and laughed as they walked toward the chess stall. Lin Dongxi also packed up his stall and walked along. With a Grandmaster bodyguard present, the crowd naturally parted, avoiding congestion, and in a few steps, they squeezed to the front. Chapter 299, 230. The Plague Ghost Appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect. Chapter 299. Chapter 230. The Plague Ghost Appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect. The bald old man of the chess booth shouted. Li Yi was excited. The bald old man shook his head. Li Yi raised her eyebrows. The old man chuckled. If the young lady doesn't believe me, she can ask those who come to see my chess booth each day. Zhang Fuxing showed some interest, and faint star lines appeared deep in his eyes. Looking at the cause and effect, he frowned. This chessboard is somewhat peculiar. The amount of intertwined causes and effects on it is alarming. Among them is one extremely heavy cause and effect, piercing straight into the celestial vault. Even just looking gives an inexplicable oppressive feeling. An exotic treasure. It might even be a supreme treasure. And it's somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. 5 Mansions Temple? He's interested, but not in a hurry to gamble. He only knows how to play 5 in a row. Li eagerly threw in 300 pseudo-souls, finished a round fiercely, and lost miserably. Luo Chung also stepped forward to try, fighting with the elder, but also eventually lost narrowly. Hitting his head in frustration, Lin Dongxi couldn't resist and wanted to try, but was held back by Zhang Fuxing. When Li Yi and Luo Chung each lost a round, a cause and effect appeared on the chessboard connecting to each of them, and continued endlessly, seemingly extracting something from them. This chess game and chessboard have issues. Zhang Fuxing squatted in front of the dark red chessboard, calmly said. Zhang Fuxing indicated to Lin Dongxi, who understood and paid the 300 pseudo-souls. The old man gestured an invitation with his hand. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the chessboard, pondered for a moment, having a thought, casually placed a piece. The old man followed suit. Zhang Fuxing placed another, and the elder also followed. He played haphazardly, completely not following any strategy. The crowd booed endlessly, yet the game remained intense. It seemed the old man was deliberately manipulating the game, yet it also seemed his skill level fluctuated with the skill level of the betting opponent. 2 terrible players were in a close match. The booing almost merged into one. Outside the crowd, a few people holding compasses walked up, squeezed into the crowd, wanting to forcibly take the chess booth elder away, but upon seeing Zhang Fuxing playing chess, their expressions changed dramatically. They retreated silently. The chess booth elder picked up a black piece and finally placed it. As the words fell, he looked up with a smile, but was stunned to see the young lad's left hand slightly raised, index and thumb pinched like he was holding something invisible and transparent. Zhang Fuxing mockingly pinched something, beaming. The bald old man stared hard at the young man, sweat dripping on his forehead, reluctantly smiled. Zhang Fuxing pinched something with his fingers, calmly said, Lin Dongxi reluctantly handed over another 300 pseudo-souls. Zhang Fuxing pinched harder, the fingertips turning white, seemingly crushing something. During the match, the chessboard attempted to establish some connection with him. After losing, a strong, twisted cause and effect thread wanted to pierce his body, held and crushed by Zhang Fuxing. Apart from the elder, no one noticed. He picked up a white piece, set it on the center. More booing followed. To open with center play, either one's skills are far superior to the opponent, mocking, or simply terrible at the game. The chess booth elder was silent for a moment, placed a piece. The two played piece after piece, but this time, the elder won quickly. Zhang Fuxing did not mock this time, coldly stared at the elder. I was going head-to-head before. How did I lose so quickly this time? More sweat poured from the elder's forehead, but he heard the young man say simply, another 300 pseudo-souls. Onlookers Zhou Tianair licked his lips. Another big, fat sheep. Zhang Fuxing looked at the elder, stating honestly, pinched a piece placed. The old man shakily placed a piece. This round was even more fierce. Zhang Fuxing's enlightenment now high, his skills improving quickly over several games, but still lost. He reached his hand to mockingly pinch again, seemingly grabbing something, fingertips rubbing sharply. Another 300 souls went forward. Zhou Tianair's gaze grew more intense, onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. This young man, truly wealthy and bold. Zhang Fuxing stared calmly at the elder. The small elder felt weak in the knees, forcing a smile. Chapter 300-230. The plague ghost appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect. Chapter 300. Chapter 230. The plague ghost appears, slaying Qingyi amid unravelable cause and effect. Another piece was placed on the board. In this game, Zhang Fuxing's skill improved rapidly, and the chess game seemed decent, with the hissing from the crowd disappearing. As time passed, the chess game gradually became tense, and each move required careful thought. It reached the most intense moment of the battle. Zhang Fuxing held a piece, pondering, without placing it for a long time, genuinely thinking hard, when at that moment. Outside the Chui family manor in the 1st district. It was already dusk, and Chui Qingyi quietly awaited the arrival of the pious follower. She stood by the window, gazing at the sunset, suddenly frowning. Outside the manor, a dense black mist was vaguely spreading. Chui Qingyi murmured to herself. As her words fell, 2 giant Dharma aspects rose from the manor, and several grotto heavens appeared in the void, suspended over the manor. The main family and the second family of the Chui family, 2 innate realm figures simultaneously became alert, acted, and the grotto heavens turned, bringing great power to break the dense black mist. Looking through the window glass, Chui Qingyi saw one black-robed figure after another, with the leading black-robed figure sitting on a fleshy monster. One by one, the black-robed figures were crushed under the majestic celestial might. Yet from the bone fragments, one grim skeleton after another stood up again. The skeletons were smashed into dust time and again, yet regrouped time and again. The mischievous expression on Chui Qingyi's face faded. She turned to her attendant and said, Chui Qingyi's voice abruptly ceased, seeing the attendant, previously standing next to her, pale with sweat, as if afflicted with a severe disease. Looking around, every servant and Chui family member seemed stricken by a violent illness, coughing blood and collapsing. She remained expressionless. Chui Qingyi turned back, only to see black mist surging from all directions, startling her into instinctively glancing at the sky outside the window. The two originally brilliant innate Dharma aspects were, unbeknownst to her, dimming as merely essence, chi, and spirit woven into Dharma aspects. They were actually coughing. Yes, the illusory Dharma aspects were coughing violently. The main family and second family of the Chui family had already been submerged by the black mist. Plague, plague. The always composed Chui Qingyi squinted, first thinking of the god of plague, but immediately dismissing it, a name floating to her mind. Plague ghost. Zhang Fuxing. Chui Qingyi murmured. She had prepared for everything, innate hunting, even celestial humans attacking. Coughing violently, she activated the array map personally carved by her ancestors, swallowing elixirs to suppress the severe illness within her. The array map emitted brilliant light, repelling the pervading black mist, momentarily clarifying the entire manor. The skeletons were torn apart time and again, regrouping time and again, as Chui Qingyi stood by the window, watching the leader, the unmoving black-robed figure. Zhang Fuxing. It must be Zhang Fuxing, Chui Qingyi murmured, holding the array map aloft while sending messages to notify the Western sect and Ancient Saints sect for assistance. Outside the manor, grim skeletons crashed against the array map's radiant light like waves, shattering repeatedly in brilliance, only to regroup, continuing relentlessly, like moths to a flame, yet the black mist outside the manor was gathering ever more densely. The only being still clad in a black robe stood quietly, exchanging looks with Chui Qingyi, speaking softly. Now what will you do? Will you call upon that world venerate? Chui Qingyi's demeanor remained tranquil, having long considered the world venerate as an imaginary enemy. Should the merciful divine arrow indeed fire upon her, she had means to return alive. The black-robed figure outside the manor remained motionless, seemingly at a loss. Kui Qingji covered her mouth, coughing lightly, retrieving elixirs from a treasure box, swallowing them down to continue suppressing the rampaging illness within her. She whispered to the silhouette outside the manor. Within 5 minutes, members of the two great sects will arrive, and then, as her voice fell, the black-robed figure outside the manor finally lifted its head. A wisp of wool briefly descended upon it, momentarily taking over this body. Zhang Fuxing. He was focused intently on playing chess, taking a sliver of leisure amidst his busyness to send down a trace of will. Zhang Fuxing gazed upon the light enveloping the outside of the manor, clicking his tongue in wonder. What was this? He also saw within the manor, amidst brilliant light, the woman craning her neck, staring at him. So this is Chui Qingyi? Well, Zhang Fuxing didn't have time to think further. He was eager to return to his chess game. Tai chapter, cause and effect parallel. Reciting it, the black mist behind him churned, barely sending ripples outward, yet had already, in an instant, appeared within the manor out of nothing. Unprepared, the rolling black mist submerged the two innate realm figures, briefly tainting the array map, causing its brilliant light to dim. Chui Qingyi was stunned. What was this method? Could the celestial human array map be breached just like that? No, there's still a chance. She remained unruffled, even though the array map was tainted by the black mist, becoming somewhat dim. Yet if it protected only herself, it still worked, still capable of intercepting celestial, human-level offensive techniques outside. She turned to leave. Black mist surged like a tide behind her. Thunder occasionally resounded from above as the two innate realm figures tried to break free from the black mist. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.